All right, greetings everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. It's great to be back. Yeah, I know you all have missed me. There was no way I was going to be able to balance trying to do the content that I wanted to do for Solasta and Greedfall and be on call last week and live stream the whole time. So I had to cut the live streams for a little bit, but I'm back and I actually took a couple of days off. So today we're gonna spend some time streaming Greedfall, and then tomorrow we'll definitely be spending some time streaming Solasta. And it looks like the day afterwards we'll be spending some time streaming Starfinder. So some very, very exciting things coming up. What's going on, Master Rat? Yeah, it's nice to stream at a decent time where folks are able to join in without being all bleary-eyed and barely awake. So good to see you too. What's up, Excelsior? Yeah, it's been a minute, man. I had to step back for a second, but I'm back. What's up, Elsie? What's good, Lennon? What up, Fighting Dog? Really hoping this game feels complete with the development struggles. Love the change in combat, and I don't want to see these devs go away. Yeah, me neither. I have played through the entirety of the game, and so I do feel like it's a complete product. I'm gonna do everything in my power to get a review out tomorrow. So today I've only got the new player guide dropping, but tonight I'm going to try to work on a review for both Greedfall and Solasta, and hopefully release both of them tomorrow. What's up, Halifax? The game officially releases on March 12th, unless you've purchased. I think there's a specific version that maybe will be out today, but most people are going to get it on the 12th. Oh, you liked my interview? That's awesome. That's awesome. I put a lot of work into that. I was very, very happy with the way it turned out. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. What's up, Threed? What's going on, Ian? I'm doing well, man. Hope you can say the same. Godzilla, what up, man? How are you? Yeah, Victor, it's definitely a month for CRPGs. It's looking like it's going to be a lot of fun games coming out this month. What's good, Saint? Hey, man, appreciate it, dude. Good to see you. Glad you're able to join in. Oh, you're going to get your PC upgraded, Lennon? Nice, nice. What's the first game you're going to play when you get it upgraded? I think I saw earlier today there's a new blog post or update regarding Underrail 2. I think it was something about how the shooter mechanics are going to work. So it seems like they're working on some exciting things. I hope the game turns out well. We'll see. We'll see. Ian, yo, appreciate the $10 donation, man. Happy Greedfall 2 release day. Hey, appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Happy days indeed. I got the Steam version, so 10th. I did not know console was the 12th. There we go. Okay, so that's how it works. The Steam version comes out today. The console version comes out on the 12th. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure when the game is supposed to release here. In fact, let's look that up. Greedfall: The Dying World release schedule. Oh, Fallout 4 modded and Wasteland 3, both great games. I'm really want to check out Wasteland 3 on the channel at some point. I swear for Greedfall, they released some sort of map or something that would tell you what time. Here, hold on. Spiders Games, here we go. Let me see if there's something on Twitter that would explain. Is this it? No, this is yeah, unfortunately I'm not seeing anything, so I'm not sure what exact time the game is going to release on Steam, but I would say noon is probably a safe bet. Probably a safe bet. What up, Matt? I was nervous about the game given the news about the company, but your interview erased my fears. Hey, that's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you enjoy the game once you get your hands on it, dude. What could be better? Zalcat announced the release date of Dark Heresy and Osiris Reborn. Did you see they just dropped a new trailer for one of the Dark Heresy companions? So seems like they're revving their stuff back up. Maybe we're going to get a beta announcement soon. That would be awesome. What's up, RV? Good to see you, man. Sup, RPG? Think it's like an hour and 20-ish minutes. What's an hour and 20 minutes? There was only like months in between Rogue Trader release announcement and the release itself. True. Seems like Unreal Infusion is going to launch in early access. Really? I might check it out, Lennon. I might check it out. I think the trailers for Unreal 2 have been really, really impressive, to be honest with you. The game, what's up, Harold? Yeah, the game is about to launch. Wonder if there are significant enough changes to drive it out of that mixed rating it was at during early access. That's a good question. The game has definitely changed significantly since early access, but that doesn't necessarily mean people will like it. So I think it's going to be very interesting to find out if people like this current version of the game. Got the console pre-order, was available to play by 3 a.m. Oh, really? In your time zone? Nice. What's going on, Highland? Awesome. Okay, so I guess some console players do have it. Yeah, I don't know how the release schedule for this is working out. The early release for Steam is 6 p.m. CET. So 6 p.m. CET, CST. So that means the Steam version of the game should be available in another 20 or 30 minutes. Did OG Underrail have a really long early access? Good question. I did not pay attention to Underrail at all in early access. Lennon might know though. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and get into it. So am I sharing my screen yet? I am not. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Oh, that's where I have my camera. Do I want my camera there? I'm trying to think. I think it'd be better for me to have my camera on the other side, but you all can let me know if you all want me to move it. As you all know, I most certainly will. And let me go ahead and flip it. Transform, flip horizontal, and then there we go. That works. And move that over a little bit. Cool. All right, bring my chats back up. Ain't it legit launch stream? What's up, Quintek? How are you, man? Yes, sir. New Stream Dream is a collab with Mortizball, something regarding Dark Heresy or Pillars of Eternity 3. Yeah, sooner or later. I've chatted with Morty a couple of times. Sooner or later, I have to collaborate with him or something. I think he might, either him or Wolfheart is probably like a content creator interview I'd be interested in. By the way, let me know if the volume is too loud or if I need to turn it up some, all that good stuff. Probably find out a lot unless something crazy happens. Oh, that's right, laws on that side. But yeah, this isn't really the type of game where you follow the log. So I venture to say that that should be fine. All right, I don't really care about difficulty. We'll go on normal for now, and I can always change things up based on what you all might want. Pillars 3 is a dream for sure. You know it. You know it. All right, so new game. Oh, you know what? I should have walked through the different hybrids, but you all will already know about that if you looked at my combat profiles breakdown video. But when I'm able to take control of my character, I'll walk through it a little bit so you'll have a better understanding of what some of the options are. It's going to take a while, though, because first we're going to go through character creation.
If you want this portrait to bear any resemblance to you, stop fidgeting. Stand up straight. And turn your head towards me. There. Hold that pose.
Three, you say you don't think Obsidian has the talent in them to make Pillars 3 because all of the good talent has left? Who is a person of supreme value and standing that's left Obsidian? The only person that I know of is Chris Avalon. And I would venture to say the person foremost responsible for Pillars of Eternity being the heralded series that it is Joss Sawyer. And he's definitely still with the company. So I don't have any concerns with them making Pillars 3. Exactly, Mass. Josh is still there, so I don't think it's a problem. What's up, Aquaticus? 1.0 will be live for people who have bought this game in about 20-30 minutes at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. But then I think it might be based on the version that you purchased, because I know March 12th is when the game is considered to be fully out of early access. So I'll be in and out. I've seen you pull in the hours, so it's clear the game's work. Yeah, I enjoyed this game extensively, Quintech, definitely. What's up, Sil? How are you, man? I can't complain at all, dude. So after you play Infuse and stream in early access, you can play in the World 1 until you beat it. Yeah, possibly later. We'll see how it works out. Want to know what Kane is working on with them that he came out of retirement. I'm hoping it's Pillars 3. I'm absolutely hoping that Tim Kane came out of retirement because he's working on Pillars 3 with Obsidian. We'll see if that's actually the case, but that's what I'm banking on and hoping on. There's only two, there's only 2 voice options. Let's see here. Busy with life and just a new job. That all sounds like great stuff, Lone Soul. Sounds like you've got some changes going on that have hopefully been positive for you. All good, man. All good. Main thing holding back Pillars 3 is they don't know exactly why Pillars 2 underperformed. Well, I don't agree with that, Matt, because actually Pillars 2, by the end, it did perform at the levels that they expected. And it just took longer to get there than what they were hoping it would. And they've been on record as saying like, hey, we kind of took for granted that people would just purchase the game and enjoy it, and we didn't do all the extra things we did with the first game to market it properly and make sure it was the kind of title that people would gravitate towards. Also, I think some aspects of the launch went very poorly for them. There was a lot of stories about how easy the game was and how people felt like it didn't provide them with nearly the amount of challenge of Pillars of Eternity 1. And Pillars of Eternity 1 was considered to be an easier CRPG by most standards. And so I feel like all of that kind of worked against them with the CRPG faithful and impacted how quickly the game was able to gain revenue. But Deadfire has had incredible staying power, and it really has stayed at the forefront of people's minds as far as really great CRPGs. So the sales have steadily kept coming in over the years, to the point now where I don't think Obsidian looks at it as an overall financial failure. They feel like the launch didn't nearly do what they wanted it to do, but when you look at the overall arc of the game, it worked out just fine. What up, Billy? How are you, man? Yeah, I'm definitely giving Greedfall a whirl. I'm enjoying it, dude. What's up, Vagar? We saw the quality of the writing in the absence of Avalon. So if you want to say that because Chris Avalon isn't there, Pillars 3 wouldn't be as good as Pillars 1, I'm with you. I do feel like the writing from Obsidian Games has not been as good since Chris Avalon left. But from a mechanics and gameplay standpoint, you can absolutely make the case that Pillars of Eternity 2 is significantly better than Pillars of Eternity 1. And so the idea that there's not enough talent there from the standpoint of art and gameplay and mechanics and combat and quest design and all that kind of stuff, I don't agree. But if you want to say the writing, the dialogue, the character development isn't there without Avalon, that's a discussion I definitely think could be had. What up, Randall? How are you, man? Good to see you, dude. Right, booming during COVID, exactly. I don't know exactly what happened, Leth, but definitely there's something that brought it on the upswing. Road Traders combat is the best turn-based combat until now. Do I consider Do I consider Rogue Trader to be better than Baldur's Gate 3 from a turn-based combat standpoint? You know, I think you could make that case. I'm not mad at that. I think you could make that case. Glad World War Tears could be YouTube bullying Obsidian into making Pillars 3. Let's see what Josh Sawyer's next game is first. I'm really hoping that the game he's working on right now is Pillars 3, and we'll see. What I mean to say is the writers of Avowed sucked, and that's what killed my faith. Okay, 3. I can understand that. I do feel like the writing has to be better. Definitely. I mean, that was one of the main complaints with Pillars 2, that people felt like the ending and the overall quest arc did not match up to the first game. I didn't think it was horrible, but I do agree it doesn't match up to the first game. Is the writing for Pillars 2 considered bad? I love the world building and side quests in 2 a lot. The world building is great, but most of the world building already happened in the first game. The deities, they expanded upon those significantly, but a lot of the world building stuff was already in place. The side quests I feel like were really cool. What people don't like as much is the arc, the ending, and how your companions are developed. Your companions are not nearly as engaging and interesting and thought-provoking as they are in Pillars 1. Will you be streaming Crimson Desert? Probably not, because I do plan to do a full playthrough of Greedfall 2. And forgive me, y'all, it's been a while since I've been streaming. That's why I'm answering all these questions and not doing as much at the game. I'm reconnecting with folks that I haven't spoken to in a minute. But I do plan to do a full playthrough of this, and we're going to do a full playthrough of Solasta 2. So that's going to take a while in and of itself. And once that's done, I'll look at the reviews and the perspectives on Crimson Desert and make a decision as to whether or not it's a game I feel like I want to circle back to. We'll see. I believe in you too. Hey, BG3 has a lot more options and fluidity. I'm not saying that the combat in Rogue Trader overall is better than BG3. I wouldn't say that, David. I do feel like BG3 has better combat overall, but I think if you're specifically talking about the turn-based aspect of it, which game has the better turn-based experience? I think Rogue Trader provides a better turn-based experience because it's more snappy. It's more, hey, get to it, bust up a couple, multiple people at one time, and keep it moving. Whereas in some situations, Baldur's Gate 3 turn-based combat, even though it's way faster than most turn-based games, it's still slow in comparison to some experiences you can have. What's going on, Gaming Evening? How long do you think a full playthrough of Greedfall, The Dying World takes? Probably around 40 hours, 40, 50 hours, something of that sort. Shorter if you decide to just do the main story. All 3 of these games coming out almost the same week. Yep, there's going to be a lot to add to your catalog. Absolutely. Yeah, even in tactical mode, same amount of time. The different modes, we'll go through them when I get deeper into the game, but the different modes, they just allow you to play in the way that you want to play, but it doesn't necessarily add a whole lot to the game gameplay time. You know, it does slow combat down a little bit, but not that much. Not that much depending on how you play. Like if you decide you want to control everything that everybody on your team does, that's going to make it take longer. But if you're only controlling yourself but working in tactical with the tactical camera, it's not going to put that much more time on your game. Appreciate you following me, Evening. Yep, my pleasure, dude. No problem. Are you still planning on investing in a Switch 2? I do plan to invest in a Switch 2, but it's going to be for my daughter first. And I don't know when I'm going to be able to get around the Fire Emblem. As we just talked about, there's a ton going on right now. So it'll be months probably before I would be able to start doing some Fire Emblem content. I still haven't done content for Final Fantasy Tactics. I still have to finish that game and review it. So yeah, stuff to do. March Madness for gamers, absolutely, absolutely. If you get some free time, you should check out Age of Reforging. Really cool indie CRPG that's gotten like zero coverage. Is the full version of it out? Or is it like an early access or beta version of it, DeQuanicus? What's the best Greedfall 2 combat settings for turn-based lovers who don't like real-time with pause? You're gonna wanna go tactical and you're gonna wanna stay in the tactical camera. You'll see what I mean when we get into combat. Been slamming. Yeah, I keep hearing about Slay the Spire 2. I have never played Slay the Spire. So is the version of it right now, is it early access or is it the full game? Yeah, Audric, last year I started getting into tactics games. So I played Tactics Ogre and I played Final Fantasy Tactics, and I really enjoyed both of them. And I've decided that I really like tactics games. And so people keep telling me that I should play Three Houses. And so at some point, I do plan to buy my daughter a Switch 2. And when I do that, I should be able to have access to play Three Houses. Probably won't be able to play it on the channel because the Switch 2 will be on the TV. But, you know, I might be able to record some things and put up some content and give you my thoughts and perspectives on that game. And supposedly, we don't have confirmation on this, but supposedly, if and when we get a Pillars 3 game, it will be a tactics game. And that's part of the reason why I feel like Joss Sawyer is working on Pillars 3, because originally he said he would only do Pillars 3 if he got a BG3 level budget. But then he also switched and said, hey, I really enjoy that tactics system and style. And people took it as he kind of wants to take Pillars in that direction. And I think making an incredible tactics game that looks better and feels better than anything we've seen before is probably significantly cheaper than trying to make a Pillars version of Baldur's Gate 3. And I think that's what we're about to get. So we'll see. What up, Johnny? Appreciate you tuning in from work, dude. What up, Buck? The SC system holds BG3 back massively. Neverwinter Nights 3.5 has way more options for everything. See, but that's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, as a player who's familiar with D&D, I 100% agree with you, and I prefer the wide variety of options I get in Neverwinter Nights. But the flip side of it is, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is significantly more welcoming for new players than Neverwinter Nights 2 is. I think if they had tried to take a Neverwinter Nights 2 system and put it to the game, it would have made players feel overwhelmed and like, hey, what am I supposed to choose? There's so much here, and would have been much more difficult for new players to feel like they understood what was happening and could reasonably play. Think they're dropping Pillars 3 and Avowed 2 at the same time? Nah, they're not gonna do it. In fact, Obsidian is on record that they really don't like the way last year worked out with them dropping Avowed, Grounded, and Outer Worlds all in the same year. They felt like that worked out very poorly for their studio, and that it's much better if they're able to just focus on specific releases. So I seriously doubt they're gonna do something like that again. If they did, it would have to be like Avowed 2 dropping at the beginning of the year and Pillars 3 dropping at the end of the year. I hope we're the same person in Pillars 3. Gotta be. I doubt they would switch it up right at the end. Pillars should be a CRPG, and if they make it Avowed 2, let Avowed remain an action RPG. We'll see. Is Greedfall 2.1.0 on Steam? Joe takes the early access. So the Steam version, if you purchased it, Monkey, is coming out in about 5 minutes on Steam. I think depending on what version you purchase. So like some people are getting full access today, and then other people are getting full access on the 12th. All right, let me focus on this game because we are still in character creation. And I know some of you sitting around like, I came here to watch a Greedfall the Dying World stream, and you all keep talking about Pillars of Eternity and tactics games and Three Houses. I'm so sorry. I'm being a poor host, getting wrapped up in the conversations my community puts up. Let's get to it. So I've already went through character creation. You all saw what's available there. There's a few bells and whistles, but I don't think it's really all that crazy, but I'm good with it. Now we're at skills, which lets you pick from a group of different skill trees. Now, this is a change from the original Greedfall, where you basically had, I think, 3, maybe 4 skill trees that you could choose from, and they kind of all mixed in different types of abilities. With this, there are skill trees that are basically for specific playstyles. So Path of Protection is basically all about being a tank. You will get a stance that decreases the damage you take, but also decreases how much damage you can deal. You're going to get a taunt, you get extra armor, you get abilities that'll let you heal yourself and bring back your armor, things of that nature, right? Weapons of War is all about being able to use axes and maces, and the advantage of that is you get a lot of knockdown abilities that, and some of them work in a cone, so you can knock down like 3 or 4 enemies at the same time. Very, very cool. Now, you can mix and match different skill trees together. So for example, I have Path of Protection, which you would associate with a tank. If you wanted to, you could match that with a skill tree for bows. So you could be someone who operates at range, but at the same time is very tanky in the event an enemy tries to come up within melee range. Now, the advantage of bows is it's very, very easy to apply poison and burn to enemies. And you're going to get a bunch of abilities that'll basically interact with those specific statuses. So if you love being able to use damage over time effects, bows is going to be really nice for you. Now, you also have the ability to use tier for D bracelets. There's 2 versions of magic in this game. You've either got the tier for D magic or you've got the Theleme magic. You don't get Theleme at the very beginning. You have to have a companion teach that to you. In my opinion, tier for D makes you the most powerful healer in the game, but that's of limited usefulness because I don't think this is the type of game where you really want to focus on healing. I think you need someone focused on tanking, and then everybody else should be focused on damage, and then just figure out how to heal during those few times when they need to, because you should be using tactics that limit how much healing you have to do. I know, right, Matt? Interacting with chat? Oh, the horror. If you can, I'd spec guns. In my opinion, we'll talk about it a bit. Oh, in fact, no, we won't. You don't get guns right at the beginning. But in my opinion, rifles are the most powerful skill tree in the entire game because they strip off enemy shielding, and they have multiple attacks that will damage and in fact burn multiple enemies at the same time. So I mentioned bows are great for burning and poisoning enemies, but the majority of your abilities are single targets. So you get the only thing that you get that attacks multiple people is right at the end. You get rain of arrows, and that doesn't deal a specific damage over time effect, whereas rifles get an area of effect that will actually deal burn to all enemies. Very, very powerful stuff. All right, Obsidian Warrior gives you access to fencing weapons. Fencing weapons are useful if you want to use a saber, a long sword, a two-handed long sword, or a regular sword. This is all about being a duelist. So you want to go one-on-one with people, and you're going to be able to put intangibility on yourself, which is going to increase your dodge chance by 20%. Now, keep in mind, it's saying select a character profile, and it's showing you 2 skill trees, but as soon as we get into the game, all of the skill trees that you see will be available to me. So at first you just say, hey, these are the skill trees that I want, but long term you're going to see the entire list. Paths of Destruction is for any character who wants to focus on damage. So you're going to be able to deal 10% more damage, and you're going to have 10% more crit chance, but it's also going to increase the damage you receive by 15%. So controlling the front line is extremely important in this game. You really want to make sure that enemies are not able to just overrun your front line and get to the back line, because they will immediately start doing things like knockdown to disable your archers and your rangers and the people who really are built to deal more damage and take those enemies out. So you want to have at least one character who's equipped with hopefully a couple of different ways to taunt and can really help to ensure those types of things don't happen. Yeah, I thought this was America. Yeah, you learn guns later. It takes about 10 to maybe 15 hours to get to the point where you have access to guns in this game. Paths of Charity is if you want to focus on healing and buffing. So again, I don't think that focusing on healing hardcore really makes sense or is really necessary, but there are some companions you get where it does make sense just because the healing stance you get decreases the recovery time, not only for healing skills, but also for favor, which is essentially buffs, and support skills by 30%. And some of your companions have really, really powerful buffs that you'll want them to be able to cycle through on a regular basis. And for that reason, you might want to have them set up with Paths of Charity. But I would say your main character, you probably don't want to do this. And I think that's all the options you get up front. So I am going to play as a damage dealer for sure. So I'm going to go with Paths of Destruction and Bows. And tab next. Okay, attributes. So each attribute is going to increase your damage with specific weapons. So for example, with strength, you get more damage when you're using maces or axes or long swords or two-handed long swords. It also increases your crit damage. It also increases your resistance to a particular scourge. Scourge are debuffs. Resistance means that debuff will last for less amount of time on you than what it usually would. And weakness reduces your damage by 25% and slows your character. So if you are a strength-based character, it's very difficult for enemies to reduce your damage or slow you down. Very useful. Now, you're also going to get one affinity for each attribute. Affinity means the exact opposite. It's going to apply to a favor, which is basically a buff, and it's going to make that buff last longer for you than it would for your other companions. So in this particular case, strength-based characters get to have power for a longer period of time, and that increases their damage by 25%. So I'm going to be focusing on bows, and so consequently I'm going to want as much perception as possible. So perception will increase my damage with bows, increase my crit chance, and increase my resistance to being marked. Marked increases the damage you take by 25%, and it also is going to increase my affinity for retaliation. Retaliation causes 20% of the damage that is done to you to be returned to your attacker. So if retaliation is placed on me, I'm really, really good at using it. Now, there is a limit to how high your skills, your attributes can be taken while you're leveling through the game. I don't understand how this works, but I guess there's only a certain amount above your level that they will let you raise an attribute. The max your attribute could be is 20. You could get a little bit beyond 20 with your gear, like maybe you have a couple of points of perception from your gear, so it'll be a rank of 22 instead of just 20. But 20 for the most part is the max. You get enough attribute points where you can max out 3. So I recommend for all characters you choose one of these first 4, because each of these corresponds with a particular weapon, and then everybody's going to want to max out endurance to get more health and resistance to damage over time effects, along with affinity to toughness, which reduces the damage done to you by 25%. And you're going to want to max out focus, because that determines how many action points you have, and it reduces your recovery time, and it gives you more affinity to rage. Rage increases your crit chance by 50%, but when rage ends, you become weakened, which means you deal 25% less damage, but even more importantly, you're slowed, which means, and this is on even when combat ends, so there's a brief period after combat where you're kind of walking slowly, and it kind of hinders you from being able to get to your next destination. Something to keep in mind. What's up, Terrell? How are you, man? Yep, no problem, dude. No problem. Does this game have skill alters like the first one? No. Nope, the skills are the skills, but you get more than enough skills to almost max out 3 trees. So I recommend for most of the game, you focus on 2 trees, and then at the end, you can try to put points into a third tree specifically for what you want to help your build. What's up, Paul? You not only can drop stats to 3, I recommend that you do. I recommend that you focus specifically on these 3 attributes and only put points in the other ones and when these are maxed. Because having low ranks in this doesn't really help you. It's not like D&D where a 14 in dexterity is going to do a lot for you. Like, no, you really want to max out these areas that help you. Actually, no, Billy. Greedfall is extremely stories focused. It's not more focused on combat. I've never played that game, Excelsior. Dequanicus, I'm not sure if 1.0 is live now. It's past 11, so I believe it should be on Steam. All right, focus. Oh, you get more action points with focus every 3 levels. So I try. Oh, but you know what the max is? The max is 8. So you know what? I will just go ahead and put this here. Okay, and then finish. And you cannot alter your character's appearance, but you can respec all of your skill and attribute points and your talent points, which we'll look at in just a bit.
Why have you been drawing all these sketches?
So that your island can be appreciated by the rest of the world. Everything is new for us here. We have so much to learn, and who knows, the flora of your country could very well save mine.
Save it from this sickness you told me about.
The Malachor, yes. This is what I hope, in any case. It's taken so many lives back home. I do hope we haven't brought it here, too. I heard there were some sick people in the village. Let's talk about something else. This is the big day, is it not?
Yes. Today is the day Nilan and I begin our initiation.
Ah, I thought as much when I saw that strange woman appear in the village. Congratulations, you must... your mother approaches and she doesn't seem too pleased to see you with me.
Frafindem o'i raugum tokas arrynnoig se. Adifen, caholea siart kids quesa pwysig ac daregu sagan ediesa. Adveld ole seneded. Toig mend minan veluded.
Halifax, you don't pick a class. You could pick 2 skill trees up front, but honestly, you have access to all of the skill trees. So this is a game where you can mix and match or go in a specific direction if that's what you choose. I am going to be a damage focused character. So at first I'm going to have bows, and then later on in the game, once I learn them, I'm going to be using rifles. Thanks, Strick. Glad you enjoyed the interview, dude. Oh, enhanced your confidence? That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, Leth, 50 minutes finally got out of character creation. Oh, it's on an hour work? Awesome. Pay so to invent languages for this? I believe so, Godzilla. I think it was something that was important to them. And if I recall correctly, even in Greedfall 1, the tier for D tribes, they could speak their own language.
Riaidam everach avatir. Radit gamagarantam no.
Navrek da gomorosi nes valem. Ad gailu dadem eschredas donegad sadiu.
Fravind avatir. Radidu dadem riaidam everach.
Ma, de vrek dat harus. Tage to kata garantam.
Shouldn't you get going? I don't wish to be the cause of you getting in trouble with your mother.
What's up, Tia? Glad I was able to stream as well. Oh, upgrade delayed, Lennon. Sorry to hear that. Good things are worth waiting for, though.
Tell me about your people. The Lions.
It is funny that you call us lions. Because that symbol actually comes from a different nation than the one I call home. The coat of arms you're familiar with belongs to the Bridge Alliance, and it uses symbols from each of the peoples that make up the Alliance. The lion is on the Mosinian coat of arms, but the Sinopol, another name for green, and the gold come from my nation, Taimia, and the azure from Thraxis. The three nations who make up the Alliance are very different, but they have a common interest in fighting the same enemies. They fight side by side, sharing ideas, research, and goods. To the outside world, they are seen as a single people. But believe me, Morsinis are nothing like the scholars of Timea or the boyars of Thraxis.
So I really like the way this game sets up this lore dump. You have the option of just skipping this, right, and going to see your mentor and allowing this information to come to you in other ways, or you could go ahead and accept the lore dump and decide, hey, I want to learn about all these different places, or frankly, if you played the first Greedfall, it's reminding you about all these different places you are already familiar with. I think that's a really nice balance where people who love that type of information like me could go ahead and get it, but people are like, nah, this is too much right up front. They could go ahead and just go about their day. Works very, very nice. What up, JC? This game does have character creation. Well, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I try to make the interviews engaging for you all. Let's see.
What brought you to Tir Fradi?
It is a long story. For a time, I was no more than an armchair scientist. That's what we call naturalists and cartographers, whose work is based solely on the accounts of other people. I read travel memoirs written by others and studied plants brought back from other people's travels without ever leaving the comfort of my university. I had more adventurous friends who ventured across the seas and traveled through enemy lands to bring home knowledge. But I found it inessential. I thought they were taking nonsensical and unnecessary risks. With age, I've come to the realization that I've made some terrible mistakes by relying solely on other people's experiences. So when I heard about Tir Fradi, this famous promised land, I wanted to see it for myself.
Don't do that, Harold. It's not that bad. It's just a tattoo. It is not the same as those spores from Avowed, which I couldn't stand personally. What's up, Fiddlers?
What's so special about the illness you told me about?
It's a disease we didn't know anything about. It wasn't mentioned in any of our ancient books. Seemingly overnight, hundreds of people all over the continent were stricken. Then thousands. All those who catch it lose their eyesight. Then their blood becomes black and thick. Eventually, they have to be locked up because they go mad and become violent. And then they die. In some cities, entire neighborhoods have been deserted, with the doors boarded up from the outside. Everyone has lost at least one relative. We must find a cure, or our civilizations will disappear.
Nah, he's not Matt Mercer, but I don't blame you for saying that because Matt Mercer is in every damn thing. D, you say you're torn, you want to pre-order, but with Nakon's insolvency, you're afraid there'll be no post support. I think that's a real concern. And I do feel like it's in Nakon's interest to put out something that says, okay, what's going to happen with this game after launch, considering their insolvency state. I can tell you that I did a full playthrough of the game and I only ran into one issue that really like harmed my ability to get through the game. Like towards the very end, in the last couple of hours, I started experiencing extremely long loading screens that delayed me being able to move on from scene to scene, or from loading to loading rather. So like it was fine while the game was actually playing, but if I needed to specifically get back onto my ship or leave my ship to go somewhere, that's when I would get a very long loading screen. Other than that, there are a bunch of like small bugs, graphical errors, things of that nature that I saw, but nothing that prevented me from completing quests or stopped me from enjoying the game. And so I do think some support and additional updates are needed, but it's not like the game is in a broken state, to be clear. And also note that the version of the game that I got is not the version of the game that's being released to the public, because they were continuing to make updates and things of that nature. And I sent the dev my save file and my diagnostics file so that they can investigate why I was experiencing that issue. So whatever I experienced might also be fixed when the full game releases as well. I don't know. But I say all that to say, like, I feel like the game is already playable and enjoyable, but I definitely don't behoove anybody who says I really want to know whether or not there's going to be post-game support before I purchase it. So hopefully we get a direct answer soon. Give this game a shot. Never heard of this series. JC, I really enjoyed Greedfall 1, but I also felt like it didn't seem quite complete, right? I felt like it needed more. This game feels complete to me. I do have issues with it and things that I feel like should be better, and I'll definitely talk about that in my review, but it feels like a full experience, and I definitely appreciate that.
You mentioned your country, Twania. What can you tell
What's
me?
up, Sir Pharaoh? What's going on,
Compared
Lars?
to your island,
I hope you enjoy the game when you get
a
it.
country with no large forests like you have here. But our stone is rich in minerals. We have sprawling, beautiful cities, as well as small fishing, mining, farming villages. Above all, it is a land of scholars, where science is celebrated and honored. It is governed by an assembly of wise men we call Sopharks, who are elected by each region for their great knowledge. I could explain our political system in detail, but frankly, it's rather complex and very different from yours.
The ship just allows you to travel and it gives you a merchant spot. You also have to be on your ship or in your camp if you want to respec your character. And it's the main place where you can talk with companions to get their quest or get more information from them. But you do not upgrade your ship. You do not drive the ship yourself or anything like that. No problem, Tia. Absolutely. My pleasure.
You mentioned another people of the Alliance. Thraxis?
Thraxis is a vast territory that became a nation fairly recently. My country even tried to conquer it at one point. It must be said that for centuries, their chiefs did nothing but fight amongst themselves. Actually, it was the attack by my nation that pushed them to rally against a common enemy and ultimately forged them into a nation. They are formidable horsemen, and their cavalry is a major asset in the war against Deleme and the Empire. They are coarse and unscientific, but without them, we'd probably have ended up bending the knee to our enemies.
What is Morsinia?
It is an ancient island nation to the far north of the continent, with a climate similar to yours. They are more isolated and protected from the Empire and Teleme, though part of their population adheres to a similar religion. However, they decided to join the Alliance to safeguard their independence and religious difference from their neighbors' proselytizing zeal. They are normally ruled by a queen, but they have an assembly of nobles and representatives of cities who advise her and make the laws. They are a refined, cultured people, and their science is admirable, but they're rather haughty.
Awesome. So that tells you about some of the various nations we're going to be interacting with.
Yes, I wouldn't want Minan to regret letting me stay here. Come and see me again when you can.
What up, Jacob? All right, so we got that first introduction to what are some of the nations we're going to be introduced to. Let's go back here. So I chose pass. This is one of the things I don't like about the game. So as I mentioned, you get access to all the skill trees, right? But you can't choose what order these trees are in. The entire game is going to be in the same order. And I want to play with Paths of Destruction, which is for damage-oriented characters. And then I want to play with bows because I'm going to be using bows. This means that every single time I want to upgrade skill log bows, I have to navigate all the way over here through a bunch of trees that I don't care about and I'm never going to put points in. I wish there was another way. But it starts you off with the stance that I mentioned before, and then I'm also going to have reinforcement. So this lets me give power to myself, increasing my damage by 25%. This will be cool at the beginning of the game, but later on, I'm going to have much better ways to give myself power, and I'm probably going to respec out of that. And then I start with power shot. Very, very important skill for me. It's going to allow me to inflict 500% of my physical damage, and I'm going to break an enemy shield. So if we go to equipment, you have armor, which determines how much physical damage reduction you have. So every 10 points of armor gives you 1% of physical damage reduction. Now every 50 armor, you're going to get half a shield, and you'll see when we get into combat, there'll be shields above my health bar that basically represent how much damage reduction I currently have. So the max is 80%. So basically you want your tank to get somewhere around 800 armor, and then they have the maximum amount of physical damage reduction. Now this does nothing to reduce the damage from magic unless you also have magical deflection, which was basically almost like temporary health that sits in front of your health bar. As long as you have magical deflection, your physical damage reduction will also count as damage reduction for magic. So basically all of these stats kind of work together to decide how impervious you are to damage. So in combat, the first order of the day is to remove those shields from enemies so that they are more susceptible to damage from the entire team. Arrows are okay at that. Rifles are incredible at that. Now we also have talents. Do companions also suffer from this? What do you mean, suffer from what? I think it was the hunter one. Yeah. I chose the one that matched damage and bows, so it was the hunter option. So you also have talents, and these are what we would usually call skills in like a D&D or Pathfinder type game. But you got craftsmanship that allows you to create your own gear. Survival lets you recognize footprints or things in the environment. Really, it works like perception does in most games. Diplomacy works the way you think it does, gives you special dialogue options. Stealth, there are a lot of areas in this game that are restricted, and so you have to kind of sneak through them to get around some of the different enemies. Some of those enemies are just technically guys doing their job, and so you'll come into a restricted area and one of your companions will say, hey, these are members from the Bridge Alliance. I'm part of the Bridge Alliance. I would prefer not to have to kill these guys, right? And so you might make a decision that you want to stealth around them instead of taking them out. Stealth is going to allow you to do that. It'll also allow you to wear disguises. So there are some stealth sections that allow you to sneak easier if you have a specific disguise, because the enemies are less likely to even notice you. So there are some areas where they would expect to see a doctor. So if you're wearing a doctor disguise, it'll take longer for them to notice you. You still have to sneak. So it's not like Hitman where you can put on a disguise and then just walk around, but it's going to make it even easier for you to stealth around if that's important to you. Alchemy allows you to make your own potions, grenades, and powders, and some of them can have really, really powerful effects. And then finally, mechanisms allows you to open locked chests and doors and pick up traps. My opinion, the two talents that are most important are diplomacy, because diplomacy can have a big impact on your story. Sometimes the only way to get the outcome that you want is to be able to convince a person to do it the way you want them to. And I think craftsmanship is extremely important, because at least the version of the game that I have, the game does not do a good job of consistently giving you equipment that is at your level. And so you can end up in a situation where you're level 20 and you're stuck with a whole bunch of level 4 and level 8 gear. Craftsmanship helps to ensure that you're always using gear, or that at least you're consistently using gear that is appropriate for your level. And so for that reason, I consider it really nice. This game is clearly really set up for you to respec multiple times. Again, there are some skill trees you don't get until later on in the game, so you can purchase memory stones that allow you to respec your skills, attributes, and talents. And so I might play as a way where actually I'm focused on diplomacy, but periodically I respec and max out craftsmanship, create gear for my entire party, and then respec back to get my points back into the diplomacy. And that's the main skill I'll be focusing on while we are exploring. Are you feeling greedy? What up, Sunlight? How are you, man? What's up, Planetary? What's good? How do you use a respec phone? When you get access to your ship, you can purchase a stone. And you could actually, now that I think about it, it's not even access to your ship. You can purchase a stone from vendors in general. So I might even be able to get one now. Should have picked a different job, scrub. Didn't know Greedfall was out. What's up, Shatterstar? I like it. I think it's really cool. I have some issues with it, so everything's not perfect, but overall, I'm definitely enjoying my time with it.
Sela heda, vorkento flan sabrichtom nuidom.
Nasmewinem vorken sindad da arsisau da garantamen. Na frichti korte sonegad.
Smein em fravind, velolto, et ja es cor da sonegad. Ariden ger, esto es sa.
Diwa daralwi samel sin aniloin. Tegets dailu mali minen kasin.
Ja. Es du gement radidau de heden madia taureb nei soglendi.
Fravins em frank de dierna an hevigem. Butech ach, mavridan deot nes sed mat. Smeuin quisem se cavinanem samel nes diernam toflanem.
Es do ugesin, em navregen komarosi dwint. Tegedem.
Nilan is a very, very interesting character. I'm curious how people are going to feel about him in the full when they get their hands on the game. I'm going to talk about him more in the review. What makes you less murder hobo-y in games where you have multiplayer or tabletop? 3.
Estrahan veresagto. Radidendam sachen diagam da windluchton.
Cair? Adadordam se yagas radai deragach. Naistalemi, a conveni frasi? Es radador naik se yam linguides beyen mished daen?
Ja esa radidau no combenda quena sequena. Voken quis a jechtam da jungari vigi.
Das echter me im voglendne is junga de la renoixa. Sag broig de neis luchton ja is ten. Qui fravind ma berden varsa ten yasim miklodaik dequels.
Madits danida vuxanti, adier, naval, adier, nahar, o radida der mens veludeis.
Estechem da gomfrangide da dierna. Es menilanem, agesines fridenem ger. Es nie voglendaiga.
Nilan. Es dechem dam kasin. Es meshedam.
What's up, Trickster? They're tier for D, so they speak the unique language that was made for the game.
Credo, anilain, evoglendaik. Sago es esa. Si arula mai aidam. Etusidame sara dido, evarach, avinain. Confrangdis. Yani ruse maledi. Quanto rebadari malaredao a yoenga.
The studio is French, so I assume there are some elements of French in the language, but I don't know that for sure.
Na mem ever me armantiam sam pisu roixam.
Sage sam. Rense danie dechem farwedi, daher camem farvoglendi. Voglendis desases redis ed jaes radei emesto. Kiden donegada shantamen lag obledenen. Es radei emadraig quahi luchton ten. Nasordis da doiga araigidem. Bad oleg loen de farwedi duis a magenta.
Qua avalem sega doflein. Quae dem fleidas da susudi esin nes luchtemen jaquensent. Esca oversheda a sonea joam.
Sounds a lot more Italian than French. Gibberish. So it's interesting reflecting on this initial portion after having played through the full game, because I know it kind of feels weird right now, but I think one of the interesting things is in this first 10 hours that you spend on Tier 4D, you hear your language everywhere. You hear your language constantly, especially when you're talking to your people. And then you almost never hear it once the story advances. And so I think it almost adds to that feeling of displacement, of being around people who are not really familiar with you, not of your tribe, not of your culture. So it's an interesting artistic choice. For to cut loose and terrorize the countryside. Sounds like you're a good player to be on a game with, Reed. What's up, Jacob? I don't hear any Frenchisms. Okay, so it might not be then. What's going on, Coyota? Is the full game available now on Steam? I believe it's supposed to be available. Still looks like it says early access, so I know it officially comes out of early access on the 12th, but I think there are some people who were supposed to get access to the game today. Depending on, I don't know what platform or which version you purchased. I'm not sure how that works. What is that name? What does that word mean? I hear that word. They use that word all the time, and I keep forgetting to look that up, Let. Regnese. What does that mean?
Manas tanguas rid. Quae vred radi descavevam.
Samo radi tu quis. Nakoidem manteam samada cavernoxa. Lientara orgi. Neis hense. A contagidem es anaogi maragdent. Sagnaole. Credemes quinta agenta leis rog. Care de siendo venemen.
Foreigner.
Ages abimelam vas. Andevarsem. Evernoixio voglendi en michedni. Ami frogus moin vedere.
So, for those who are not aware, Mev, the character who just walked out, who said she's going to train us, she was in the first Greedfall game, but we meet her years after these developments when Tier 4D is already being overrun by imperialists, and she's extremely hostile towards the player because we come essentially representing the imperialists. Whereas here, we're part of her culture. She sees us, she's more of a mentor. She sees us as someone that she's supposed to care for. So even though she's also in this game, we have a completely different relationship with her than what we had in the first game. I remember my feeling about Greedfall. I don't remember the specifics very well, like specific characters who were in there and callbacks that may be in this game to that first game. So if you all played Greedfall and you see something that seems familiar, by all means, call it out. Can you summarize the concept because the part is so tall? Oh, good question. Good call out, Sunlight. One moment. Here, one second. Let me move that. So yeah, sorry you all. I didn't realize that my camera was blocking some of the subtitles. To summarize up to this point, what they're basically saying is I am supposed to become a sage of the clan, and there's a ritual that I'm going to need to do in order to accomplish that. And the leaders here are going to help guide me to be able to complete that ritual today. And so Mev is going to give me some training. And then he just also mentioned that Mev is not a fan of the foreigner, Folkar, the guy that I spoke to at the beginning when I was at character creation. The rest of the tribe, or some members of the tribe, do not like him because they see him as associated with the enemy. And so he's asking, how do I feel about him? One of the players cast Power World Kill. Ooh, that's crazy. Doesn't this take place before the first game? Yes, it takes place 3 years before the first game. So that's probably the reason why Mev is not necessarily like hardened against the imperialists yet. She doesn't really realize who these people are yet, but she soon will. All right, confirm that he is a friend.
Ja es furcan carantam, en vaiert de cadide amice, el vogle in de marace.
Vorken dada dovarlegu und comfarueda. Na smeu in emesfir da vregu sin da sonegat.
Vorkend dan da duvarlegu es vir. Asmeu in emes fuladem buda ad aberrag da nees luchton.
Ad Loreto, crimo derit ma vanteama, la linguident on a drog beesa.
Once we get out of this conversation, Sylv, I'll look into the settings and see if a subtitle background is possible.
Quid fravins mador ke hediernam havail.
Fravin del Samel si gusudue, arole sonegada a heneseis, Samel etienem hach gedactas. Es crimo derek seva now ka ehenisam, des mare sevis, ag find enon mil fictaman, ad ranon, moiole hoila. Marca seviem si es na fravind marag, nama emsede vixar hirem. Sageras de enclostedas, o sie hade segama va heleg suisi.
What's up, Lorez? It does have English voice acting, but not with members of your clan. Members of your clan speak in their native language. We'll quickly run into other people. In fact, at the beginning, when we were at character creation, we spoke with a person who was speaking English. So you start out with someone who's speaking English, but now I'm speaking with members of my tribe.
Quid bud ededmad jam bud radai dale dach?
Na fravin de novege, es runam donegade, sag voglendade, ed an denachtem, laua, sed me van atoflanem, anondagam qual sheid, fledade. Echred neis sonigad sen. Ages olod moi crimoderega gam de hen on miu frictimen. Tege dad ni mag. Ages rade de gedo. Donegadaman. Da halini arino.
James, what was so great about Technomancer?
Esamemem com frange medierna.
Farea dis adiuem disima. Encar sed, e corei cam davani legiside ad echte gledan.
Alochedar, avoel. Vregame soleda hadesia quel shedemene vigi.
Awesome. All right. So you do have a tracking of you can use if you want to outline specific things you want to pick up. I'm personally not a fan of that. Ever since the Arkham series, I've come to not particularly appreciate detective mode in games, but it's there. Let's see. We also need to do some training, and you know what? I think I'll head straight for that. Oh, you know, before I forget, hold on. So let's see. Do they have accessibility specifically? They do not. Control options. What's game? Text language is English. Camera effects, tutorials, interface, subtitles. Yes. Tier for display subtitles in tier for DN. No. So subtitle background. Yes. Here we go. And save and quit. Let's see if that gives you what you're looking for. So I'm Lonesome. How you tolerate it thus far? I am enjoying it. I'm having a good time with it, man. Having a good time with it.
Na envert car irda elu enen vigem sarenoixe.
That's all it does.
Mad. Estogem radid minan. Disam gaidam en lamen e cam ferta voglendi.
Ja, adierna.
Velmu kagiden kodnade to seis. Nameundum ad nueri tortesia marauto.
Basic attack, your only free skill. So when you run out of action points, you use your basic attack to give yourself more action points. Use it on auto attack target and your character will automatically continue to use this attack. Yeah, so I have auto attack turned on in settings, which means I only need to click this guy once and then I'll just keep attacking him with my basic attack. So how best everyone predicted it to be, or too soon to tell? I don't think so I've actually already played through it. I got an early access key from Nacon. I don't think it's a hot mess. I think I had a lot of fun with the game, and I think it actually absolutely has some good points. I do think it needs some support. At least the version I had, there was definitely some bugs and issues and things that needed to be cleared up. Nothing for the most part that actually stopped my playthrough though. So I think the questions that people have been asking as far as will this game have post-launch support are legit, but it's not by a disaster by any means, at least as far as what I experienced. I didn't play it on console. I only played it on PC, and I had a really, really good time with it. Technomaster had a huge reveal about the setting that you'd like to see resolved. Oh, so it's the story elements that you want to see followed up on, James. That makes sense. All right, you can now use, knock down or throw your enemies, skills, each skills recovery time. We already talked about that. So see that he's got half the shield up. He did have 2.5 shields, but I just used power shot, which takes a shield away. And so you want to take shields away first, and then they're fully susceptible to whatever damage you want to deal. And there we go. No. It's getting bad reviews? That's interesting, Doctor. I'll have to check out the reviews. I enjoyed it, but I'll be interested to find out what people disliked about it. Yeah, I have the same question itself. What are the reviews saying? Yep, my pleasure, Lonesome. There we go. Shields. Are they being completely shut down or more of destruction of debt? It's not clear, Sunlight. They've just officially declared that they are insolvent. My understanding is that in France, declaring yourself insolvent is more serious than it is even in the United States. In the United States, you can declare yourself as insolvent, but that does not equal bankruptcy. And you still have the opportunity to figure out how you're going to deal with your debt without the courts necessarily coming in and tearing everything apart and dictating things to you. Whereas from what I've been told, in France, if you declare yourself as insolvent, that immediately means the courts getting involved, and there are legal ramifications for that. So it's not clear yet what is going to happen to Nacon and frankly Spiders as a result of this insolvency being declared. Yep, I already told you about all that. Destroy the shields. There we go. Eurojank usually does a review well. True. I can think of a dozen Eurojank titles that I love, but reviewers didn't. They are saying buggy and boring. I don't agree that it's boring. There are aspects of it that is buggy for sure. Like I said before, I think it does need post-launch support. But again, it's not crazy bugs that stop you from being able to play the game or that even seriously hamper the game. But it's like things you always notice. Like you'll be on your ship and you'll come over to see a companion and their hat and their hair will all of a sudden be missing and they'll be bald headed. You know, it's like stuff like that. Or there was a couple of times where I went over to see companions and like the body was missing and you only saw a head. You know, so like graphical errors, issues like that that impact that you see and you're like, that's a bug. And so it gives that feeling of this game needs more support, it needs to be updated, but it's not something that halts your playthrough, right? Like I load into the next area, the graphical bug is cleared and I keep moving with my day. There was only a couple of things that happened where I was really like, all right, this is bad. There was one time where there was a bug that prevented me from completing a quest in the way that I wanted to. It didn't stop me from finishing the quest period, but basically you had two different options as far as what you wanted to do with a person, and I couldn't do it this one option because the scene wouldn't pop up when I reached the area. So that was obviously annoying. I had to go with the other option, which was not my personal preference. The other one was, I mentioned before, when I got to the last like 3 or 4 hours of the game, I started experiencing extremely long loading screens, which was odd because it wasn't like there was a buildup. It wasn't like Unity games where, you know, the more you play it, it seems like the longer the loading screens become. It wasn't like that. It seemed like just all of a sudden the loading screens took an exorbitantly long amount of time, like literally sitting around 10 minutes waiting for a screen to come up, to the point where I frankly almost didn't finish the game. That was definitely impactful, and I'm going to talk about that in my review, but I'm also not sure that that's going to be an issue for players when they get the full release of the game. So we'll see, but I definitely didn't feel like it was boring. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed the writing. I enjoyed the characters. I enjoyed the arc that we went through, and so I felt like all of that was engaging. In my opinion, Lonesome, the world building and atmosphere is good. Yeah, those are definitely solid points of Greedfall 1, and I would say that they still remain strong in the second game, in my opinion. And wait, when you say, Doctor, when you say the reviews are bad, are you referring to the Steam reviews that have been out for like months for early access, or are you referring to new reviews that just came out today? She is a warrior. Yep. All right. So, tactical control. Yep. So, I am now in the tactical camera. So, you have two options. You could go real time with pause, or you can use the tactical camera. I personally prefer the tactics camera, and I almost play this game like a real time strategy game, to be honest with you. So, ooh, she doesn't have taunt. That's not good. All right. So I could go to real time the way you've been seeing before, or you also have the option of pressing shift, and then the action continues in your tactical camera. And that's the way actually I prefer to play the game, because anytime I want to, I can pause and I can assess what's happening and make a decision about what I want to do next. And I find that to be very beneficial. What's going on, Mental? How are you, dude? And you heavy damaging in. There we go. Now you go ahead and heal her, and you go ahead. Ooh, actually, no. Let's focus on the one we can hit easier. And in fact, after you get through with her, go ahead and attack her. And there you go. No more shields for you. Damn, she is going through it. Notice my companions for right now are not autonomous. So if I had them on autonomous, they would be healing on their own and doing some other things on their own. Speaking of which, that's why she keeps getting knocked around, because I'm not doing anything to help her. I need to be doing some of this myself. My bad. I am so sorry, darling. I screwed that up. There we go. Now he's getting destroyed properly. Beautiful. Upgraded Metacritic.
Kagaishedonen Vlaman. Ami frogu. Estradees nama relusem da huisradachtam. Dayam vregames tulanem no. Quedes donegada.
So here, now you got me curious, Doctor. 1 second, y'all. Let's see. What is Metacritic? Greedfall, the dying world. Are they using new reviews or old? March 10th, March 10th, March 10th. Okay, so it looks like they're doing this based on more recent reviews. So I'm curious. Checkpoint. Quite a lot. However, I recognize it won't be for everyone. 70, 70. I think 70 is a fair score, to be honest. It's aimed at more old. See, this game is aimed at more old school role players out there. If you remember and love KOTOR and Origins, then you'll probably like Greedfall: The Dying World. That's me. That's me. Makes it tend to be a squash by the C5, but it gets muddled in its own politics and bogged down by too many clashing systems. Why do you say bogged down in its politics? I have some issues with its politics, but I wonder if my issues would be the same as theirs. Could have been a triumphant start for a setting while offering a trek. Fortunately, fails to deliver either an engaging strategic challenge or narrative that competently handles the difficult themes it wants to explore. Interesting. I wonder if some of these other people feel the same way that I do. So I really love that this game decides to tackle challenging subjects, right? Like you are captured, basically brought into slavery along with a lot of other members of your tribe, and it deals a lot with slavery, imperialism, being stranded and forced to assimilate into a completely different culture, right? And how a lot of people will look at this and say it's evil, it's terrible, we shouldn't be doing it, but at the same time they feel powerless to stop the system. Even people who are technically in charge of the system and at the top of the system. And so all of that creates the foundation for some really, really interesting storytelling and viewpoints and perspectives you usually do not hear in games. And so I appreciate that Spiders was willing to go places that I feel like most devs are not willing to go. The problem for me is I don't feel like the player is given enough agency to react to everything that's happening in a way that feels satisfying depending on the type of person you are. Like, you don't have the ability to be all out angry and vengeful about what has occurred. You don't really have the ability to say, you have come to our land, stolen our people, enslaved them, dismembered them, done all these horrible things to them, and for that I'm going to make all of you pay. You can't really play as that type of person. You have to be this guy who's kind of more well-adjusted and kind of just takes a step back and says, well, how can we deal with this one specific general who's really doing a lot of crazy stuff to us, and it doesn't really address what's happening with Tier 4D and what's happening with the people who have been taking on any sort of broad scale. Like, you're not really challenging the system, right? And so I feel like because of the way this game positions itself, that weakens things to some degree. But everybody is not going to agree with that, right? Some people are going to play through it and say, no, the choices that he makes and the things you get involved with, I feel like it's exactly what he should be doing. It's exactly right. And so I think there's going to be an interesting dialogue there. I'm definitely going to be curious to read some of the other reviews. This character giving me tribal Joker vibes. That's an interesting way to describe Bev. Let's see. Reply that they are protectors of nature.
Es vogeloiga betus. Es radai dwinta ogel de tale mi nees heneseis.
Es vir. Sag vregen da wind koream. Da wind luchtum. Monesained nees wisvarnes luchtomanes direm. Es caer en jam vogelade. De mi vrang jemesin. Clos due quiedon tiri. Avel du colli lagachtas re antamen lag.
Lemat, adnoedam dau tortendis. Esrade amaroigade, etenaisem de yam quent suis reena. Aragdis, ebunedem ayagam. Estortem al yam adnoedam, dam fis huis direm. En enegosom es siteneg. Sadiu est uvlerta viadidau ad luchtos. Asciende bivedemen. Argadis en albois yandawi. Milemen aberdis abiem varhas.
En velne dendere renoixa kaha ole de kad.
Clos dis me radidau cahuis valem. Vregdis suis vantem sies. Fravind ma his kenne.
Jo, sag ma elvelnedender. Quodes radeem vregar?
Bud radaiem for huelmes kassem farved folat. Reum den contortam neis luchtom.
Es fran de gadactam voquel aridenger. Mad. Tegadis noa gadregdis quantorebander satorten.
Beautiful. Thanks, Doctor. Yeah, they created their own language for this. Does she say anything else?
Adier nahar.
Auglandaiga. Aeda. Es ankenam da maured.
Atoya red star en ole genesem. Quetsiens radidau qui madar ke he indre doiga. Ja frang den var he henesem.
Boelaiona ikiden o frangden de lucht. I marees var neis en esem daos seg bledenen disin. En enie den quae glendam saer. Sag fosharedent kasen samel ten yasem. Using den tegan mar o lamkar gaidui kalem. Combenden frason. Matuisidend da qualui talemi en ole en yedem. An ole en yedem. Kun yeden en yedend. Quasiendi beta nas frus, ai sag tegedach. Da e corion, ja en yeden de sin. Es da sad boy en broig da suisigem. Mesem nas namaent. En yeden renoixa eil de en yedem sansier. An kenoiden di saulen laser si da linquidau de neisere sam. En on mil frichtemen. Orgen neis flegan, amaraden neis nadoiga, frangen ka eroila, alugeid blau, canui siedes, ane Amsterdam es atent, sac convenendi quenon casina qualendi talemem, es catasach miden samel enoila.
Yeah, so the game still isn't out of early access, Coyota? That's interesting. I thought I was seeing that. So I wonder if there's a delay. What's up, Ultron? The game, are you talking about for your personal character? Yeah, I don't think beards are a thing you can really add to your character. I think there are other tattoo options, though, more than what you had in early access.
Quetsiens radidau qui de he dead mad jam fregames da heschedach donegada.
Nas dead madia radider. Es dead madia.
What's up, walking dude? Hey, hope you enjoyed the Pillars of Eternity video, dude.
Runiged. Velde quedes et quante gedi hamster. Samoidwe. Is Amsterdam an duchtag. Nasan kenam da uvunom.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to streaming Pillars of Eternity again sometime soon. What's up, Corey? I agree. What tattoos are there are really nice.
Quedes ka ire nadoiga.
Esen nies ena olmanawi. Sinja nada nies en esema nies luchtum eva biem ser donegadi. Esen frichtum de en on mil frichtimen. En enig age aneman en yedi. Esent nes henegosom, a nies doige. Fandis en dolegar midam, Akardis and Samel Cardenes Dia.
Okay.
Es horadejem andrigem quaneis torten.
Beer tier sioleg.
The first game let you have beards. Well, remember the first game you were not playing as a member of Tier for D. You were playing as an imperialist. I don't think beards are a thing in Tier for D. I don't think anybody in your tribe has a beard. Okay, so I think you all have heard enough of the language. So moving forward for these combos, I'm going to skip through it so that we can start getting to the point that we're roaming out and about and getting into fights and all that good stuff.
Bear tirtomada senid.
Beer tirtomad.
Bit hard on the ear. Yeah, I'm gonna start skipping through it, Master. Game is not out until the 12th. Yeah, so I guess there's some confusion about that because some people felt like, in fact, hold on. Now I'm curious. Didn't they put out Greedfall, The Dying World? Yeah, that's a review I wanted to see, actually. Greedfall, The Dying World release. The early act, which includes the full version of the game, will be released on March 12th. But I swear for some people, it's the 10th. Wait, there's an early unlock. However, you want to start your journey early, there's an early unlock starting on March 10th. Why is this so zoomed in? Here we go. PC players, all Steam users, including current early access owners, get early access on March 10th. Console players who pre-purchased the digital deluxe edition. If you bought the physical deluxe edition, you have to wait until the 12th to access the game. So somebody asked about why they weren't getting their game. So you pre-purchased the game on Steam. So according to this, you should be getting access to it sometime today, but maybe it's just a little bit delayed. Maybe it was going to come out after 12 instead of after 11. Is there a date for the turn-based mode on Pillars 31? Nope, not yet, Lucas. All right.
Radid mev edier na ha.
Na fravin quad voglin said.
Okay, so we're asking her about the hunt. I'm going to start skipping forward. Life is disappearing from the forest. Somebody's taking animals. We've got to figure out why that is happening. They're not sure why. She sent out hunters. They haven't come back. We've got to find out where these hunters are. No problem. I'll take care of it. The 10th is for the deluxe edition. It's for the deluxe edition if you bought it on console. But if you bought it on Steam, you're supposed to get it today, regardless of what edition you purchased. Is Far Cry Primal the only other video game to have created a language? I don't think so, but I don't remember another game that's done it offhand. But I swear, Gothic. Gothic created a race for a language for the orcs, right? But I don't know. It gets old fat, right? Exactly. No problem, Ultron. I'm skipping it. I'm skipping it. Okay. Now, where are we? So we have not been there. This was where we trained. So this is where I want to go next. We just spoke with you. We came out of there. Then we could go back to Minan's house because I don't remember if we picked up everything that was in there. Usually it's about 1700 GMT in the UK where I'm at for release. Yep. No problem, man. No problem. He has some research notes. Anything else?
'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? 'Anything else? '
Na linquider da degedach qua essen.
So they're talking about there's a tomb and it's cursed. He's doing research on it, but he's not supposed to. Here's some English.
It's nice to see you again. How are you, Neelan? And you, Shader?
I'm fine.
I'm fine. Thank you, sir.
Well, did you go see Minan? Do you know a little more about the ritual you have to perform?
Yes, we've spoken to him. Mev, the Tierna Harkadaktas, will accompany us through the final stages of our initiation. She tested our combat skills and gave us 2 missions to complete.
Fascinating. They're undoubtedly tests to make sure you've remembered everything that's been passed on to you. Can I help you in any way?
We already asked him about all that.
I saw your drawings and your notes. You seem very interested in these strange ruins near the village.
Indeed. I would very much like to learn more about this civilization that you call People of the Sea. To learn where these people came from, discover how they were able to get here. And if I understood correctly what people in the village told me, these ruins are a trace of their passage. I'm glad to see that you're interested in it too.
I didn't realize Lae'zel's voice actress was in this game, Lonesome. Are you sure about that? What's her name? Lae'zel voice actress. What is her name? Devore Wild. Is Devore Wild in this? Greedfall, Dying World. I don't think Devore Wild is in Greedfall, the Dying World. Yeah, she's in Solasta. She's in Solasta 2. She's not in this game. Lucas, I would definitely love to see Obsidian do another CRPG. Excelsior, there shouldn't be flickering. Sound like Sardaukor in the future. Let's see. Request more information.
Can you tell me more about these ruins?
Alas, I am not specialized in the study of ancient
All
civilizations.
good, Lonesome.
However, all the scientists in my country know the numerous sites left by the civilization of Astria. They are an ancient people who inhabited our continent before my country and the others existed. However, their architectural style is very different from that of these buildings. It seems to me that they are old, but not as old as those of Astria. Their architecture is, however, strangely familiar, and it reminds me more of more recent buildings that one of the peoples of the continent might have built. But that doesn't make any sense. How would they have gotten here?
Awesome. No problem, Excelsior. Me too, Ultron. I actually had to buy a new device that I now take my mic, I hook it up to a device, and then I dolly chain another XLR cord that goes into my Stream Deck in order to fix that buzzing sound. I don't know why it started, but I'm glad we were able to get it taken care of. I've never played the Technomancer, Coyota. In fact, Greedfall was the first Spiders game I had ever played, but multiple people have jumped to the stream and said that they finally remember that game, and a couple of them said they would love to see a sequel. Neil Newbon, yeah, Neil Newbon is in Greedfall. Yeah, he plays the main villain.
Have you ever been to these ruins? Were you able to see them up close?
No, unfortunately. I would love to, but the people of the village made me understand that it would be very frowned upon. I am a stranger here. I don't want to risk being thrown out for going into a forbidden place. Given the shape of these buildings, I'm pretty sure they must have a basement.
A basement? What is that? Some kind of cave under the building?
Yes. I imagine that's the closest thing to it. People on the continent often dig underground when constructing buildings. They put reserves there, often precious things they want to keep. That's why I'd like to be able to take a look. If there are any forgotten objects left in these ruins, it is in the basements that we have the best chance of finding them. Is there
No
anything
problem.
else?
I will take care of it.
See?
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go. Yep, I agree. I understand, Ultron. That's why I wanted to get that buzz fixed as soon as possible. We will stop by the vendor once we've searched through everything else, gotten all the quests and whatnot, because then we can upgrade our gear and we'll be able to head out. Now, we already went into there. We already talked to you. We already got everything over there. Can't go into there. Can we go in here? I don't think so. Yeah, that's not considered to be a full place. No problem. Is there anything over here? Yep, there is. Thank you. Up. There we go. Now we come over here. And did we pick up everything that's in here? We did. And did I already talk to you? Talking about a gift. There's a gift that's supposed to have been given to him, but it hasn't arrived. So he asked me to go and see if I can find out what happened at the fort that would cause the gift to be delayed. And then I can ask him about the missions that Mev provided. He says Mev is wise and the missions have a purpose. So just do them. There we go. The village is really impressive looking. I agree, Friendly. I think it looks fully developed. What was the other Spiders game you mentioned? Technomancer. Yep, no problem. Technomancer is a game that many people have said was really cool, and I've never played it before. Chief of Stubble, where's your stubble? You might be able to have stubble as well. So he's the one who crafted that gift. And he wants me to investigate and find out what's happened to it. Scales. Who can tell me about the scales? You know, do you know anything? You might not know anything. Who made themselves? Ask her when she saw him. So someone appears to have stolen the scales. She's not sure who it would be. Alright. I think I actually have that one. Might try it. Nice. If you do, go ahead and let me know how it is. I haven't had the pleasure. Carmag. Does he know about the scales? So he's seen someone, but he doesn't know that person, but he thinks the Gobanon does. He's also the father of Sheeta, the warrior tank who's walking around with us. So now we can go back to him. When in a real combat, can we please go into combat presets? I want to know if tactical mode is really right up my alley. Yep, we can explore that, so no problem. Did they really invent a whole new language for the game? Yeah, they invented a language for this game, is my understanding. I can't tell you whether or not it's gibberish because I'm not good at like deciphering a language, but it does seem to be a fully developed and realized language that they use for the game. If I remember correctly, Jan touched on this briefly in the interview I did with her a couple of days ago. So he knows Vlan. We would have to see him at the mines. So Vlan is a little bit touched, and so the guy is hoping that we'll be kind and gentle towards him. Let's see what we can do. Right, and then we can come out here. There we go. Check out that interview again. Yep, no problem. A lot of early Spiders games like Bound by Flame and Technomancer struggle from the combat being very clunky while having cool ideas, and the games were pretty simulator story-wise. Interesting. Yeah, I think it was James who said it was mainly the oh, that's right, you have a home, so in this area I have a home. Later on you'll have your ship, which essentially serves as your home, and then you can also make different camps that will serve as extra fast travel points. What's up, Miguel? How are you, dude? You know, I was still confused. Do you pick a class? No, you do not pick a class. You're not railroaded into anything. You can mix and match as you please. Was there something you wanted? Ask her about my father. Father died in an attack and she was unable to defend him. It hurts her a great deal and she thinks about him all the time, and it's part of the reason that she's kind of stepped away from her role as a village warrior. So she mentions that if you want to know more about being a warrior, you need to talk to the tank, Sheeta, who's walking around with you, because that's not really who her mother is anymore. She is also a person who is not a fan of foreigners and doesn't approve of your relationship with Forcon. Spiders also made that steampunk is Souls-like, right? What game are you referring? Oh, are you referring to like Steel Rising? Right? Yeah, they did make Steel Rising. I never played that game. If any of you all did, let me know if you felt like it was good. It's odd to me that they would do that because, as many of you have already stated, they're not known for making games with great combat, right? They're known for making games that have great, that have interesting stories. Xenophobia. Oh yeah, there's plenty of that to go around in this game. Don't you worry. Bad indeed. What's up, Quarantine? Nah, this is Greedfall. Greedfall, the Dying World. I don't think, is Crimson Rising even out yet? I don't remember seeing any reviews or any confirmations yet on whether or not it does what it's supposed to do. I'm really looking forward to those first reviews to find out, all right, it's got all these different systems. Does it actually know what to do with all these different systems? Or is it mainly for show? Does it feel like a complete experience? So this is one of the things I talked about, right? That survival kind of works like perception. So in this case, the hunters that I'm looking for were here. So if I pass this check, it'll make it easier for me to figure out where they are, because right now I've got this big space I've got to search through in order to be able to find them, whereas I could narrow that down some. So we'll try, and we went on ahead and succeeded. And because we succeeded, now when we press Alt, we've got footsteps that are leading out that we can track to see exactly where these people went. And it's going to make it easier for us to find out where they are. It releases on the 20th. Got you. Still Rising is amazing. The combat is amazing while making you really feel like a robot. Huh. That's nice. These Komodo cows look scary. Hey, you got to fight plenty of them. There's an article of someone playing for 6 hours and they felt overwhelmed. That's interesting. So Donagad, basically a sage. So he talks about the island's a long history and that an oath has been sworn to one of 1,000 faces, their deity, and that sages are basically supposed to help guard the island, the people, and their knowledge. And then they talk about the ritual that's supposed to happen so that you can become a sage, but they're not allowed to reveal what the ritual is. So just do your missions and it'll happen at the end, but that the ritual is not meant to be fatal.
Na Fravin quedes deum da Heranoix.
He talks about one of a thousand faces. He's basically the deity of the entire island, protecting nature and standing with all of them. And then sages, when they reach the end of their life, they go back to the one of a thousand faces and basically become part of the power that continues protecting the land and its people. We've encountered technical issues, and sadly it means that the release will be slightly delayed. We don't have an ETA at the moment, but we'll keep you informed. Keep you informed on this thread. That's from Steam. Juju Spiders just posted. So they posted this on what, the store page? Yeah, let's look at the store page. Why am I not seeing this update on the store page? Hold on. Here we go. See all updates. Wait, no. Why did it start me at the bottom? There we go. Here, hold on. Let's do that. Oh, or is it the forum? Here, hold on. Greedfall, the dying... Good Lord, why can't I type? The Dying World Steam... Steam forum, discussions, and just now release time. As with it, is there a specific time? And hello guys, we've encountered technical issues, and sadly it means that the release will be slightly delayed. We don't have an ETA at the moment, but we'll keep you informed on this thread. What is this thread? For release ETA. Hello guys, we've encountered a technical issue, and sadly it means that the release will be slightly delayed. We don't have an ETA at the moment. Got you. I wonder if the issue I said is the technical issue. Might be giving myself too much credit there, but I'd certainly be curious to know. I'll do that in red to the point. Javier, hold on, looking for me. You camp out of the wilderness and Crimson Desert. Oh, nice. Open world games always feel a bit overwhelming to me, but in a good way. Yeah, I agree. It's like at first you're like, man, how am I supposed to deal with all this? But over time you figure it out. All right, this is how I prioritize things, and here's how I get through the world. All right, so we talk about the madness of the guy who stole the scales, because that guy thinks he is sage, but he's not. So we've got to figure out how to help him. And if we can convince him to come back and talk with Tofalan, Tofalan will try to help him. Ever the humble, Ultron, ever the humble. You already know it. The autosave is really bad. You lost 3 hours because of it? Oh, wow. What's going on, Chris? Yeah, I definitely save on a regular basis in a game like this. Okay, ask him information about the sick, because we're supposed to be investigating that. So he's going to walk through and show you some of the other people who are infected with a sickness. This sickness is actually not the plague that we deal with in the first game. It's something completely different. Oh, look at that. There is one guy with a beard. Well. There you go, Ultron. I don't know if you could put a beard like that on your main character, though. This game skill checks will survive your save scumming. You will have to save scum quite a bit if you want to pass all the checks, because there are 8 skills in the game and you can only, or there's 6. I think there's actually 6 skills in the game. You can only get max rank in 2. So for the other ones, you're basically gonna suck. It just is what it is. Zero beards. Well, it's 0 beards in early access, Ultron. I don't know in the full game if maybe they'll let you put on some beards. And I didn't know that this was an issue, so I didn't even check for it when I was in character creation. As when it is so, So basically, there's a sickness going through the village, and he's trying to investigate and figure out, okay, what is happening? Why is this occurring? Leave. Cool. Now, anything to pick up here? No, there's not. Oh, yes, there is. So on the cheek, it's basically like a tattoo. You cannot remove it, so all characters would have it. Console is not the full release. The full release does not come out on console until the 12th, and the full release does have more character creation options, Ultron. Okay. Why are they... So they went this way. Oh. I don't think I did this my first time out. Huh. Gold ore. And Ancestors Retribution. I like that. Wow. We got that much earlier than usual. Okay, now. Let me check my journal real quick. So, you just got a peninsula. Find out clues what's contaminating the water. No problem. Find the clan hunters. Okay. Do my initiation. So I gotta complete those quests. The missing scales. Okay, talk to land, find them. Bring the captive's gifts, find the captive's gift, explore the ruins. Okay, explore the ruins, no problem. I can do that. And then let's go to the merchant. Who's back over here? Yes, it gives me a beard. I'll take it. Can't wait to play this Thursday. What's up, boss? Only downside of when this game releases next week is Crimson Desert. Will be fun balancing the two. Absolutely. Hey, man.
Hello.
Can't ever have too many great games. Talk to them about the patients.
Yes.
They want to find out.
No. What you're describing?
What it?
A liquid. Do you?
No.
With the plants? But if they
So,
continue,
Thank you for...
let me know what you
I
find.
want to get out this village. He thinks it's Quicksilver that's poisoning them. We'll find out if that's the case.
Thank you.
Are the male character customization options as good as the female ones? Some games prioritize way too much female counterparts. I felt like character customization was just okay in this game, regardless of what your gender is. It's just clearly not the focus. So I don't feel like my character looks bad, but he's also not wowing me either. And I didn't feel like that was avoidable. Oh, you're getting a PS5 Ultron? Nice. You're going to be set for gaming? Cool, man. Cool stuff. Okay, so get my weapon. So primary weapon will be bow for now. Later on, it'll be a rifle. And you know what? I think I'm going to mess around with tier for D stuff so that I can be a secondary healer when need be. Now, we're going to focus on... Damn, you can't use that axe that I just got? That sucks. All right, you can take this hat. Some of the hats here really suck. I hate the way that one looks, but it is what it is. Now, when you wear capes, it does the skill point bonus only counts for your main characters. So for your companions, capes are basically just window dressing, which personally I don't like, but you know, it is what it is. So I'll take mechanisms for you for now. And then, yeah, there's no hat you can take. And then back to you. What kind of gloves? No extra gloves. Armor. We do have armor. Let's sort it by... Nope. None of those really help you. So what about this? Nope, nothing there. Does any of this help you? Nope, it's all... Oh, this helps you a little bit, so you'll take that. And then there was nothing there. Yep. So then what about you? Anything? Yep. All of that helps you, in fact. Well, all of it technically helps you. In fact, ooh, let me check on this. I forgot. So we're at normal. This is medium armor. Usually I would want light armor so I can maintain fast regeneration of action points. But for right now, it's not a big deal. Normal is fine. I'll take it. You could get significantly more protection this way. Does it still maintain? Oh, you're still fast. Beautiful. Okay. So that's it for you. Now let's go ahead and look at this. Yep, rifles are a thing, and they are amazing. The cape's all nothing. Yeah, it's just window dressing for them. Like the clothing? Yep, me too. Can you fire magical bullets? You can fire a bullet that sets enemies on fire. What's up, Jovi? How are you, dude? Ooh, she definitely needs taunt ASAP. Let's get you taunt and let's get you some extra armor. Nothing to think about there. And for attributes, yeah, you got points in places where it doesn't need to be, but we're not going to worry about that right now. We can go ahead and get you some of that. And then actually now they allow us to raise points a bit, so we could have increased it even more, but that's fine. You've got perception, so we'll take 10 in that and bring you up to 7. And then as far as skills, you already got a single target heal. That's good. Oh, we really want you to have this because then you can use that on me. I like the idea of that, so we'll take that. And then finally, for my character, give myself power, give myself back damage. None of that is appealing. So we'll come over here. Oh yeah, definitely want to be able to burn more damage if the target is already burned. That's interesting. High ground damage bonus. Engaged in combat, that almost never happens. So let's go with, this is a 10 seconds. Yeah, let's go with Mark. It's probably going to be rare that will be burning. That Tainted Grail is good from start to finish. I've definitely like to see how much Tainted Grail has been supported. It's really, really freaking cool. Flaming Bullets is one of my favorite things with Pillars of Eternity. My Holy Fire Gunner, man, you can keep enemies blazing with Gunner in this game. It's actually quite a bit of fun. Let's see. Oh yeah, you definitely want you at 9. And then we'll put you at 10, and there we go. And then talents, I will take my point in diplomacy, even though it's going to hurt my soul because you fail so many checks. But I'm not going to let that stop me. And that is it for that. Beautiful. And I'm going to do a little save there. Then we'll talk to you. And yep. And then let's see, we could buy some things. I think in my experience, money is not an issue in this game at all. I don't think there was ever a time where I didn't have the money to do whatever it is that I wanted to do, by the way. So I got that simple splint. I don't know if I need that, but I'll purchase it just because. Oh, that's right. I could purchase equipment for myself. One of the things I do not like about this game is you cannot compare your character's equipment to equipment that's in the stores. You kind of just have to remember what it is you had that was good or not good and make decisions accordingly. I'm not a fan. Medium, what does this do? Mechanisms. Ooh, this is actually kind of nice. I'll take that. And I'm using a bow. I think what I have is Tracker's bow, so I won't bother with that. Hunter's leather boots. Tracker's patchwork. No, this is, we're looking at another one. We got another Fowler. What type of weapon was she using? Two-handed mace, I think, right? So this is a two-handed mace that does 24 damage. One-handed mace. Okay, so two-handed mace, 24 damage, 20% shield break. What's up, Penzler? How are you, man? What's up, Black Ghost? How you doing? Hope they do some quality of life post updates past to fix that. Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, she does use a two-handed mace. It does a 22 physical damage and has 10% half shield break. We'll also give you some magical deflection, darling, so you're a little bit more hardy. All right, 22 physical damage, 10% shield break. Let's see. And now let's see, what does this do? 24% damage. 24 physical damage, 20% half shield break chance. So this is a little bit better. We'll take that. And then, oh, I somehow missed that. Okay, so now we also have a better bow. We'll take that. And this is going to give us some cool stuff. So we'll take that. And then light. Oh, this gives us some magical deflection. We want that, but we can't take it just yet. In fact, yeah, all of this looks like it's going to give us a magical deflection and put us in a better spot. So I actually didn't buy any of that my first go round because I thought that money would be a problem, would be an issue, but it's not. So I'm just going to go crazy and get all of it. Let's go ahead. Yep. That hat looks terrible, but beggars can't be choosers. In time, we'll have better options. And what am I still miss? Oh, this stuff. Yeah, I can sell all that stuff though. Okay. And then you.
A drag dead.
Neil McDonough. I think Jim Cavazel, unless someone else. Pillars, priests can fire guns and use enchanted bullets. Your priest can recruit specifically can use spells with his rifle. Nice. Our problem is mostly fixed. Plumber has come back in a couple of weeks with a different tool to finish clearing out the line, but is now open enough for showers and laundry. Well, that's a blessing, Hensler. We just finished a remodeling on my bathroom here. My wife is so happy with it. It's so nice to see her pleased with how it all turned out. It took a lot of work, They also said, what's up, Toxic? Steam is currently delayed launching. Devs posted. Yeah, we saw that. They said saves don't transfer over. Man, I hope this doesn't delete my damn save. I have a whole lot more content that I have to do, and I'm going to have to record based on the saves that I have. I really, really hope the game doesn't just blow away all my saves. That would suck. That would really, really suck. Oh, man. What's the problem? Gold, insufficient gold. And what's here that I know I don't need? I know I don't need you. And I need to sell one more thing. I know I don't need you either. There we go. And now we'll take you. So you're for mechanisms and you're for mechanisms. But I think I already have a cape for mechanisms. So I don't think I need that. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that priests could use rifles and still use their spells? Ghost? Yeah, for sure. Leave spy out there. Hello. No, it won't be compatible. You need to restart from the beginning of the game. But I have a different version, a version that's specifically for people who are creating content for the launch. So I'm hoping that doesn't apply to me. But it very well may. We'll see. Come on. There we go. And then you. How do you feel about this armor? It doesn't do anything for you, right? Yeah, none of that does anything for you. Oh, well. So then you. Let's see. That gives you a little less armor, but it gives you a lot more magic deflection. So we'll still take it. And then you, how do you feel about that armor he just let go of? Any of that? Yeah, that helps you out a little bit, so you'll take that. And then finally, Greaves. Yeah, a little bit less armor, a little bit more magic deflection. I'll take it. And then you can take my hand-me-down, and then that's it, right? And then we're both, I'm fast. I got fast regeneration. He's got normal. She's got slow. No problem. We're good. And so one more time.
A drag dead.
My game, see, it says 1.0, so I don't know if you have the launch version. That's weird. Everybody else was saying they were still seeing early access. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know what the issue is that's resulting in the delay of the game. But I am happy they're taking the time to fix it as opposed to releasing a broken product. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. Hopefully, once it comes out, everything's all good. What's up, Tanya? Want to update your Greedfall. Also, wait, Greedfall is officially out on Steam? Is it? Because they were just saying that there's a delay and all that good stuff. Hold on. Full release. They've encountered, yeah, they've encountered page 2 bottom. Go back to full release ETA. Oh, on the bottom of page 2. The technical issue has been fixed. The game is now available on Steam. Whoa! Congrats, everyone. Well. That's awesome. Happy for you all. I hope you all enjoy it. Thanks for letting us know, Tanya. Yeah, I know some people were waiting on that. So, yeah, hope you all enjoy the game once you get your hands on it. Because now early access is gone. Super cool. All right, and with that, we are now finally able to head out ourselves. So, I think we will deal with this hunter issue first. So, let's head south. 36 gig update. Hopefully it has some beards. For Ultron. Oh yeah, you got a compass, local mini map. You can track your quests, all that good stuff. And is there anything up here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. Now, let's come on over here. Yeah, there's a great honor.
Es är godom, det är någon mil frikte men se on mische till luktom. Es vola dem fletse där regovi.
And here we go. Called off work to play Greedfall today. Nice, Jovi. If enemy is hostile towards you, they will attack. Only if you can avoid most of the fighting, only Vrindin Gur can take the initiative. It's therefore necessary to keep them alive for that purpose. All right, so you all, somebody asked me to show like the different presets and ways that it works. So you have the option, if you like, of playing in real time. Now, in a situation like this, if I want to just stick with real time, I can aim at a particular creature and it'll just fire off with my weapon. And then when I select talents down here, it'll automatically assume that the creature I'm currently looking at is the one that I want to use the talent on. So it will not pause the game to give me like an opportunity to select the exact character that I want. But of course, if you want to play in real time, that's going to keep the action flowing, right? So I've already done that attack. Now I want to go ahead and do Destroyer Stance. And if you have auto attack on, it'll automatically keep attacking any character that you're looking at. Now you do need to manually choose who is the next character that you want to attack. But otherwise, if for whatever reason you can't choose a talent, it'll just keep attacking the character that you previously were targeting. So that's how you do it if you want to go real time with pause, which is obviously great if your main concern is keeping the action snappy. You don't want to slow it down and deal with turn-based, and so that is going to appeal to you. The disadvantage, obviously, is that if things go wrong, and they sometimes do, it might you might be delayed before you realize things are going poorly, and consequently somebody goes down or you take a bunch of damage before you're able to recover and figure out, okay, how am I going to adapt to the situation? Warning, this area is full of traps. Yep. Okay. So we see that trap right up there. So you can crouch, you don't have to crouch, and then it'll give you a percentage chance to be able to pick up the trap based on how high your mechanisms talent is. So in this particular case, I haven't put any points into mechanisms, but I have a cape that gives me a point, and then Sheeta, one of my companions, gives me a point in it as well. So for all of your companions, they each focus on a particular talent, and if you've recruited them, they'll give you a +1. If you get up to friendly status with them, they'll give you an additional +1. So at maximum, you can get a +2 bonus to a particular talent from your companions. Now, let me reiterate, putting a cape on them does nothing for this, right? So if I put a cape on her, I would not get this +1 to craftsmanship. The bonus from capes only counts for a cape that is directly on your person. Kind of disappointed I have to update the whole game. Oh, you're surprised you didn't expect that, Toxic? But now that makes sense about the saves. Yeah. There's a lot of things that they've updated since early access, so it made sense to me that it would require that much. All right, now, yep, there's another way to get down here, so we'll do that. Oop, and of course, just that quickly, I stopped thinking about the traps. Now I'm bleeding. You can actually stop bleeding with healing. That's not true for all damage over time effects. Like poison doesn't care if you heal, but for bleeding in particular, if you go ahead and heal yourself, it'll stop that effect and heal damage. So very useful. And I see another trap over here. Let me go ahead and just pick you up if I can. I can. Beautiful. And I see another one over here. Let me go ahead and pick you up. Nope, I failed the check. So it is what it is. And looks like that's all that I can see for now. Oh, no, it's not. There's another one over here, and I just couldn't see it through the foliage. And once again, I failed. So as you can see, failure will definitely happen all the time. Somebody mentioned save scumming in order to make sure that you get all the checks. That's probably not gonna happen. This game, you're gonna give up before this game will. I'm telling you that right now. All right, any traps right in front? Doesn't look like it. And let's see. Looks like these guys are going to be a problem. So now let's talk about turn-based. So if I press spacebar, goes into the tactical camera, right? And this is going to allow me to just move around. I can see what all the different enemies are, their health, how much shielding they have, who's going to be a problem, things of that nature, right? And then I can also load up commands for what I want to do. So I know in this case, first thing I want to do is go ahead and take off his shields. Then I'm going to give myself some extra power. And then I'm going to go ahead and burn him up. And then hopefully that kills him. And I want to move on to the next guy. But I could put in 2 more actions for him. But I'm not going to bother because I want to then reassess once these 3 are done. So I could do that for the entire team. But I don't want to be bothered with all that. So I'm going to turn on autonomous party, which means that they are going to act to the best of their abilities. So she'll go ahead and taunt, use her abilities, engage enemies, all that stuff without me having to do anything directly for her. So with that, I could press spacebar again, which would take me out of the tactical camera and bring me into real time with Paul. So in fact, we'll go ahead and do that. So now I'm in real time. I'm putting an effect on them. I'm in real time. It still will go ahead and... Oh, she's going for it now. Oh, you already used taunt. Who's taunted? He's taunted and he's taunted, but the other 2 are not. So I need you to go ahead and attack him. And in fact, what I really want you to do is go ahead and, yeah, let's do that first. And then attack him to get the party started. And now we can move forward. There we go. Go ahead. So now I'm back in the tactical camera, and what you can do is when you've loaded up your commands, in fact, let me go ahead and do that. So he's still up. I kind of oh, no. I still have power on. So I'll go ahead and give you some of this. And then you don't have any shields. Actually, but no, I want to take out you because you're all the way over here. So we'll deal with you and take off your shields and then mark you. And that should help deal with you. And in fact, this might be back by the time that all finishes. So let's do that. Now I could go back into real time with pause, or I could press shift and that'll allow the action to just play out in front of me in what's called a play tactics feature, I think, which basically gives you like a real-time strategy look into what's going on. So it allows you to continue monitoring what's happening. Now, you'll notice I loaded up a bunch of commands, but I forgot, hey, I don't have as much action points and I don't regenerate action points as quickly as what I can in my in-game save, right? So I'm thinking of what I can do in the in-game. So for now, I'm reloading action points slowly. And when you're loading up these commands, you kind of want to account for that because there's only so much your people are going to be able to do. So for now, I've got one more action point. I'm going to go ahead and put power back on myself so I can get more damage. And then I'm going to see if I can take him out. At any point in time, I could switch over to these companions, but at least for right now, I don't feel the need to do so. And as you can see, she's holding control of the front line without me having to manually help her or do anything for her. So very, very nice. Now, he's still got armor. So usually I would deal with the guy in the back line because his defense is going to be a little bit less. But since this guy has no shields and he's defenseless, we're going to go ahead and just start with him. Now, this is one thing I don't like. Sometimes the AI for frontliners is very good about kicking combat off with taunt, and they'll engage that first wave, but sometimes frontliners will pull off for no reason, right? And so you have to account for that, and that's kind of why you want to try to manage and pay attention to what's going on. Of course, that's not a big deal if the enemies are taunted because they would follow her wherever they're going. But in this particular case, he wasn't quite dead yet, but she decided to run away and just go to this backline person. So if he had had more health and was more dangerous, he could have pulled off and then started attacking the back line and causing a problem. But in this particular situation, he was about to die anyway, so it wasn't really a big deal. And now this guy still has shields. So the first thing I want to do is something that's going to break those shields. So he's taking a maximum amount of damage. Then I'll mark him to ensure he's taking even more damage. And then I'll go ahead and put this on him. And then for you, he's already doing what I wanted him to do. So, yep. What's up, Nate? I'm enjoying the game, dude. How are you, man? I underestimate you. Thought this game was only going to be real-time turn-based, convinced you to buy it. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, no. It's set up, honestly, so that you could play whatever way you want to play. If you prefer to be a real-time with pause kind of player, then you could do that. If you prefer turn-based, you could do that as well. It is completely about what appeals the most to you as a gamer. And I think that's really cool. I think that's to its benefit. There we go. Now we've unlocked the fast travel point. Reminds me a bit of Dragon Age Origins. In the interview I did with her, she mentioned that Dragon Age Origins was absolutely an inspiration for where they decided to go with the game. What's up, Nate? Pick that up. And then, yeah, pick that up. And where are these hunters? There's nothing up here. Okay, fine. Dragon Age Origins has some companion behavior presets. Does this game have something similar? You're talking about the tactics menu. No, it does not. So it has an AI, but you cannot customize that AI in any sort of way. So you have to deal with it as is. So at some point this week, I am going to have a video coming out where I am going to show you all the builds I use for my companions to ensure that the AI is as painless as possible. I do not understand why more devs have not taken advantage of taking advantage of that tactic system that so many players have made clear they really enjoyed. It's so odd to me, honestly. Steel Rising is a mediocre Souls-like, does nothing others don't do better. Interesting. Maybe that's why they didn't do a sequel. What's up, Doodlebug? They have Alejandro Saab voicing Infinite in the Sonic radio drama, considering he also replaced Liam O'Brien as Akihiko in Persona 3 Reload. Interesting. Can you switch from real-time to turn-based easily? Yeah, it's just a click of a button. Very easily. Autonomous behavior seems like it's just based on the skills you give them to some degree, but they don't automatically use a skill just because it's available to them. So there is some part of the AI that makes decisions about what they want to do at any particular time.
The trail goes this way.
Beautiful. They went this way. Cool. Any traps at the bottom? Is this where? Okay.
I see trucks over here.
Beautiful. Is it turn-based or just a... It is a tactics menu where you can essentially play it turn-based as that's your preference, meaning you can stop the action whenever you want to. But essentially, it's like a real-time strategy look at the game. Well, first of all, definitely, I'm going to just manually do this because it's too delicious. And then, do you all have shields? No. Is there like a pack leader? There's a pack leader who has shields. Everybody else does not. So I'm going to focus on the other people first, actually. So I'm going to mark you. And then I'm also going to do some extra damage to you. And then I'm going to wait to see if he automatically puts power on me. Wyvern, what's up, man? Appreciate you signing back up as a member, dude. Loved your interview with the lead narrative for this game. It was a great listen. Hey, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed it. Okay, you're almost down, and now you are down. Cool, that's power. And then I guess we'll start on you since you're missing some health already. And you all are still taunted. Beautiful. And it's just about time for a new application of taunt. Let me make sure she does that properly. No chances. Taking a little longer than I want you to. Yep, there we go. There we are. You're done. And now we've got a hound. I've still got some power on. It's about to run out. You know what? Let me go ahead and have you manually do it. So it's like I could let them just completely do things themselves. Sometimes I get a little impatient and I'm like, there's something I really want right here, right now. And I go ahead and use it, but you don't have to. Don't have to at all. Friendly, appreciate the $10 donation, man. Thanks for all the coverage and guidance on the game systems. Hey, it's my pleasure, dude. Glad you're enjoying it, man. Glad you're enjoying it. What's up, Brian? You gotta wait till 9 p.m.? Sorry to hear, dude. It's lots of anytime soon. Wondering how that adventuring party is going. Is it open world or more linear? It's open hub, basically. So you can bounce back and forth between different cities. All right. So they find out the traps that the hunters, that the trappers are using is what's causing all the game in the forest to disappear. And one of the people has gotten trapped in literally one of the bear traps. So you have to see if you're capable of helping them. So I just did a save. I might have to restart this again. We're going to see if I am capable of opening up the trap. And there we go. Let's try it out. And booyah. There you go. You're feeling better. Beautiful. I leveled up as well. That's very, very nice. What's going on, Shalek? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Hulk, what's up, man? Disappointed in this game. It clearly still needs more funding and development. What are you disappointed about, Hulk? It's really hard to... Usually I will not save scum, but this I want to do properly. I don't like the idea of, hey, I fumbled it and broke somebody's leg. Persona 4 Revival is going to favor a new English voice acting cast. That's interesting. I wonder if it's going to be a different experience for people who go through the game. I'll be curious the feedback from folks when they watch my live stream of it. Jovi, what's going on, man? Appreciate you signing back up as a member, dude. 27 months of support? That's crazy, man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. There we go. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. You're good. All right, now you need some lizard ointment, right?
Ja, smek dag voret me aan die line.
All right, we got the ointment and everything that's needed. And now they're free from the traps and they can go on about their day. Beautiful. All right, let's do a save here and then let's do a level up. I have never played any of the Persona games, Nate. I did play Metaphor ReFantazio and loved it. And that's why I've decided that I'll definitely play Persona 4 Revival when it comes out. All right, so you can go up to level 50 in this game, which is really, really cool. But the disadvantage is there's sometimes when you level up and all you get is one attribute point. To be honest with you, I'm not a fan of that. I really would have preferred that they take out those levels and just add the one level up point into another level up that does something more substantial, like give you a skill point and also give you some talents, and then just say, hey, you can only go up to level 30 or maybe 35, something of that sort. But it is what it is, so we'll put the extra point into endurance for now. You will put it into focus so you can get up to 9, and then you will put this also into focus because we also want, actually no, we'll put it into strength and then you can put 2 into focus later. Yo, appreciate you checking in from Germany, Slot. Which much fun with that game, and I'll follow you on YouTube. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I hope you enjoy it. I have found you when I was searching for Rogue Trader. Oh, nice! And you enjoyed the videos about the class and whatnot. Yeah, I definitely plan to get into more Rogue Trader content within the next couple of months. So be on the lookout for it, dude. The game is still updating, Quintek. Yeah, it's like 36 gigs from my understanding. Solasta 2 early access starts tomorrow, so I am definitely going to be all over it. I've actually taken tomorrow off work as well, so we will be on bright and early in the morning to see how you all feel about Solasta. Persona 3 Remake was pretty distinct from the other releases, really, and it was technically the 4th version of that game. Persona 4 will only be the 3rd version of the game. Huh. Oh crap, I didn't even realize there are these guys over here. Or is that a bug? Oh, maybe that's a bug because they're not showing up as enemies. I don't even know what's going on here. I think they're supposed to be enemies, but they're not. You know, no, it doesn't even make sense that they'll be enemies because it doesn't make sense they would run to the left from your left while you're dealing with the other group. This is kind of early in the game, so yeah, I don't know what that's about. Rogue Trader is so fun. I cannot wait to see the new implant system for the next DLC. Me too, man. Me too. Can't wait to play the 4 releases of Solasta 2. Still in the middle of it. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to talk more about the Solasta 2 early access. Hope those who didn't play P4 Golden want to play P4 Revival enjoy it. I don't know if I'll buy it when it comes out because I beat P4 Golden. P4 is one of your favorite JRPGs. Did you enjoy any of the other Persona games? So the trappers are over there. And then there's something over here. Let's see what's over here first. Actually, no. Well, boom, boom, boom. Actually, yeah, we will do that. So here, let's see what's over here first. Because I don't remember what's over this way. Ooh. Hello. Oh, you know what? I don't remember. Do they say anything?
sorry.
Ask about road. Why do you interpret the road? Sages protect people, but people in our culture, not the foreigners. Why do you call me rootless? I blow hither and thither. I don't feel connected as much. He's a big fan of the mistress. Okay. And then what about Sheeta? Might be the village's guard animals. Can I ask a Rogue Trader question? Rogue Trader questions are always welcome on my channel, Spooky. What's up? Is the DLC needed to play the game? No, you don't need it at all to play the game. It does significantly add to the game, but it's not necessary. No. There's the vanilla PS2 version, FES portable, and now reload. I've loved all the Persona games, but Persona 5 Royal soundtrack is so good that it makes the game on its own. I definitely enjoy the music in ReFantazio, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the Persona music was like. What's up, Greenlight? What does everyone think about the game? Is it a good game? I enjoy it. There are definitely some things that could be better, but I don't consider it to be a bad game at all. She's worried about the sick people. She's glad we helped the hunters. Why are these ruins forbidden? Because it has to do with our deity. Why are they dangerous? Because there are beasts roaming around. What does she know about the builders of the ruins? Some lore there. Interesting. Ask her about what's your role as a warrior. She loves protecting other people. Our people, Persona 1 and 2 duology can't go on dates with high school girls and cougars in those games. Nice. Vanilla Road Trader is still good. 110%. 110%. Hey, I'm skipping through this dialogue because they're speaking in the unique language of the clan, and a lot of people found that language grating. Plus, it felt like it was taking forever for us to get out of the village. In case you all are asking, in case you all are wondering why I'm just skipping this stuff, Nate, the devs created a unique language specifically for the clan. Mount. So her and Neelan kind of have a thing, or at least Neelan is very interested in her. So you still have the option of choosing. This game handles flirtation in a very interesting way. I'm still conflicted about it, but I think I've come to the conclusion that I kind of don't like it. So basically, flirtation is being interested in that person, right? Where you ask them questions about how do you feel about this, and have you thought about this, et cetera, et cetera. And the problem with that is the best way to learn more about an individual is by romancing them, even if you're not interested in them in that manner, right? And it kind of works that way for all games, right? You get a deeper relationship with someone if you've romanced them, but I feel like it's even more to the point here to state that I don't know is good. Like dialogue options that would usually just be regular questions that you could ask a person to learn more about them. Instead, it's linked to flirtation. But you talk to, yeah, Toxic, this game is meant for you to talk to companions on your ship. You're really not supposed to do it out and about.
Sagas follow them.
Oh, you're on chapter 2 of Rogue Trader, Lucas? Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. So you can ask if you're sharing your life with someone, and then you could tell her you hope the person you're thinking about feels the same way.
Yeah.
I won't say I'm thinking of her. That'd be just so wrong right in front of Neelan. All right, now let's go ahead and leave. And you see too, I just gained 2 reputation with her as well, based on my dialogue responses there. So as you gain reputation, you'll get to nice and then friendly status with your various companions. You'll be able to gain more talent points from them, and you will be able to do some of their missions, some of which are really, really cool. I'm one of the gamers who's a big fan of romance in games, but I like it done in a specific manner. What's up, Nemesis? Yeah, you're not supposed to really talk with companions out and about. You're supposed to do it on your ship. The game is not set up well for you to do that. Talking to a tree is a druid. Nothing here? It's just... crap. Oh, here we go. Did I miss this? Nope. It's just nothing back here. All right, fine. All right. Let's save. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, ruin. Yes, I want to go to the Forbidden Ruins. Reassure her. Let's go. The main route limits you, and it's easy to mess up. The hidden route, only gets 2 slots. Interesting, Doodlebug. Is this game the reason we haven't seen more of the Esoteric Ebb stream? Actually, it's a combination of this game and Solasta 2. Both of them are launching back to back, and so I had to basically take a week off stream so I would be able to pull together content for those 2 launches. I did really enjoy those streams though, so I'm hoping to go back to them at some point. Ooh, look at that. She's already attacking you. That's exactly what I want you to do. I appreciate that. And I'm making them pay as well. Beautiful. There we go. Nope, I am not. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. How's the game stability so far? I would say for the most part it's pretty good. There's definitely some graphical errors in the game that I've seen. And, oh, you can come around this way. That's interesting. Or you probably can't. Oh, you could if you have mechanisms. Isn't that interesting? And I was successful in this. Huh. There's been some graphical errors that I've seen and things of that nature, but for the most part, nothing that really stops me from being able to enjoy my playthrough or finish the game. So, you know, some people have made comments about, is this game going to get post-launch support, considering Spiders has filed for insolvency, and I think, wow, I don't know what that explosion was, but okay, that didn't sound good. Whoa. So last time I had to face these guys upstairs. That's interesting. Damn, and it's the full group too. All right. And he's walking over here, so no choice in it. Let's get it on and popping. Yeah, this is rough. Lev, yo, appreciate you signing up as a member, dude. Thank you so much, man. I hope Solasta 2 combat is still good like it is in the first game. We'll talk about Solasta 2 tomorrow. I think those of you who enjoy the first game are going to be very, very happy. But I'm not necessarily sure if you should buy early access right now. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Okay, I definitely want to do that. And then she will go ahead and do this. And then she will help me take... actually, yeah, let's do it like that. Let's do it like that. And then you go ahead and put that there. And then who else doesn't have... You have a shield also. So here, we'll do that. And beautiful. Let's get it popping. Oh, dodge is available. I forgot about dodge. Woo! Look at her going crazy with it.
My armor is no good anymore.
Beautiful. Okay, now all of you still have your shields, so we'll do that. That's 2 action points, and we only have 1 left, so we'll actually put some more on here. And let's make there we go. Damn, she was already about to use taunt. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted you to do, darling. Appreciate that. Yep. All right. And let's go ahead and there we go. Now, unfortunately, we need to strip shields first. I could give myself power, but no, we're gonna do this, and then you will be responsible for giving me power. Thank you. And we'll continue forward that way. What's the problem? Why am I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. Are you going to taunt? She is going to taunt. Beautiful. As soon as she gets access to it. And then 1 more of these. Bam. You're done. Now, let's do that. And then we'll wait for 1 more action point. And then we can mark you. In fact, we're not even going to bother with that because now we're all honing in on you. So you're going down, no problem. Very nice. Very, very nice. That was actually much more difficult if you deal with them upstairs. So this is a superior way. Upstairs, there's like 3 of them up top, and then there's 2 way down below. And I think a couple of them might be ranged or something like that. It was a really brutal fight. Having them all closed in tight like that, where she could knock them all down at the same time. That's what's up. That's absolutely what's up. Just don't want the story spoiled for Solacitude. Yeah, I got you. Watch from Wrath the Righteous Baby. Should have smiled, but I didn't know fortunately you changed username. Yeah. I think a lot of people lost my channel for a bit. I handled that extremely poorly. You know, early content creator, you make mistakes. I should have done a much better job of preparing everybody for that name change. But when I got larger, my wife is like, all right, it's obvious that this is about to be something real. I don't want your full name just out there like that. And I was like, you know what, that's legit. That's legit. So take care, Jovi. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you stopping through, dude. Q players dumping much of their points at the magic stack. Oh, snap. There's somebody still out here.
Show them what we're made of.
Beautiful. Yeah. So I think it was all of those guys at one time. So that's interesting. When you let them blow it up, it splits up the group. It also means you didn't need to have explosives, because before I had to figure out how to get explosives to do this, because I didn't even see that gate. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But there's nobody else up here, so that works for me. And there, yeah, that's where you get the explosive that you could have used to go ahead and blow up that wall. So there are a bunch of weak walls you can run into where having those explosives will help. And I think we've done everything we need to do over here, right? Oh, except I think there's another fight, isn't there? Nope. Awesome. Then we're good. Beautiful. Okay. Done with the ruins. Nice. When your actions change the outcome. Exactly, Corey. That's actually really cool. I didn't even expect that, to be honest with you. Did all that. Searched all through there. We came down through here. And so now I think we can go ahead and come over here. Let's travel rest. So there is a day-night cycle. It doesn't change anything as far as like what enemies you face, as far as I can tell at least. It does, there are some quests that you have to do either during the day or during the night. And obviously it's easier to sneak around at night. Well, actually, you know, I wouldn't even say that because I don't think nighttime, nobody goes to sleep in this game. And from that standpoint, like they don't have a rotation. And I don't think nighttime reduces how many people you have to deal with. And I don't even know how big a role shadows play into stealthing. Like cover plays a big role, obviously, but I don't know if shadows is a big deal. So it might not matter whether you sneak in during day or nighttime into different areas. But there's definitely some instances where you want to come during a particular time because it's a requirement for that quest. But other than that, it doesn't have an impact. Second Persona 2 Eternal. Doodlebug, which Persona game is your personal favorite? Why am I not getting an option to... Here we go. I have to be close enough. That's why.
Let's show them what my armor is broken.
There we go. And let's first mark you. And then, oops, we're good. Lovely. And any of us at really low health? Nope. We're all good. Okay. Oh, this is the way I'm supposed to go? Whoops. So where am I at right now? Oh, we're over here. Okay, and I just came up from this small altar. Cool. Now I could investigate the trappers. I guess I might as well do that. When you disable traps, does it give you experience points or just the trap itself? Both. So you could lay down traps during combat if you want. Personally, I never like that method of fighting because, of course, you cannot predict where enemies are going to walk. So I don't find it particularly effective, but you can use it. Can you be really tanky in this game? Absolutely. So here, since you're asking about it, if you go to skills, as I mentioned before, each of these trees is for a particular type of playstyle. So Path of Protection is the playstyle, or the tree rather, you want to go through if you're trying to create an extremely tanky character. and you can combine it with other trees to create the exact type of character you want. So you could, if you wanted to, combine protection, charity, and maybe war. If you wanted to create like a paladin type of character who was really tanky, had some healing, and also had some melee abilities as well. All characters are not able to lay down traps. However, there's a specific ability that gives you the flexibility to lay down traps. So for example, if you go through bows, you can use potion throw, which allows you to throw potions, which will heal your allies and give your allies specific buffs. So that way, even if you're not playing as a healer per se by going through the charity tree, you could still throw potions at your allies and buff them that way. There's another tree, I think it's rifles actually, that gives you the ability to use traps. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's rifles, which I don't have access to right now. Tier 4D bracelets let you use vials, which will you throw on enemies and it'll put scourges, which are debuffs on them. So you could use that playstyle if you want as well. So I don't have access to guns right now, but if you when you unlock guns and you go through that tree, you unlock the ability to lay down traps against enemies and or throw grenades as well. But keep in mind how damaging your traps are scales with your mechanism skill, and how damaging your grenades are scales with your alchemy talent as well. So it's not a situation where you can just unlock those but then ignore the talent that's associated with them. You would have to get ranks in that talent in order for it to really be worth it. And again, in my personal opinion, diplomacy and craftsmanship are the talents you really want to focus in. And so I didn't ever felt like mechanisms, alchemy, and the rest of them were actually worth it. I never used traps in Greedfall. Don't see myself using them in this one. Yeah, same here. Same here, Moss. Absolutely same here. Persona 2, Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment. The story, character writing, and atmosphere holds up strong, but unfortunately stuck on PS1.
I sold the skins.
Interesting.
The prices for reptile skins.
Why am I not? There we go. Gotta get a little closer.
To buy the supplies we needed.
Yeah, see, it says, hey, you picked up a bleeding trap. And in fact, I think that's one of the ranks you get. I don't think you can automatically do it. There you go. Rank 2 of mechanisms. Disarming traps allows you to retrieve the trap.
I want to get rich fast, not get drunk.
So I haven't put any points into it, but since I have the cape is giving me appointed mechanisms, and then Sheeta is skilled in mechanisms, and I have a nice relationship with her, so I'm getting a +1 from her. So I got a +2 overall, even though I haven't actually taken any ranks in this myself. Oh well.
I can't do it.
Traps could be fun to lure enemies into them. Yeah, but luring enemies is very difficult. Or I won't say difficult, but it's just like, I'll say time consuming. When you could just go ahead and shoot them and be done with it. It might be worth it if you're playing on the highest difficulty. I've spent very little time on the highest difficulty, so I can't really tell you how much different it makes the game when you play that way. So maybe on the highest difficulty, I'll say, you know what, luring enemies through traps and using that to take off a bunch of their health is totally worth it. But on normal, I would say definitely it's not worth it. It is a four-person party, CJ. What's going on, man? We're basically on the initial tutorial island, which you stay on for probably around 10 hours. While you're here, you only have a 3-person party. But shortly after you leave, you'll get enough companions where you can have the full 4-person group moving forward. In Greedfall 1, you could lure and knock enemies into traps. You could knock enemies into traps in Greedfall? That's interesting. In this game, you can knock enemies down, And actually, you can push them back, but it's one of those things where, similar to BG3, like the pushback doesn't do any damage. You just push them. Love using traps in BG1 and 2. See, that's a play style that I just don't understand. But I'm glad it's available to you. I'm glad it's available to you. There we go, new area. And nothing up there. Yep, they won't let me get in that way yet. Where is the fast travel marker? Oh, okay, I must have already got it. Did I get it? I swear it said, hey, you gotta do this. Okay, fine. We will go around the other way.
Stop! Who are you? And what are you doing here?
My friend and I are the future Donegada of the village on the lake. And Shedar is our protector. We'd like to talk to your chief.
The captain? Well, follow the path. It will lead you to his quarters.
So if there's a trap close enough to an enemy, it would trigger no matter if they were knocked down or not. It was an amazing way to extend damage. If I circle back to Greedfall, I will have to keep that in mind. That does sound interesting. Oh, you know what? I never went into that trapper's den. I need to do that. I'm confused though. Did I unlock a fast travel marker for this area? Oh, here we go. Yep, I'm right here. Beautiful. So you know what? Let me go visit them real quick because I got that marker there and it's bothering me. Ooh. Glad I didn't step on that. That would have been ugly. All right, let's see. Ooh, another one. Come on.
What are you doing here? This is our camp. We've got all the permits we need to hunt as much as we want. So get out of here.
The traps you set everywhere are killing all the animals in the wood without distinction. Soon there won't be any more game to hunt.
Yeah? And? Why should I care?
Why kill more than you need? We depend on hunting too.
More than we need. But our need is infinite, child. We don't just kill these critters for food.
Crazy.
The skins bring in a fortune. And we're not about to give them up. You'll just have to go hunting further afield. Which we'll soon be doing too, by the way.
We'll be back.
Right. Get out of here. We won't miss you.
So, a lot of ways to figure out how to deal with them. You can try the diplomacy route, which is what I'm going to do. You can wipe them all out. You can try to convince your clan to pay them off, which would be very expensive for the clan and potentially impact their future. Lots of different options. Yeah, CJ, it's a really weird situation. I wish there was a way for spiders to clear those reviews because if you're talking about ones that are on Steam, all of those are from early access, right? This game has changed radically since early access. And that's not at all to say that there aren't issues, but the issues that they're talking about in those reviews for oftentimes are no longer relevant for where the game stands right now. Like spiders, we talked about that in the interview I did with the dev, but spiders made a ton of changes to the game based on the feedback that was provided.
Move along, move along.
You have no right to be here.
Why do we have to move along? What's going on?
Someone broke into the storeroom and stole an important object. Something that the captain ordered. Until this matter is resolved, no unauthorized people are allowed to go near the storeroom.
Now you could.
Be quiet.
So this is the guard, the main guard leaders. You could try to go around the back of his area, but that's considered a restricted zone. And there's this guy walking back and forth there. I don't know if it's even possible to kill him without alerting everyone else. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no, it's not. And you cannot knock people out by sneaking up behind them in this game. So if it's on, then it's just on. There's a starter class you played in the first game. You could pair the enemies and that would do a slight pushback and it would usually be enough to trigger a trap. Crazy. That's interesting.
Hello.
Yeah, this game is very similar combat to Origins.
I'm the captain, yes. Who are you?
We're from the village of Vigeshvar. My friend and I will soon be Donegada, and Sheda will soon be joining the warriors.
Vigeshvar is Minan's village, isn't it? Oh, he's a fine man. What can I do for you?
Oh, you know what? I failed this last time. This time I'm determined to succeed.
The trappers are killing all the animals in the forest. Soon there won't be anything left to hunt.
You know what? No. I'm not accepting this. I failed it last time. This time I want to see what happens if I succeed. Love Spiders bought every game from Mars Warlogs besides Steel Rising. Feels like they get better with each game. I hope they survive Nacon. I absolutely feel like this version of Greedfall is a significant improvement from Greedfall 1. My personal opinion. I enjoyed it immensely more. Imagine if Owlcat picked up spiders. That would be a very interesting pairing, especially since Owlcat is clearly trying to dip their toes more into adventure games.
Hello.
I don't know if they got that kind of cash flow, but I would certainly love to see it.
The trappers' hunting practices.
There
have
we
led to
go.
the
Now, what does this
disappearance of
do?
Animals in the region. Their traps kill everything indiscriminately, and our clan will soon run out of game.
This same game is also what you provide to us to feed our troops. It's a tricky situation. These brainless brutes are boors. I'm not surprised they're causing trouble, but they do have permits. Well, I can't let them starve your village and my troops. My men will send them to hunt elsewhere.
Thank you, Captain.
Beautiful. Bridge Alliance reputation. Nelan doesn't like it. He doesn't like it when you play nice with foreigners, but whatever. We gotta level up out of it.
Bring you a message. He has to leave soon to join the High King, and is worried about the gift you promised him.
Oh, alas. That damned book was indeed delivered by boat some time ago, but it's since disappeared. It was stolen. Oh, I've had searches carried out throughout the camp, but so far I've had no success. The lack of discipline in this godforsaken place is exhausting. I haven't lost hope yet. I may still find it, but unfortunately I can no longer promise anything. I'm sincerely sorry.
So CJ, you say your favorite game from Spiders is Steel Rising. Somebody else said that they felt like Steel Rising was terrible and one of the most mediocre of the Souls-like games. What did you like about Steel Rising? When did the item go missing?
When did the gift disappear?
A few days ago. The night after receiving the goods we were waiting for from the mainland. I checked that the book was what I was expecting, but no sooner was it put away than it was stolen.
Where did you put it?
In the storeroom. And those buggers hit hard. They smashed through the cage and wrecked the chest it was being stored in.
That must have been loud. Did no one hear anything?
Whoever did this must have known exactly how the camp worked. They waited until the guards making their rounds were on the opposite side of the camp. There was only one guard on duty when they broke in. They knocked him out, the poor bugger. Well, he obviously couldn't tell us anything. The strangest thing is that although there were other valuables in the storeroom, they only stole that book. Anyway, if you want to go and see for yourself, don't hesitate. Just show this pass to the guard on duty.
Very odd indeed.
We'll leave you to your duties, Captain. Goodbye.
Goodbye, young people.
Reputation. Got a little bit more. Huh. You gotta pet the dog. Anytime there's opportunity to pet the dog, go ahead and take it. I never made it into here. So if you see, there's a chest right there, right? And there's probably a door somewhere back there that allows us to go in and get to that chest. But I never got to it. Let's see. Nope. Let's not do that. Will they allow me to go in this way? Nope.
I'm sorry, but this area is reserved for officers of the fort.
Yeah, no. So I have no idea what's in that chest. In fact, you know what? Not a fan of the motive change with the vocals. If anything, would have preferred them singing in their creative language. As a huge Souls-like guy, Steel Rising was amazing. The feel of it, the story, the world, and weapons were amazing. The way they made the robot mannequin you play as move was so satisfying. It's definitely mediocre for the Souls-like genre. Not one I'd recommend over Dark Souls or Lies of P. Oh, Cold Vein is your personal favorite. Interesting. But the story you thought was very interesting. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. The Spiders consistently has great writing. What's up, Vanessa? How are you? No sliders, I'm afraid. No sliders. Okay. So he goes over here. See, now that I've kind of talked myself up, so now I want to go ahead and do this. He comes over here, and then I think he comes towards here, right? Or maybe he's just going to spend all his time over there. All right, let's just go.
We don't want to be overheard.
Let's just go and see what happens. Get in the leaves, get in the leaves. Okay, so there's a door all the way back there, but where does it go? So we can go in here. And then here. Yeah, there's something over here. Cool, we'll get this. Well, there's actually two chests over here. Okay. And then, I never did this. What's in here? Knickknacks. Okay. There's a key here. What's the key for? Is that the key for the chest? Huh. Dislike Mortal Shell heavy, the look of feel of it. You dislike Bloodborne? That's a perspective I rarely hear. What did you dislike about Bloodborne? And ooh, nice sword. And whatever that is. Is that a splint? Lake Fort's seal. And a rapier. Nice. Very, very nice. Oh, I think you can use the seal. You can forge papers to provide like a fake document that forces the trappers to leave. I think that's what that's for. Where's that soldier at? Okay, he's over here. You gonna leave anytime soon, dog? There you go. You don't have to worry about your companions being invisible. You're the only one that counts. The feel of it, the combat feels fine, but the world and all that is just so boring and dull for me. It's the only From Souls like I don't like. Interesting.
Oh, what? The captain gave us a pass to examine the place
We can
our
be here.
king's gift was stolen from.
let's have a look. Okay, fine. You can come in.
Seems like it didn't really want to let me in. Bloodborne is overpraised in my opinion, but it's definitely an incredible game. My main critique of the game is a lack of weapons, and the bullet system severely limits fun on a lot of things. I got Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, but you liked all of them. Why do you place Elden Ring fourth? Ask him about what he saw during the theft.
Were you on duty during the break-in? Did you see anything?
No, I'd done the rounds. It was dark. I was just sitting there when all of a sudden I was bashed on the head.
That's
When I came
rough.
to, the cage was open and it was too late.
And you didn't lose your job.
Are you sure you didn't see anything?
Nothing. My mind is completely blank.
Where's the gift cap?
Where exactly was the gift?
In a chest, which is placed in a kind of cage we use to store precious objects. Everything was
Something
locked.
tells me that's not
They
happening,
forced
Vanessa.
the cage open and broke the chest. Real brutes.
Was anything stolen?
Was anything else stolen?
No, but there were other valuables that would have been much easier to sell off. But who knows? Maybe those thieves had a thing for precious books.
There's a Dark Souls comic book coming out? That's interesting. Is Dark Souls 3 like considered to be universally one of the best ones? Because I see both of you all are saying that you rank that very highly. They used a really odd tool in order to get through. Something that a member of our tribe would not have used. Let's try to pick the lock. Oh, 35% and we still won. I like it. I like it. Oh, let's left. Heavy blow. What could do that? What's the story with the marking on his cheek? He's a Donagrad, which is basically a sage. So he's supposed to become an important character within the tribe, and that marking is part of it. So other sages, not all the tribes people, but other sages have similar markings. All right, the guard is still here. Can I ask him a follow-up question at all? Nope, doesn't look like he takes follow-up questions. And then, let's ask you about this. You got anything to say?
Hello, young Pete.
While searching the storeroom, we found this object. Do you know what it is?
May I see that? It's a bolt cutter. They must have used it to force the cage open. Normally, this type of tool is used to repair machinery. Maybe the Intendant can tell you who borrowed it. He keeps records of that kind of thing.
Beautiful.
We'll leave you to your...
Goodbye.
Quick save and get out of here. Dark Souls 3, in my opinion, has the best bosses of the series, and the story is really good with a lot of gameplay innovations that they learned from the previous entries. Elden Ring is the best gameplay excluding Sekiro, and arguably the best story. But certain bosses I just find annoying and not fun. And there are certainly a lot of good fights. Morgott is one of my favorite fights in the entire From Software library. Now, when you say you don't like some of the fights, do you feel like they made it unnecessarily hard, or it was just, just annoying in general? Because I've always heard good things about the balancing of those fights, but I also see a lot of people frustrated as all hell with their experience. I wouldn't even put DS3 in the top 10 of gaming original soundtrack.
I'm trying to recover our High King's gift, which was stolen from the storeroom.
This break-in is an embarrassment. What will people think of the Alliance now?
Very
the
little.
captain was furious. Anyway, I'd be glad to be of assistance, if need be.
Well. Somebody who finally wants to be helpful. That's a good question. What do I feel like are the best soundtracks in gaming? Right off the bat, I would say Wrath of the Righteous and BG3 are two games that I would put up there. I don't know if Final Fantasy X has one of the best overall soundtracks in gaming, or if it's just that one piano track that I love so much that it makes me always think of that game when good gaming soundtracks, when that topic comes up.
We found this tool in there. The thieves left it on the ground. We believe it was used to break in.
Yes, it's a bolt cutter. We use them to repair machinery.
The captain suggested checking your records to see who last borrowed one.
Let me take a look. It was last borrowed by the woodsmen who work on the hill overlooking the docks. I remember now. They said they needed it to fix a jammed cartwheel. But come to think of it, it's not the best tool for the job.
Yeah, to Zarkand. Yeah, exactly, Davey. That's the one that I'm thinking of. Have I tried the fencing tree? Yeah, so you're undecided between fencing and weapons of war. I've tried all the trees. The advantage of weapons of war, you're going to be able to use weapons that deal more damage, and they have some really cool knockdown effects. So if you want to play as a type of character who can knock down 3 or 4 enemies at one time, you're going to want to go with weapons of war. Fencing tree is more so for a duelist. So if you want to play as a type of character who likes going one-on-one with other enemies, then fencing is going to work for you. It's going to allow you to have higher affinity for intangibility, which increases your dodge chance by 20%. So by wearing lighter armor and getting high agility and doing a couple of other things to increase your dodge, you can make it where enemies basically can't hit you, right? And you'll be able to taunt one enemy and actually it's your companion who does fencing who can do that. But essentially, if you want to basically the way the game works is usually you'll go up against groups of like 4 to 7 people. 3 of them will rush into the front line, and then you'll have mages and archers that stay on the outskirts, right? So as the rifle guy, I kind of picked them off from afar, but you could go into fencing and be the person who one by one eliminates those foes so your allies are not experiencing all of the damage that they can do. Taking out mages ASAP is definitely useful in this game because they can heal other characters, they can help to build characters' armor back up, and they can be very annoying to deal with overall. So it's definitely useful having someone with those types of abilities on your team. Not sure if I put ETH in the top 10 for me, but it's definitely top 25. Total War games. I've never played one of them. I have to try it out at some point. Like a lot of Metal Gear, I've never played through a full Metal Gear game. Does this series have a Pillars kind of vibe? I never played the first. Pillars of Eternity? You know, that's an interesting question. It doesn't play similar to Pillars of Eternity at all. But as far as the vibe of the world, there are some similarities, but at the end of the day, Greedfall is kind of its own beast. It's kind of its own beast, Barca. What's up, Brian? How are you, man? How are you? Yep, no problem, Leth. Hope you enjoy it, dude. If you don't enjoy it, you can easily respect yourself and go with something else. It's not a big deal. Okay.
Did you see or hear anything during the break-in?
No, I was asleep when it happened. Unfortunately, I won't be of any use to you in that matter.
Oh, yeah, I've heard a lot about Melania, CJ. A lot about Melania.
Do you think the woodsman could be responsible for the theft?
I doubt it. Why would woodsmen steal a book? Even though it's a precious book, they'd have a hard time selling it off. If men like that decided to break into the storeroom, they'd steal other things. Although, admittedly, they were the last ones to borrow the bolt cutter. Maybe someone stole it from them.
Did the woodsman behave strangely?
No, but I don't really check on them. All that interests me is how they and others use the equipment. And I have nothing to complain about. They're careful. Well, until they borrowed the bolt cutter, that is.
Milady is a shit boss. Her love is overhyped and not deserved. So she has amazing spectacle and incredible lore, but she does too much different stuff. Got you. Oh, you're off today, Brian? That's nice. And just got your episode for the day uploaded? Awesome. What a joy to have to loop midweek stream. Nice, dude. That's awesome, man. It's cool to get a day off in the middle of the week. And so I'm more like monologues, like a speech such as Amnesia blows you away. What game is from Amnesia from? Run, lifesteal plus hyper armor cross one-shot moves. Crazy.
Do you have tools in your inventory capable of smashing a chest?
That would depend on the chest. A hammer and chisel might do the trick, but it would take time and be noisy. If it's a wooden chest, an axe would be a quick but risky way of opening it.
We will leave you to your work.
That's certain. There's always more work here.
Interesting. So, got to check in with the woods people. But first, what is down here? Doesn't look like anything. Oh, okay, we can go around there too. No problem. What's in here? Dormitory. Okay. Nothing? Seriously? Whole lot of nothing? Not even missing anything? Nope. Just a whole lot of nothing. Well, that's annoying. That's annoying! So let's go to the bottom here. I saw something. There we go. Gold! Signet ring. I'll take it. Whoever you had it, you no longer need it, I'm sure. And here is the pier. I am at the pier, and this is the fishing spot where we deal with the Quicksilver. And you are the woodsman. There we go. So I can clear the pier, then come right around and talk to the woodsman. There we are. Beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Clear you. Clear you. What's over here? More to clear. There we go. And then in here. Now, storeroom. You should have something interesting. Give me something good. Gold, 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 gold. Where's the chest? There we go. I see a chest. Where's the other one? You're the special. Ooh. Oh, nice. This is a makeshift tool. Sometimes you'll come across things that need to be repaired. You can either do a craftsmanship roll, or you can use your tools to take care of it. For whatever reason, tools are extremely rare in this game. Like, I feel like the game gave me 4 or 5 right up front, and then I almost never found them again. It was very, very odd. Dark Souls 1 and 2 are a toss-up for me. I often have them tied for my love of them. Nice. Amnesia, a machine for pigs. Oh, I think I've heard of that before. That's interesting. Dark Souls 2 is a good game, but it has the worst Souls game. But it's the worst Souls game by far. Oh, wow. Their second one was the worst. I'm sure that was a big disappointment for those people who were happy with the first game. As you can see, I'm letting that chest go. Sometimes we will not be able to unlock things, and when that happens, we're just going to accept it. All right? I'm not going to force y'all to watch me reload over and over again for every chest that I'm unable to open. Played a bit of the new Avowed stuff, and dude, they did amazing with the new race and new godlike options. Very happy. It makes the game 100% better. Yeah, you know, I wasn't excited about going through it because I knew that you were not going to have any unique reactions to your race. And so that's the only reason I haven't played it and covered it yet. But I do keep hearing that it was actually implemented very well. So I plan to check it out at some point when I'm not swamped with Solasta 2 and Greedfall stuff. What's up, Chaotic? Heard they went all out with the voice acting in this game. I think the voice acting is very impressive in this title. I think it's very impressive, and it consistently works quite well. Obviously, having Astarion in your game is a big step in the right direction. Although honestly, I will say I don't feel like they used them nearly enough. But it is what it is. Was it made by the guy who did? Oh, it wasn't made by the guy who did Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. He came back for DS3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. Oh, that's why it wasn't nearly as good. Interesting. Burn Vial and see more makeshift tools. You never get makeshift tools after this early section. I don't understand what the reasoning is for that, but it is what it is. We came in here and then we cleared everything over here. Did we pick you up? We did. You're all good. Chaotic, appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Played a little now. So far, I find it very annoying having to listen to a language I don't understand. Yeah, that's why I started skipping past those sections, because I could tell people in my stream felt similarly. It doesn't bother me, but part of that might be because I have the perspective of also seeing the game after you leave here and you're captured, and it's such a drastic shift. Basically, you almost never hear that language again. Like, I feel like they do a really good job of making the language feel like part of the culture, and that then it's been taken from you, stripped from you, and you're surrounded now by people who are not of a similar mind, you know, and see the world completely differently. And so I look at all of that as almost like part of the journey. But I definitely understand why a lot of people are irritated with it. Definitely understand. The races even add their stats, like +2 to might for the Amwa. Yeah, I read about that. I'm definitely looking forward to getting into that Avowed content. All right, the first time I reloaded until this survival check hit. This time I'm not doing that, and so it failed. We're just gonna let it fail and find out what we have to do instead. Starion was your least enjoyable NPC. Annoying, twisted, and off. Was his voice acting a big reason why you didn't enjoy him? BioShock has some good music. I don't know about the first two, but BioShock Infinite has some really, really cool music. I thoroughly enjoyed BioShock Infinite from a soundtrack standpoint. And just in general, I was a fan of the BioShock games. Man, those were great experiences. I definitely plan to play those on the channel, but unfortunately, we've got a bunch of other games that take priority over that. Couldn't do a run with a Starion as a party member. I hate him too much. Only time I had about main part is when I played his Origin.
Hello.
Something about theft.
Did you know that someone broke into the fort storeroom?
I heard about the incident, yes. And what does it have to do with you? Is the captain hiring natives now?
The stolen item was intended as a gift for our king. We'd like to find it. Could you answer a few questions?
Why not? But make it snappy, we've got work to do.
We found this bolt cutter on the floor of the storeroom that was broken into. According to the Intendant's records, the last person to borrow it was you.
Yeah, but so what? We needed to fix a jammed wheel. Someone must have stolen it before we could return it to the Intendant, and then they used it to break into the storeroom.
Diplomacy. Confess.
You're lying.
No!
I'm sure you're the
No,
thieves.
I'm not jacking that. That I am going to restart. I want that. I want that. Hold up. I want that. I want to know what happens. I actually didn't like a lot of the BG3 companions, which I know is a hot take, but I only really like Gale, Carlock, and Halson and Will. Interesting. What did you dislike about Shadowheart? They could be creepy. Playing Alone, BioShock were great. Yeah, they were awesome games. Could never understand the ending of 3. It was weird, but there was an additional DLC you had to play to understand more as well. Did you ever play the DLC?
Hello.
Yeah. What?
Well,
what the heck? Why didn't it?
Will it?
Oh, did I accidentally exit out of it? Exit out of the... Oh, I gotta fast forward a little more carefully. Okay. You didn't like any of the BG3 campaigns except Shadowheart? I thought they were all pretty bad. Crazy. What was bad about Lae'zel? There's nothing about Shadowheart. Just don't give a damn. That's so interesting.
Hello.
But you like BG3 overall, right, CJ?
Did you know? Oh, just why not?
Okay. I'm about the object.
Yeah, but so am I.
Okay, there we go.
Your story.
There we go.
All the evidence points to you, and I'm sure it'll be enough to convince the captain to question you. Are you sure you wanted to come to that? Confess and explain yourself. We'll listen to what you have to say. Don't expect the same treatment from others.
You're not wrong. You'll probably be more understanding than the captain. We did steal the book. Oh, we should have been more careful.
Okay, so you did like Lae'zel. Nice. Okay, what was wrong with... Let me remind myself of the companions you get in this game. Lae'zel, I felt like, was definitely the most complete one. So you had Lae'zel, Gale, Shadowheart, Will, Minthara, but I'm missing some. Oh, then you got Jahara and Minx as well. Jahara and Minx, I definitely feel like wasn't done well. Will and Minthara never got the love they deserved. Karlach, she was missing way too much of her Act 3 content. So I would say that Lae'zel, Shadowheart, and Gale were the ones that felt like complete, well-done companions. What do you dislike about Gale and Shadowheart? I loved Minx and Jahara in BG3 because I grew up with them in BG1 and 2. I enjoyed it from that aspect as well, Nate, but I didn't like what Larian did with them. I felt like it could have been better.
Why did you steal the book? Does it contain secrets?
No, it's just a nice gift intended to appease your king and promote the Bridge Alliance. But we know their maneuvers, here and on the mainland. We know how they work.
Agreed.
They seduce with their so-called scientific progress, showing only their best side. But it's merely to better enslave you, to destroy your beliefs and your spiritual life. My country on the mainland has been fighting them for centuries. We can't let them win here. That's why we couldn't allow your king to receive this gift. We have nothing against you. On the contrary. But you should be warned. We won't let ourselves be taken alive.
Honestly, Friendly, I think it's more than that. I think Will obviously did get shafted by the rework, but it doesn't make sense to me that the other companions seem to get so many more updates and time than Will got. Like, they never dropped DLC to address that. I feel the same way about Karlach. I think it's a shame that all of our Act 3 stuff is just going to be cut forever. Roll-locks are always poorly written in video games. A lot of writers don't fully understand the profession and class. Yeah, are you excited at all, Buck, about that Warlock game that's coming out?
I understand why you did it, and I'll think about what you told us. However, we must bring this gift back to our leader, who'll decide what to do.
Very well. But I hope you won't forget what I told you. If you care about your faith, don't give this book to your king.
So I'm actually curious. In my game,
Sell these. Es Lorgon war heflar. Frichte dem Teugen Saloir de sa andrebam. Es dugem siem der Sreng der var heflar revegen.
There we go. In my game, I gave the book to my leader and said, hey, these guys are here. They're undermining the Bridge Alliance, all that kind of stuff. And some things happened later on that I'm only just now wondering, did they occur because I gave him the book? Because once I gave him the book, it also motivated him to say, hey, let's forge closer alliances, all that kind of stuff. And then things occurred that made me go, yeesh. This could have been a little bit better. The language sounds like they speak in slow-mo. Oh, there's people up there. Yeah, I guess I am comfortable coming up here. Okay, sure. Let's do it. I think Carlock's right. It was probably done after designers decided that Act 3's budget had run out, and we'll probably have similar issues getting new content. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, she's up here. Cool. I don't like the way they're split here, so let's bring her out. And then let's taunt to make sure that I am not the first one they focus on. There we go. Now they're all going to decide to focus on her. Works for me. And then I'm going to come here first, take out your shields, and then right afterwards, I am going to attack until I can give you some. There we go. Give you some of that. And bam, there we are. Love that. All that bleeding and whatnot working through you. And now we'll turn on power for myself. And now she just needs an extra action point. There we go. And then she will take you off. There we go. Peel that back so that you go where you're supposed to go. And then we'll take your armor off. There we go. And then keep attacking you. And then keep attacking this other guy as well. And I could turn on power for myself, but he's almost dead, so no need to worry about that. I wouldn't say BG3 isn't fantastic. I have qualms about it, but it's quite a remarkable game. Act 3 kept BG3 from being a fantastic game. Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. I hold BG3 in very high regard. I think it's bona fide top 10 CRPG all time. And I think if you're talking about CRPGs for someone who has never played a CRPG before, it's either number 1 or number 2, probably number 1. And that bears out when you look or when you listen to all of the people who will tell you that, hey, Baldur's Gate 3 is the first CRPG they've ever played. What are you? Oh, you're some type of cat thingamajig. Oh, there's others. Interesting. I see. Yeah, see, so this is what happens when you're the first person to hit. Then all of a sudden everybody wants to pay attention to you because they're like, oh, okay, you're the person we have to deal with. And it messes up on some level controlling the front line, but she was still able to get it back by using taunt since we're in this enclosed area. If we had been in a less enclosed area where enemies would have been more spread out, this would be a much bigger deal. But as it is, we're good. There we go. Yeah, only Wrath of the Righteous surpasses BG3 and all but graphics and gameplay. Well, I think BG3 surpasses Wrath of the Righteous in graphics, gameplay, and accessibility. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is a much, much better game for a new CRPG player than Wrath of the Righteous is. Wrath is hard for players to understand, even if they're familiar with CRPGs. I have people tell me all the time, hey, I played Tyranny, I played Pillars of Eternity, and I got through those games no problem, and I'm completely confused playing Wrath of the Righteous. And that's important, right? Because we want more people playing these types of games so that more of these types of games get made. And Larian has consistently done a pretty good job in bringing new people into the genre, which is pretty freaking cool. Why are you not? Thank you. There we go. All right, now. And I'll take that. What in the hell? No. You. There we go. There we go. And we're all good. Yep. And he's like, I'm feeling that heat. I'm feeling that heat, but it's too late, homie. You should have felt the heat earlier. There you go. You're done for. And we'll just manually hit you. She's been healed, so that's all good. She's knocked down, but that means they're paying attention to her, so I'm not worried about that. And then you've been ducking all. Man, the cut. I'm gonna deal with you now. Oh, I need more points. Need more action points so I can get more skills. What's up, Truckin'? How are you, man? That's true, of course. However, Larian's simplifications have always been what I didn't like about their games. True. I feel like we got a couple of major developers, one who makes games that are better for old school players, and then one who makes games that are much better for players who are brand new to the genre. And I think it's a blessing that we have both of them. All groups get satisfied. Wrath is so complicated. Indeed. What up, RJ? Just want to pop in and say thank you for your Road Trader guide. Help me a lot. No problem, dude. No problem. Take care, friendly. Have a good one, man. I hope you enjoy the game. Gameplay of Wrath is better for me because of how the game lets you build really anything, and it can work, and the mythic paths and all that. In my opinion, Wrath is the most replayable game ever. Or at least the most replayable CRPG. Like, all of the different playthroughs you can get because of the mythic paths is really freaking cool. You know, this tall grass is probably here for a reason. It's better to avoid killing these beasts. Oh, you know what? Mev mentioned this to me when I was in my last playthrough. She was like, oh, you killed the beast? That's unfortunate. You didn't have to do that. And I was like, what are you talking about? These beasts were going to annihilate me. Do the beasts come all the way up here? They do not. Okay. I think we have to come back through here. Unfortunately.
Let's show them what we're...
No, thank you. By the way, I choose Chanter to play. I appreciate your breakdown of the class. Yeah, when I play Pillars of Eternity 2, I'm definitely going to play as a Chanter. I've never done a full playthrough with my main character as a Chanter, and I'm absolutely looking forward to it because they've clearly done just such an amazing job with the class in that game. What's going on, Enriquez? DOS 2 after playing BG3, you just couldn't get into it? This seems to play like old school Dragon Age. Do you find that holds up? It does. I think it holds up very well. And in the interview I did with the Greedfall creator and main writer of this game, she said straight up that Dragon Age Origins was an inspiration for this game.
Es virto. Es rade de hachuam. Veluma siente mai ragi de diavrek ten. Sa ole eshon maru.
Quet budenat boys amel galan segi.
Na fravin da hole.
What am I missing? Oh, lots. What's that? Doing the first game, but I'll eventually play the second one too? Awesome. Awesome. Rather Rise is the most restartable game of all time. I don't know if I say the gameplay of BG3 is better than Wrath. Yeah, I don't consider it better. It's smoother and faster. Because of multiple enemies at the same time, but I feel the gameplay is limited by only being a level 12. Yep. So, we're not sure if, because eating the fish is causing, yeah, is causing poisoning from the quicksilver. So I gotta look at that, but first, let's go down here. Larian made Divinity Original Sin and those games, especially 2's way of doing classes, etc., is excellent. So do you like Divinity Original Sin more than Baldur's Gate 3? There's a lot less combat in Baldur's Gate 3 than there is in Wrath of the Righteous. But combat goes much faster and in Wrath of the Righteous comparatively. Yeah, this should be fine.
Let's show them what we're made of.
Beautiful. Did you use your buff yet? You have it. Thank you. Did you, how much longer before taunt is available for you? A little while, okay. Here, let's just go ahead and move you over there then. Whoops. Beautiful. I should have chose the other one, but it's fine. There we go. You out of there. Lovely. Somebody else over there too. No problem. What's up, Morgana? How's this feel compared to Origins? It feels different because you do not have the ability to set up tactics. So if you can make your companions autonomous, but then you are beholden to the game's AI, which isn't like completely horrible, but it's certainly not as good as being able to set up tactics for all of your companions so you do exactly what you want them to do in the exact moment when it would be appropriate for them to do it. And so from that standpoint, the combat is weaker, but it's still a lot of fun. And I enjoy combat here significantly more than I did in the original Greedfall game. What's up, Sinister? Have fun in this in early access? Yeah, and they've made a lot of improvements since then, so I feel like it's an even better game now. Wrath of the Righteous companions are better than BG3. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Origin's tactic system is amazing. Yeah, I don't understand why more devs don't use it. It's so odd to me. You have to play it BG and just couldn't get into it. So it's either full manual or AI. Yes. Yeah, there's no tactic system that allows you to say, hey, use this move at this particular time or anything like that. But you can switch back and forth between the two at the click of a button. So usually I allow companions to stay autonomous, and and then every so often I'll switch directly to them if for whatever reason I have a particular move that I want to be used right here, right now.
Let's show them what we're made of.
Going on. How do you zoom out like that? My camera is half of the ass of my character and I can't seem to change it. Are you talking about in when you go to options, go to game profile, make sure you're set to tactical. Tactical allows you to change your camera however you want to. If you change it to hybrid or focus mode, then each one is going to limit how many settings you have access to avoid overwhelming players who feel like they have, too much power, too many options, and are trouble deciding what it is they're supposed to do.
Maru.
Man, he's covered in spines. Statue. Dead man with a statue. We'll have to investigate that and see what we can do. Found out about the statuette. Oop. This game had DLSS or FSR. That I'm not sure about. Diary belongs to him. We'll have to bring it back to Forcon so that he can determine why this guy might have been here. The lack of race diversity in BG3's companions really hurt it. So we got, oh, that's right. We had like 3 L's, 1 tiefling, 1 human, 1 Gif Yankee, actually 2 humans, and then it would have been like 4 L's, right? It could have been more diverse, but I don't think it was a crazy lack of diversity. It does look like a crazy lack of diversity if you compare it to the original Baldur's Gate games, though. Kind of feel more overwhelmed if I can't see anything because the camera is so close. I think that's a legitimate concern. That's legit. All my years of gaming, not one game has surpassed Mass Effect 1 to 3. And as far as companions, man, oh man. Companions that you really felt for by the end. If we got 3 straight games all interconnected that were like Wrath of the Righteous, it could go for a similar title. But I don't think Owlcat is going to do that. Quality control is not really Owlcat's strong suit. And when you're talking about allowing people to transfer their saves and take the risk that something is broken, not because of what you've done directly, but because of what isn't transferring over properly from a previous save, you're really potentially putting yourself in a bind. So I just don't see Owlcat going to that range, going to that level rather. We needed Alfira to be a bard party member. Yeah, that would have been nice. That would have been nice. Garrus is best bro for sure. Best bro for sure. Zevlor should have been recruitable. I'm down for that as well. Yep, so the creatures are eating the same stuff that the humans are, and it's poisoning them. Very unfortunate. Gotta figure out why that's happening. Remember Dragon Age Origins, where you only got an elf, dwarf, and Canary in the party, and the rest are humans, dog, and DLC Golem. Yeah, I feel like the diversity of companions, and frankly your ability to play as a non-human in games, is a consistent area of frustration. But the problem is that there are so many people who are only comfortable playing with humans and only want to see themselves as a human. So as much as there are players like me and some of us on this stream who would really prefer to have a wider diversity of options, like if you all saw some of those infographics that Larian dropped when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, they allowed you to be a Gith Yankee, put all these interesting characters together. What did people do? Play a boring old human for the most part.
We're working. What does it look like?
Our people are being poisoned by something that's in the water and the fish. And that's where we find you.
Yeah, except we're miners, not poisoners. I don't know what's going on with your people, but it's got nothing to do with us. Leave and let us work.
You and your land-scoring Moin are responsible for it. You won't get away with this.
Zevlor would not have been boring as a companion if we could have corrupted him and made him like more evil, more vicious, and basically like a true devil type of tiefling. That forever hit me in the fields has had to be me. Someone else might have gotten it wrong.
Dead. Hastagen tiwigau savereme. Es moja puisig da dugi de kwetsjart.
Agat gailu dadem. Radid mev daur held farberwi for nerti.
Esvir. Lemat radidis quint. Beroident mera.
Look, our friends have been getting sick ever since you started mining near the river. All we want to do is save our people. Can you understand that? And to do that, we need to understand what's going on there.
I'm telling you, we're not doing anything that will poison anyone. We're just mining. It's not complicated. Besides, the guards won't let you in.
Maybe they could see for themselves if they went to work there for a while?
As if there weren't enough natives there already. And with the theft, they're not hiring anymore.
Sure they are. They just need a recommendation. Just tell them I sent you. My name is Ganimet. Go talk to the master of the mine. He's always in need of more workers.
Thank you. We'll take your advice and get a job.
Mens vregu des vergeju da heronoixa, da regach neis dale mis jesno? Fravindem kasur, sient nama bujed, sadone men ja nemident ni.
Es radeem es durga ir. Hagem fravindem kakovir ka kwed neimiden der neis luchton. Ka hekter kwodoi ragamigam.
Nas kam, aridenger. Advad, serto.
Budvelda roidi began eladagi yam kori.
All right. Take some of the slurs that they've been using. And then Dragon Age 2 only lets you play as a human, since the majority only played human normie. Exactly. So BioWare was like, what's the point of putting in all this extra effort so that you could play as different characters if at the end of the day, the overwhelming majority of you are going to pick the boring option? I get it. So I basically take it as a stance of, I really appreciate it when devs go the extra mile and allow me to play as more interesting characters, because it's what I personally prefer. But at the same time, I don't hold it against them when they don't, because I understand the majority of people are boring. And they're going to choose the boring option if it's available to them. And I don't knock them for that, because, hey, everybody has a right to enjoy games in whatever way they prefer. So I'm not trying to like tear those people down or look down on them at all. They're doing what they want to do. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. BioWare in their prime were unmatched. Man, there's still nobody quite yet who's making games the way they did. Like, I loved that they tried to give us true epic stories where you took the same characters or the same world over multiple playthroughs and were able to really connect. There's nobody else doing it like that. The closest who tried to do it was CDPR, but frankly, I don't feel like the job they did with the Witcher series is as good as the job BioWare was able to do with Dragon Age, because I don't feel like they show quite as much respect to previous choices. There was some pretty massive retcons that CDPR did that personally I found to be just unacceptable. I found it to be really unacceptable and extremely disappointing. And I didn't, for the most part, I didn't feel that way about BioWare. The only time I felt that way with BioWare was with the Rachni Queen. I felt like the Rachni Queen was presented as something that really mattered in the first game, and then when you got down to it, it was a big nothing burger, and that was extremely disappointing. But other than that, I felt like the majority of, and besides the ending of Mass Effect 3, but other than that, I felt like the majority of things that I felt like should be important were important. Whereas in the Witcher series, you could completely dump and disrespect Trish and make it clear you wanted nothing to do with her ever again. And then in Witcher 2, you still woke up in a bed with her, like completely disregarding a pretty major decision you made in regards to who you did and did not want to have a relationship or frankly a friendship with. And then in Mass Effect 2, in Witcher 2, they completely disregard if you have to be careful. Oh, this is the mining colony. Don't go in this way. They completely disregard if you decide that you want to kill the king and retcon that decision. And if you decided that you wanted to side with the dragons and the dwarves, I found that to be completely reprehensible. One day I am going to play through that game on the stream on channel, then I'm going to do a review for it so that I can absolutely tear them apart over that, because I really don't appreciate it. This is the mining place, but why don't I oh, okay, yeah. So we came from over there, and then there's this open area. Okay, cool. I'm still so happy BG3 actually had good-looking tieflings. I love playing them, and Solasta did not do them justice, nor did Wrath. Yeah, BG3 definitely has had the best-looking ones thus far. Inquisition felt like it was originally written with a human Inquisitor in mind. I believe it was, and then later on, they decided to put more effort into allowing you to be a Qunari and a dwarf. In fact, I remember them talking about, at first they weren't sure if they could do it because the camera angles had to change so much based on your height, but they eventually figured it out. Humans are often mechanically superior. In Wrath, they give you an extra feat. In BG3, your human can wear light armor and use a shield. This is true. To be frank, the human noble origin had the most main plot relevancy and origins, in my opinion. They always found the city elf to be the best origin. Was so savage. Yeah, city elf was amazing. Human noble, yeah, I guess it does have it is the most intertwined in the main plot when you look at it, but I felt like all the origins work really well. Today I wonder, what if BioWare never were under EA? The problem was BioWare, it was really questionable if they were going to have enough money to move forward. Like, they were a well-loved studio, but they were not making smash hits that were like breaking records, And so there was a real question about what would they do if they didn't find a sponsor that was really going to help them stay afloat. Same issue that Obsidian ran into. Like, Obsidian signed up with Microsoft because they needed the money, period. It wasn't clear that Obsidian would survive without it. What up, Moonlight? How are you? Recognize Queen didn't matter at all. Exactly. I thought that was very disappointing. Yeah, I don't get the hype for CDPR. I tried Cyberpunk and it's not clicked for me. I think CDPR makes incredible games. And I think as long as they stick with making those games its own beast, they'll be fine. Because Witcher 3 in isolation is amazing. And even if you consider the rest of the series, it's amazing. But I think it's significantly less of an amazing game if you've played Witcher 1 and 2 and understand the choices and the decisions that you made that should have counted for Witcher 3 that were completely retconned. You couldn't get into Inquisition? Why not, Nate? What's up, Indefinite? How are you? I really love the Dalish origin, and it seems to be the best when playing all games in succession. Dalish is definitely an awesome one. Definitely give you some really, really cool scenes. Hope you're doing well, dude. You love the Cunari Inquisitor? That was fun. Going to be a long wait for the next Cyberpunk, sadly. I'm not sure if it's going to be that long. Seems like it's only going to be a couple of years. BioWare became bad before EA? I don't agree with that. Right before EA, they made Mass Effect 2 and Dragon Age 2, right? Yeah, I don't feel like they were going bad before EA. I feel like what really killed BioWare, to be honest with you, was when the doctors left. I think a lot of the culture around BioWare was put into place by the doctors, and then they got some really awesome devs who really loved making games to help push that, to help make sure that culture was at the forefront of the games. And when the doctors left, part of the culture left with them, especially since they were already owned by EA. And to me, that was like the beginning of the end. And then they still had a pretty good game, and a game that I regard well, in Inquisition, but they were never the same once the doctors bailed out. And I couldn't really blame them. It wasn't like the doctors had already been in gaming for quite some time. They came into this huge windfall of money and said, they're like, you know what? I'm going to move on to the next phase of my life. I think one of them owns a brewery now up in Canada. You know, like they're doing completely different things and living healthy, happy lives, whereas everybody else who's still in game dev is dealing with this shitstorm from all these fans who are never satisfied or happy with anything. So I don't knock them for it, but it definitely, in my opinion, is what really destroyed BioWare. Billy, anyone play the two Dwarf origins? Dwarf Noble is actually one of the best origins in the game, in my opinion. Back over to tell you, thanks for your Greedfall 2 coverage. I decided to give it a try. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I hope you enjoy it, man. I hope you enjoy it. Are you going to play the new BG2 conversion mod that added a whole new area, story, and party members? No, I haven't heard about that. It added a new area, story, and party members? That sounds cool. I did at some point want to play through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 on the channel, so maybe the conversion mod will provide a good opportunity for me to do that. I don't like the Dalish origin because it has so little reference in origins. I wish you could meet up with that clan again instead of some random clan. Yeah, I can understand that. They dropped the ball with the Dalish, especially with the reveal in Inquisition and its ending. I don't feel like they dropped the ball there. I feel like the ball was dropped in Veilguard, but I love the ending in Inquisition. Mass Effect 3 was when it started going downhill. I don't really... No, I don't agree. I think it's when things went downhill for Mass Effect, but the Dragon Age team was fine. Inquisition came after Mass Effect 3, right? I'm pretty sure. And so Inquisition came out. Inquisition was definitely a step back in the right direction for the Dragon Age series, but then EA put their hands into everything and started ripping stuff apart, and that's when Gator left and everything just fell apart for that team. But the doctors left, right, in part due to what happened with the Mass Effect 3 ending. I just think they decided, all right, it's time for us to bail. But I think their absence is what really caused things to go downhill, because they did not have the presence to maintain control of the culture and say, hey, we're still BioWare and this is how we do things. And everything just fell apart from there. What up, Pepsi? How are you, dude? Dwarf Noble Isolate, I believe, is the best origin. Dwarf Commoner is solid as well. Yeah, Dwarf Commoner is solid too. There's not a bad origin option in Origins, to be honest with you. I don't understand why we have not gotten another game that does something similar. I thought that's what Cyberpunk was supposed to be. I thought when I first saw like the corporate origin or like the nomad origin, I'm like, oh cool, they're doing the Dragon Age Origins thing, and it's gonna be like 2 hours that set you up in the beginning, and then there'll be quests and callbacks to what you did, etc. I was really excited for it. Whole big nothing burger. I was so disappointed.
We've come to look for work. We heard you hire natives such as us.
There's been a theft, so we only let people in on recommendation. Got a name for me?
A miner called Ganimet told us to go see the chief.
I know who she is. She's been working here a long time. We can trust her.
All right. You can come in, but don't expect to be welcomed with open arms. The master of the mine is probably in his tent.
Bioware Obsidian.
On the other side of the river. We'll lower the bridge for you.
BioWare, Obsidian, and Owlcat is what I call the holy trinity of RPGs. They're definitely some of my favorite RPG developers. No question about that. No question about that. Nothing here? You sure? There we go. More of these damn polluted fish. The Fade section, people who play Mage have no choice but to play a Circle Mage. Fade section was haunting, but the Joan plot line was a turnoff for some due to being roped into it and Joan having a super whiny voice. He did always sound like a punk. Around Inquisitions when EA made the single players have no place in gaming stands. True. But even then, you know, who knows how much influence the doctors would have had as far as trying to keep BioWare out of that, but I feel like they definitely would have had more influence than the leadership that was left. They had a personal relationship with the CEO who originally brought them into EA. Like, that's part of the reason they decided to go that route. Nobody cares about Lily. The devs doing tactical adventures. Yeah, they're awesome as well. I agree. 110%. Have you found the smith? Wait, what? Have you found the smith to... Oh, the broken sword? Vincent, you give the broken sword to Folkar back at camp. And then he'll tell you that he's going to repair it, but he won't do that for some time. It's not something you can do immediately.
I can't do it.
All right, fine. The Cyberpunk origin and Jackie's friendship just fell flat. Unfortunately. I liked Jackie. I was a fan of Jackie, but definitely the origins, I felt like they didn't work well. I remember liking Cyberpunk a lot, but I haven't played since the launch. So I'm looking forward to circling back again, probably once we get through with this current round of games.
Chief, something serious has happened.
Oh, I forgot. Hold up. Hey, I got another rank in diplomacy, and let's go with skills. We sticking with bows. What level are we? We are level 7 right now. We could upgrade this to upgrade the crit chance. The crit chance is always nice. Resistance to poison and burn, don't care. Crit chance I engage in combat, not engaging in combat. Don't care about high ground bonus either. So I could get that, but what's the other option over here? All right, heals me for life. I don't care about that. And yep, don't care about that either. All right, so we're definitely going to go ahead and just go with this. And for attributes, we got 9 on you right now, so we'll increase this. Oh, maximum it could go up to is 11. All right, well, there we go. Got that. And now you 9 on focus. That's what we want. Get you a little bit more endurance too. And what's your skills looking like? You got 1 point that you can use. What does this do? Ooh, your favors. We want them to last longer. Now you got 1 point as well. And we could take applies power in life. No. Immune against weakness. I don't really care. Projection, and that's for charge as well, or just regular projection. Applies retaliation or applies weakness. I like, oh yeah, and this is 1 action point. So yeah, we'll take that. Projection for free and retaliation on yourself. Very, very nice. Now let's get this up to 9 so that you get the bonus action point as well. Beautiful. Now let's look at equipment. You got you got a massive upgrade to your mallet. Very much so a fan of that. And then how about this? You kind of like that. Yep. Certainly a much better looking helmet. And then let's see, magical deflection, resistance to curse and crit chance and will. No, you don't care about that. We'll leave that alone. And then you've got some armor. And nope, no upgrade to your armor apparently. So now you got a new bow. Doesn't look like you have a new bow. Yeah, none of those are going to work. How's this for you though? Yep, you'll take that, sure. And then helmet. This is the same helmet you already had. This is a different one. Less magical deflection, but oh, what? Oh, that's the one she had equipped. All right, so nothing I could do with that. You get more crit chance than that. You love more crit chance, so we'll take that. No new bracers, but we do have some armor. Now this will give me a lot more armor, but no magical deflection. Tangibility. And these are both 45. Intangibility. Do I want to let go of my magical deflection? Not really. So I'm going to let that go. How about you, though? You're not getting any magical deflections. So you can go ahead and take this. And yeah, I think I like it exactly the way it is. And then you could take one of these as well. Hey, you will take just a resistance to poison, and then you can take that. That is a really, really, and I mean truly dumb looking hat, but we're going to be able to replace it in time. Don't need to get hung up on it right now. And bam, we're in a good spot. Yeah, the Cyberpunk origin of Jake's friends. That cutscene should have been playable. The heist more streamlined. At least in the next Cyberpunk plotline should be more free to explore the world's lore more. Given no chip in your head. Don't assume there won't be a chip. We'll see.
Damn it! What bad luck! As if I wasn't already dealing with enough trouble over that thievery.
We've got to do something, or they're all gonna die.
And we'd risk killing them for certain, or even jeopardizing the whole mine if we intervene.
True.
The ground is too unstable.
But
that's enough. I'll think about it. But I don't see what we can do for them right now. What are you doing with your arms just dangling there? Do you think we're gonna pay you just to stand there and do nothing?
Chill out, bro.
Chief, they don't work for us.
No, not yet. We were hoping you could give us a job.
Sorry, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, well.
We've got enough savages on the site as it is.
I'm not a savage. Watch your mouth. I'll slit your throat.
Otherwise, we'd still have our chest, and I wouldn't be tearing my hair out wondering what I'm going to tell the company.
Isn't ya indredent ni? Ja regent ne stalemem. A galwen ta dada amila vet.
Nein, weert mooi alto amilain.
Nealon doesn't like them being here.
Someone stole this week's haul. All the gold we've mined over the last few days has disappeared, and I'm sure it was one of your lot who did it.
Enjoying the game so far. I wonder who you can romance in it. Do you want me to tell you, or you want me to? You want to find out for yourself? I noticed a pattern in BioWare's games. There's always a mysterious old ancient entity. Reapers in Mass Effect, old ones in Neverwinter Nights 2, Rakata and KOTOR. Yep, I agree. They like that, and they like it as a story mechanic. Ridiculous hats is how they identify your allegiance. Take care of a system I would like, but they don't seem faithful to the type of system from looking at their history. Blame the colonist. Oh, wait. Blame the colonists.
You should know that gold has no particular value for our people. It's a decorative metal at best. But people like you, from your continent, seem to attach great importance to it.
My men would do something like this. So who would? A soldier? No, I don't think so. A merchant?
Nilan is an excellent tracker. If you let him study where the theft took place, he'll surely be able to tell you who did it.
Na menten on vegem da already saveri.
He doesn't want to help, but he will.
I don't understand the gibberish you're spouting. But why not? If I let you examine the scene of the theft, and you can prove to me that it wasn't a native's doing, I'll let you work here.
Excellent.
We accept. Show us the place.
Follow me. And try it this way. This is the storeroom. This is where we usually keep everything we've mined during the week before we send it to Hikmet. Those rogues forced open the door and managed to open the safe. I'll let you see for yourself, but don't touch anything.
They do that with Veilguard too, which is ridiculous and the most brain-dead decision they could have done.
Ja, Cochleos on Aerni. Nasci intended ne sius fregusa.
I can't do it.
Oh well. Would have been nice.
Budlawer amandag quid selgaig neis luchtos. At vregu force me uni adid bugiesa.
Nas ondone. Anondaga messa vitbogam fare dal drog. Nas volada maradion queske.
Salam care. Oida one luchtumen ja toig de sacrifice escheden.
Kremi li echter ham feresam. Radiodum le volani de hebuligem.
Ja, es virtu. Es roilanan kasin. At sissamel.
So, did your
What's up, Godhand?
tracker find anything?
Oh, right. Go back and look for clues.
That's good.
What the hell? What did we... What? That wasn't there before.
Estalan beduyas esa.
Esenole heniedem en sarana me frasi. Na voreida.
Killed the best dwarf in the world. Alright, we can tell that it's a foreigner because of the things that we found.
So, did your famous tracker find anything?
So that is correct. Dragon Age sold better than Mass Effect, but Mass Effect is considered to be more culturally relevant. Part of that is absolutely because each game was so different. You didn't play as the same person, so it didn't stick the same way Mass Effect did. But I think there are other factors as well. Like EA just never respected Dragon Age the way they respected Mass Effect.
To force the lock on the door.
All right, we found all the reasons why it's definitely not one of our people. Let's just go through this. About the boat. Yep.
Even our children fashion bows of better
No,
quality.
Carter. I played the first game, but I don't remember it at all, and I still had a good time with this.
But it seems to
Sup,
me
man?
that all these
Appreciate you
elements
slapping through.
combined prove that our people
Been the
are
game all the way through.
even though they try to blame us.
It appears so.
Yeah, he's gone,
In a
Ultron.
way, it's a relief, since there are quite a few of you working here.
That's another
And
thing.
since
This
it's
game
not
is a
like my
prequel to
memory,
the first game.
I wonder who did it. Anyway, I'll tell my boys you can work here, and I hope the captain of the fort is able to catch the thief. Thanks for your help.
Haha! I have the key to the mine now. That's interesting. Does that key work on this door back here as well, I wonder? Or am I permanently shut out this door? Yeah, it's so weird that EA never saw Dragon Age's potential, especially considering how well it's regarded.
We need a key to open this door.
Damn. What is this place? What is it called? This is called the Fort Infirmary. All right. Let's see if we get a Fort Infirmary key at some point. One more dragon fight in Dragon Age. Feel it with DA2, the Rust development. I hated being in the same unchanging city for 10 years. Yep. I feel like from the story standpoint, Dragon Age 2 could have been really, really amazing because it's so much more toned down and down to earth, but the repetitive environments really kind of kill it for me. Yes, you can go ahead and attempt to unlock his chest right behind him and fail. Maybe that's why he's okay with it, because he knows you ain't gonna be able to get it done. It is what it is. Fallout and Elder Scrolls are cooked. I don't know if that's the case. Supposedly, what's his name? Bethesda has been working on updating their engine. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see what updates they actually make and if it's going to have a significant impact on the player experience. We'll see. What up, Royale? How are you, man? Dragon Age 2 I thought was amazing. I'm not blaming its lack of assets on BioWare. The thing came out like 9 months after Origins or something. So on the one hand, I see what you mean. I definitely agree that EA played a huge part in what happened with Dragon Age 2, but it's not like EA trapped BioWare in that arrangement or in that relationship, right? BioWare knew what they were getting into. BioWare knew how EA treats developers. So at the end of the day, if you take the money, you have to accept the devil's deal. And part of the deal with EA is they're like, hey, we want that game coming out. We don't care how buggy it is. We don't care that you feel like it's not a finished product. We want it, and therefore you're going to make it happen. Point blank, period. They cooked until they fired Todd. First by hanging out there, Spider-Man, I hope you're good. I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I don't know that Todd is the problem, to be honest with you. I'm not convinced about that. I feel like they're I feel like he's still capable of potentially at least making good games or great games, but they've now been pushed to do better, right? They thought that what they were doing before was going to be acceptable for a longer period of time, and they've gotten a rude awakening that, hey, the gaming industry is kind of moving on without you all. And, you know, if you're not careful, then you're going to be left behind. What are you going to do now? We'll see what they do now. What's up, Frank? How are you, dude? What do you think of this so far? I'm enjoying it, man. I'm having a good time. I played it for a couple hours, but couldn't get a feel for it. So I did a full playthrough already. Nacon provided me with an early access key, and I enjoyed my playthrough. There are definitely some aspects of the game that I believe could be better, but overall, it was good times. I have a review coming out either tomorrow or the day after.
Like vermin around here. They're gathering together to steal their livelihood.
Vooruit mij. Bakkeruiden de verraad die them. Gezelkes en vrij doen nou dat wint.
Oh, there they go again.
gibbering in their horrible language.
Naradit quam em linquidames samoni soinoiga toiga ones luchtum en echter regu onqueses.
Hey, chill out, bro.
If you don't leave him alone, you're going to have to deal with us.
Oh, that's more like it. Coward there.
1, 2, plenty. All right. None of them have shields. Well, that's helpful.
Show them what.
Are you used taunt yet? You did. All right, fine. So, yeah, it is what it is.
My arbor is broken.
Yeah. They're absolutely tearing me apart because they are not properly crowd controlled because she couldn't. All right. Does she have... Okay, here, hold on. Let's do a little bit of this. There we go. And then let's do some of this. And then there we are.
My armor is not good anymore.
Did the guy just die? I hope he didn't just die. If he died, we're gonna load this back up. You're out of here. Look forward to seeing your view on it. Yep. Looking forward to coming out with it soon, dude. I hope you enjoy it. There we go. He's still around. Okay, cool. He's afraid of getting in trouble. You won't get in trouble. And they won't mess with anyone else. I agree. I agree. Is that 65% with all talents and diplomacy? A lot of sense coming to do until I build it up higher. So right now I only have 2 points of diplomacy. I'll get another point when I finally find a cape that has points of diplomacy, and then I'll get another point because the companion who gives you more diplomacy is actually the character I'm going to romance here. Someone mentioned redheads. If I remember correctly, she is a redhead. And then as you can see at certain points, so at level 3 and at level 5, you can improve your roles in diplomacy. Now, you cannot get to the point that you automatically just have 100% on all roles. So there's still going to be a ton of roles, even if you max out, that are only going to be 90%. And let me tell you, I got tired of failing 90% checks. So there's that, but things will get better over time. We'll get better over time. What was that? What's the blue thing? Oh, that's obsidian mace. Okay, huh. Like Star Shield because of the shipbuilding? One thing that disappointed me, Starfield. I've never played Starfield. One day I'm gonna check it out just because so many people keep talking about it. And because I'm a huge Mass Effect fan, and my understanding is you can recreate the Normandy in that game with a mod, and that the mod basically lets you play it as Commander Shepard. And both of these things are very, very exciting for me. So maybe I would enjoy a playthrough of it more than some of you did. Is this where? No, this is not where we came from. So cool. Let's continue going down this way. Love XCOM. I have never played XCOM either. So people keep telling me that I need to play XCOM 2. That's definitely one of the games on the list. It's coming to PS5. Starfield got better after all the updates. Are the planets, did they stop being large and empty? Because that was the thing I saw that annoyed me the most. I'm like, I don't want to do this.
Seldis, es redone var hegenesenam. Redone denes luchtom.
Tos, foxandes a en jedem noi. Aga dead mad yamarodamite.
Esquedet mat.
Es dead mad. The
Starfield was boring altogether. So he thinks he's a sage the way we're about to become a sage, but we've got to convince him that he's not, so that he goes back and gets help, and that we can retrieve the scales without having to kill him. Oh, I thought I had to roll a check, but apparently not. Cool. So like all Bethesda games. So XCOM 2 lets you create your own soldiers? Yeah. So we had talked about I could potentially play XCOM 2 and then create soldiers for some of the people who've been attending my streams the most. So finding out like, hey, what kind of mechanics would you like for your character, things of that nature. That would be fun. I'm down for it. I am down for it. I was just asking myself, hey, where's all the creatures at? I feel like I hadn't had a fight in a minute, and I'm not having a fight now. Oh, they're on the top. That's creepy. That's real creepy. Are you shielded? A little bit, not too much though. So we get 2 up front, and that's really all we can do for now. So let's just make it happen. Boo-boo! Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Mercury poisoning. Hex the soldier. I prefer waiting for Cyrus Reborn for my Mass Effect fix. Hopefully you won't have to wait too long. Sooner or later this year, the beta will start. That's done.
Kom du den der roll? Sag,
stuck. They're stuck, but maybe we can use explosives to break them out. We could also create explosives. Haven't been here. There we go. What's up, Manuel? You love the interview? That's awesome, dude. I'm happy to hear it, man. I had a lot of fun doing it, so I'm glad so many people are enjoying it. What's they used to call Quicksilver?
We'll have to be careful.
The orange weapons are legendary, but weapons that you get later on will still outclass them. Like the itemization in this game could definitely stand to be better. It's not organized enough.
Show them what we're made. My armor is broken.
There we go. Okay, now you are taunted. Beautiful. What about? Okay, so yeah, dealing with you doesn't make sense. So I'll focus on you first and do these 2 things. You. Help a brother out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's burning. I could have skipped this fight. And I could have skipped this fight and just snuck around, but that's what I did on my first go round. I'm like, this time, why allow you to live? There we go. Why allow a bunch of coin guards to live? Greedfall is ironically appropriate name. Whoa, for Nakon's current situation. Damn, so if you fail a trap, that's interesting. If you fail to pick up a trap on a chest, it destroys, the trap goes off and then it destroys what's inside the chest. I didn't know that. I don't think I've done that before. Crazy. What up, Travis? Then you see when Live was playing Ghost of Yote Legends. Nice. Hope you've been enjoying it, dude. What's up, Anna? How come you didn't make a video about the Bloodlines 2 leaks where they showed new gameplay like the Spooky Hotel? I didn't see anything about that. I didn't know Bloodlines 2 got a new had a leak. But you know what? No, even if I had seen that, most of the time I do not cover leaks because leaks are done without the developer's permission. And so I cover things that are released in the way that the developer intended. The only time I cover a leak is when I'm relatively sure the developer doesn't care. And so I feel comfortable doing it. Like, I think like there was some leaks regarding Dark Heresy where people uncovered some things that were in the files about companions we're potentially going to get or stuff like that. But I chatted with the community manager and he was like, yeah, we don't care. It is what it is. And so I felt comfortable doing a video about that. But otherwise I would have completely ignored it. No, I don't put out videos about stuff like that. Yep, no problem, man. Unless they initiate the conversation, they die. Are you most excited for Exodus, Expanse, or Mass Effect 4? The Expanse. Even though I strongly prefer sci-fi that allows me to oh, there's people there's creatures over there. Yeah, hold on. And wait, one down here? Is that what you're telling me? Whose eye is that? I can't tell. Is that supposed to... Who is that? Is that supposed to be you, homie? Interesting. Well, let's get it done. I prefer my sci-fi to strongly... Ooh, he dodged it. Oh, you bastard. He dodged it. All right, but his shields are gone now. I strongly prefer AI that heavily involves aliens. And so from that standpoint, Mass Effect and to a lesser degree, The Expanse appeals a little more to me. But I just have the most confidence in The Expanse, even though this is something completely new for Owlcat. So it's absolutely possible they're gonna screw this up and bite off more than they could chew. I'm not at all trying to present it as a sure thing, but it's the one I look at the most like, dude, you know, this could really, really be one of them ones. So from that standpoint, I'm very excited about it. Expanse, Exodus, Mass Effect in that order, I would agree. I just don't trust BioWare. I'm not the biggest fan of BioWare right now either, to be honest with you. I hate the way they just liquidated everybody involved with Dragon Age. Frankly, even before Veilguard released, but definitely afterwards, that just puts a really, really ugly taste in my mouth. And so we'll see though. I definitely plan to play whatchamacallit when it comes out. Mass Effect 4 when it comes out. And it's Mass Effect 5. Y'all not gonna just ignore Andromeda, all right? I know y'all don't like it, but there's gotta be acknowledgement that Andromeda happened. I have faith in Owlcat and Exodus. Zero faith in BioWare. Exodus last news kind of stinks. Looks like Bloodlines 2 all over again. We'll see. We'll see. Which news are you talking about? The fact that John Epler is no longer involved in the development?
I can't do it.
All right, let that go. Dust yourself off, let that go. Andromeda legitimately has great gameplay mechanics. I agree. In fact, to be honest with you, I feel like Andromeda has the best fighting mechanics in the entire series. It's the other parts of the game that are a problem. So what? Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay, hold on. Judas is another game I'm interested in, but Lord, we haven't seen anything on that. Yeah, not clear what we're getting from that just yet. Okay, you can't jump up there. All right. It's Astoria and companions that suck. Exactly. For him, he was fine where it was at and wanted to leave for tabletop. People need to quit with the conspiracy. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all, Travis. I don't agree with that at all. You're the creative dev for the overall series. You stay until the game is finished unless there's a problem. I think it's 110% for people to look at that announcement and say, so there's something that happened there. Doesn't mean that Exodus is going to be bad, but you can't tell me that it's just some big nothing burger and he decided, hey, I'm just gonna retire out into the sunset, especially when there was no previous indication that something like that would happen. Like, he didn't take a consultant role. He took a creative director role. You're the leader of the whole project.
Na krijgt hij dwe? Smeu no emtegeu den det saranaiksa dead. Esa en kondiwe dag echte reguan queses.
Allora dwe ad even do gorido des. No set on de sie dale mi samesa. Na fravin quadvregs da vergeu in Satulana. Es kosovlech de Hanalan.
Is nu si esa? Badrade em ers.
They got to work down here, deal with the mine, and they use quicksilver, which they heat, and when heated, it poisons people. And somehow it's getting into the water, most likely because they're washing off the gold. And when they wash off the gold, the quicksilver gets to the water, and it's poisoning every damn body. Who walked right into that explosion? Travis, Spiders created a unique language for the tribe of Tier 4D. That's the language you're hearing. Always good news when the head honcho leaves the project midway. Exactly, Victor. Exactly. And is it midway? No. But is it are they in the end game? No, they're not. They just had a delay. They just had a delay for a whole year. All right. So it's clear that the game is not necessarily in a bad place, but it's very obviously not in a good place either. So you can't tell me that you delay a game for the year and the creative director leaves, but it's a whole nothing burger story. No. You can fool some people some of the time. You cannot fool all the people all the time. Absolutely not. And let's see over here. Let me check on something. All right, so we went all the way around there, and that's all good. So this is the last portion we need to deal with. Yeah, it was Phil Spencer. Exactly like when Spencer was allowed to just retire. They could have done so much with Andromeda for the native alien species. Instead, they do quasi-organic reapers. Exactly. Like, there were some really good elements in Andromeda that could have been awesome. Frankly, I love the premise, right, of you being on one of those ships that just decides to take off and say, hey, we're gonna find new worlds and settle in a completely different place. I feel like the premise works extremely well, and I'm good with it being a family, all that stuff. The jetpack and gameplay combat mechanics, I've already stated, are really, really good. It's just some other aspects of the game that are not handled nearly as well as they should have been. And bam, we're done with the mines. Very nice, very nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. It was never slated for 2026. That's not true. Yes, it was. They delayed it. Game never had a date. Didn't have a date. It was slated for 2026. Besides, people are okay with GTA 6 and it's been delayed 700 times now. Yeah, that's Rockstar. You can't compare a new dev studio who has never made a game before and has just lost their creative director to Rockstar. There's no comparison. There's absolutely no comparison. Something happened. Now, is what happened so devastating that Exodus will turn out poorly? I'm not saying that at all. We might still be in for a good game, but this was not just oh, he needs a mental break, so he's going to walk away. No. Something happened. Something happened. So my biggest concern with it is, do we get more games from John Epler? Because that was the main thing I was excited about for Exodus. Like, I wouldn't have been nearly as excited about it if he hadn't been involved. But his involvement, considering his pedigree and the things he's done before, made me say this is a game that's really worth following and checking out. And the lore books that have been released about it since then double down on that and make it clear, yo, this is a really, really interesting world they're putting it together. And so him now all of a sudden not being involved puts a damper on all that.
Hello, Chief.
Back again? What do you want?
Isn't that nice to be able to just join and quit the same day?
Panning for gold in the river allows us to recover a few nuggets, but it's time consuming and there isn't much profit in it. That may have been enough for the others, but we need to be more productive. By digging underground, we go straight to the vein and can mine large quantities of metal quickly. It's more dangerous, there's waste, and it involves using other imported metals to separate it from the other ore. But without it, the mining company would never have sent so many people. It has to be profitable and fast.
Rough. Travis, it makes sense that you didn't know his name. He made games that are much older. So some of them you might not have even played. What's going on, Giallo? Like KOTOR, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, those type of games. I'm not sure if you even played them. We'll probably have COD or World War 3 before GTA 6. And everybody patiently waits because it's Rockstar. Some people don't like them. Obviously, Travis is one of them. But at the end of the day, there are millions of people who damn near the only game they play is stuff that is released by Rockstar. It just is what it is. When GTA comes out, it's going to dominate everything. Mind you, it won't dominate this channel. I'm probably not even going to play the game. But everything else in the gaming sphere, it's absolutely going to dominate it. There's just no question.
What can you tell us about the Alliance's mining company?
That's the first time one of your people has asked me a question.
You play KOTOR 1 and 2, but not BG? Got you.
On the continent and is very old. It's a private company, but it pays a substantial tax to the Alliance for the mining rights. It only started operations here recently, so they're keeping a very close eye on us. I hope you're not going to waste any more of my time with your questions.
I am, as a matter of fact, sir, and you're going to answer them. What makes them sheep? What makes you a sheep just because of what game you play? Come on now.
You mentioned imported metals. What are they?
Yeah, it's a bit complicated to explain to savage new miners like yourselves. You'll learn more about it from your colleagues when you're a little more experienced.
Fascinating.
We've come to tell you that we want to stop working in your mine. Several of our people nearly died trapped in a tunnel, and you did nothing to free them. We don't want to end up like them, so we prefer to leave.
Well now, you people aren't exactly the tenacious type. Quitting at the first sign of trouble. Here's your pay for a day's work. I'm going to have to find myself some new workers. Well, what are you still doing here? Go on, get out of here. You won't get anything more.
All right, now. I think we have to go back there. There we go. Analyze the samples. And before I forget, I don't think we ever... Oh, there's guys over there now, huh? I didn't rest, so I wonder why. Usually people only come back in the world after you've rested. Whoa. Oh, is that the wrong way? No, it's not the wrong way. I just got to go a bit further. It will never live up to the people's ideas in their minds. What do you mean? For millions of people, it absolutely lives up to everything they could dream and want in a game. Without question. Why are all of the creatures and everything back? I never rested. Did I rest and I'm just not realizing it? Interesting. So the gameplay is like Dragon Age Inquisition or Origins. I would definitely say it's more like Origins. Boom. Trappers are gone. Lovely. Oh, he's locked in there. Okay. Alright. We're good. Oh, there's a chest up there. Beloved and good are not the same thing. They kind of are though, because good is relative. So if a game is beloved by millions of people, it's probably also good in their eyes. It may not be good in your eyes, but that doesn't mean it's not good overall. It's just not good to you. Whether you like it or not, GTA is a pretty beloved franchise, no question. The same with FromSoft and the Souls games. You had to bring up the FromSoft games with Travis. Yep, but it's true. It's true, absolutely. Beloved by millions of people. There are way more people who love the FromSoft games and GTA than there are people who love Baldur's Gate 3 and or Wrath of the Righteous. It's just a fact.
Hello.
Are you the healer of this fort?
I'm the doctor in charge, yes. Do you need my help?
There are people in our village who have fallen ill with a strange disease. It's something we've never seen before. They suffer from headaches and dizziness and have become so weak they must stay in bed. Others have started to show the same symptoms. It looks like quicksilver poisoning. We believe that the miners are releasing it into the river water and are unknowingly the source of this illness.
Really? Have you ever seen quicksilver poisoning before?
No. A wise man from your people lives in our village. He told us about it. And since we know the mine uses quicksilver to extract the gold...
If he were that wise, he'd know that when gold and quicksilver are heated, the quicksilver completely disappears.
We brought some samples to test in order to know for sure. I think you have some way of finding out.
Yes, there is a way of detecting this metal, even when it's mixed with something else. Let me take a look. Where did you get these disgusting things?
The mud is from the miner's waste. We gathered it on the banks of the river that flows into the lake our village is built on. The fish came from the same river. We found it dead near a spot where our people fish.
Well, I highly doubt I'll find any quicksilver, but I'll do the porcelain test. It's going to take me a while. Would you like to wait here or come back later?
Wait.
We'll wait for you.
All right. I'll get right to work.
Beautiful.
I've done the tests.
Appreciate it, Ultron.
I can't believe it.
Is it quicksilver?
It is. And I can't explain it. Of course, it's possible that the miners didn't heat the mixture sufficiently before washing it in the river. Or that some of the metal was spilled on the riverbank. But I'd never have thought it could poison fish. Or the people who eat them. It's an incredible discovery.
That's all well and good. But our people are dying because of your mine and your quicksilver.
Yes, but nobody had realized it. They were indeed very careless, but there was no ill will on their part. There have been many cases of miners being poisoned. Most of the time it's because they'd breathed in the fumes. In any case, I can prepare a remedy that will help your sick. And of course, you'll have to stop fishing in the river altogether.
Die we dag fish dachi? Took them echter eshem aboy lames de noneam.
That's not a problem.
Nas me win him tooked.
That's one of the
Why
miners.
do the miners risk being poisoned if they know the fumes are dangerous?
Some people think it only happens if you're clumsy, while others think they'll be fine if they take the treatment regularly. This is often true in the short term, but the long-term consequences of poisoning are almost always fatal. Yet it's hard to quench the thirst for gold. I understand that your people don't attach much importance to it. But where we come from, gold makes the world go round. Anything can be bought and bargained with gold, including lives.
What does the treatment involve?
Your patients have accumulated poison in their bodies. This treatment will help them eliminate it, but it will take time. In the meantime, they'll have to rest and stop eating fish.
Left it's hard when YouTube won't show usernames properly.
Thank you, but we'll have to think about it first.
Hmm.
We need the treatment you told us about for our people who have been poisoned. Can you help us?
Of course. We'd better get started right away, since it's going to take some time. Come on, I'm going to need your help. Here you go. There should be enough to treat those who are sick for several weeks. If you need more, you'll have to come back and find me. They must drink this potion twice a day in the morning and evening. Drink a lot of water and rest. And above all, don't eat any more fish as long as the mine is active. I've told the head miners to be careful about the heating and any discharges into the water. But I can't guarantee it won't happen again. You'll all have to be patient. But those who are sick will recover.
Thank you for your help, Doctor.
Please. I'm only doing my job.
Quicksilver poisoning treatment.
I'll
I
leave you to
think
your
there's
work.
another option for this style.
Goodbye.
Beautiful. So obviously Nilan is very passionate. All right. Now we need to shut down the mine. I think because we convinced the miners, we can talk with them again, right? No, it's not a curse. The mark on my face is because I'm a sage of the tribe. And so I'm basically like going to become a wise elder. And so there's a ritual I'm going to have to go through.
Hello.
Oh, it's you. The
What's
others
up,
told
Ploy?
me you saved
How's the
me
new
from
game?
monster.
Why is the first one rated M, but this one rated T? Let me finish the combo first.
Thanks for helping them. Thank you very much.
We weren't going to let all those people die trapped underground.
Did you want to tell us something? Still think you're being poisoned?
You know, that's a good question. This is definitely a mature game. I would not recommend kids play this game. This game deals a lot with slavery, imperialism, and adult themes that I don't think are appropriate for children. But even more importantly, I think most kids wouldn't understand this game. And so I do not consider it a T for teen game at all. Now, I don't remember the first Greedfall game to know if I felt like the first Greedfall game was even more mature. But I definitely don't feel like this game is dumbed down, you know, to appeal to like a more juvenile audience. That's not the feeling that I got from it. Will this be an 8-hour stream? Probably not, Excelsior, but apparently I'm going to be streaming for some time. Like the first one, be keeping an eye on the second one, but I know they changed up the combat. They did. I actually like the changes. It's a lot more like Dragon Age Origins, and I feel like they did a good job and pulled it off. I think they want a wider audience.
Actually, we now have proof. The quicksilver you're using is what's poisoning the river, the fish, and our people.
There's no way. It disappears when you heat it up. You just have to be careful not to breathe it in.
I can't believe we're poisoning our own people.
I understand it's hard to believe, but the fort's doctor confirmed it. Some of the quicksilver makes its way into the river mud and the fish we eat.
It's a sad enough story that you can just eat something else. Without this job, we won't be able to eat at all.
We're not the only ones who depend on this mine. Our families do too.
And you're willing to die for it? How many of your people have already died or have gone mad? Between the poison and the collapsing tunnels, you won't survive long.
He's got a point. Things might be different with a good leader, but this one doesn't care about our lives.
That's a fact.
Right. Let's go get the others and leave this cursed place. There are plenty of construction sites in Hikmet where we could work.
Thanks for opening our eyes. We're going home to our village. But the master will find other miners, and it'll start all over again. The water will remain dangerous.
So, here's what I just realized. I'm pretty sure after I finished this, I never went down to talk to the head master. So I wonder if there's a way to talk to him and really truly shut this mine down for good. Or is there no way to avoid them being around? They stop speaking their native tongue once you get off the tutorial island? No, they still speak in their native tongue, but all the people you're surrounded with speak English, as opposed to right now where I'm surrounded by people of my own culture. But like if you talk to Nilan, he'll request that you continue to speak your native tongue.
Hello, Chief.
Back again? What do you want?
Return the stolen gold? What's stolen gold? I'm seriously doubt I'm going to do that, but I want to see what this does. So hold on. Frankly, it feels like this one is more mature. It's the first one. In the first one, you're the colonizer. And story reasons, nobody really discriminates you or in your presence. Exactly. And this one, they're constantly referring to you as a savage and saying that you're beneath them and all that kind of stuff, right? It's much more adult.
We found this. Seems to be the gold that was stolen from you.
Let me see that. Unbelievable. It's all there. You're good people, and honest, too. If you're interested in working for the mining company...
this is an alternative way to get to the mine.
We'll leave you to your...
Right, goodbye.
So I don't think I didn't see where I lost any gold.
Hello,
so I don't think I did. All right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and I got 2,200 gold. So yeah, I got plenty gold. Plenty gold. All right, now let's look at this. I explored the ruins. Cool. I got the mysterious statuette. Influence on the council. Right, I got the captain's gift. I got the scales. Heal the sick. I got a remedy for the sick. And complete initiation missions. Okay, so we are in a good spot. Come on back down here and make people proud. What's up, White Wolf? So far, I'm definitely enjoying it. Having a good time with it, man. I like the change they made, the combat. And I think the premise is pretty cool as well. Like the first one for its world building, and don't mind Origins combat. You'll probably like it. I would agree with all that.
Hello, Forkan.
Bertir Simad. Can I help you in any way?
Let's see. Damn. So you know what's one difference? The first time I played this, I went to him to get healing for the miners. And he took care of it. Now she's like, I gave you enough supplies for a few weeks, but they'll have to come back if they need more. I wonder if that'll be a problem, but we'll work with it.
Shut down the mine.
That's excellent news for your village. so you won't be poisoned by their activity. May I ask how you did it?
We showed the miners that they weren't just poisoning us. They're also killing themselves.
They were so upset that the risks they were taking had been hidden from them, that they demanded an explanation from their leadership.
Excellent. I just hope they don't reopen it later.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, the thirst for wealth is a driving force that often pushes people to make
What's
the
up, Bolt
worst
Truck?
decisions.
You're looking forward to playing this as well? Awesome, man. I hope you enjoy it once you get your hands on it.
I would like to talk about these ruins again.
My pleasure.
We found this weapon in the basement of the ruins.
How incredible. Let me take a closer look, will you? It is a blade of iron.
Yeah, some of the hats are kind of goofy. They get better as the game goes on, though. Although I don't think I was blown away by any of them now that I think about it.
Although the rust has already begun its
Except the
destructive
pirate
work,
hats. The pirate hats are
should be
awesome.
restored. Perhaps then we would learn more. In any case, it reminds me of the work of the people of my continent. But that is of course impossible. That an unknown people reached this level of craftsmanship. That they managed to reach your island long before us. It's absolutely fascinating. Did you find anything else?
There were other items, but they were very damaged. Too many to carry.
I see. That was to be expected. If you allow me, I would like to keep this old weapon. Perhaps I will learn more by cleaning it.
Please. It's too rusty for me to use anyway.
Thank you for your help. This is a great discovery.
Never played the first game, but the combat and the deeper RPG systems caught my eye. Yeah, I feel like those hold up pretty well throughout the experience, Wolf.
No, I am.
I think we already asked this question, right? And return to other topics. Okay. Here we go. Oh, tell them about the ruins. There we go.
Ruins again.
My pleasure.
Oh. Okay, fine. No. I thought there was an option to tell them more about us walking around.
He was wearing clothes which resemble yours.
What's up, Vakar? I'm actually a bow wielder.
Only another scholar. How sad.
We found a diary nearby. It was probably his. And he had a kind of statuette. It seemed very old. Look. We think it was made by our people, but some of the symbols are strange.
Wonderful. What a beautiful piece. This statuette seems to have survived through the centuries. But are you sure?
Take care, CJ. Have a good one, dude.
It bears a symbol from Teleme. It is true that the workmanship of this object doesn't resemble their art, but it's really
Yes, Buck, I'll walk through it in
strange.
just a second.
I've never seen anything quite like this before.
Could you take a look at this diary? If I understood it correctly, the man who wrote it seemed to be looking for the tomb of a certain Matthias. He seems very excited about the discovery, but I admit that I don't understand what he's referring to.
Let me see. Interesting. Very interesting. The man you found was probably an archaeologist, a seeker of ancient things, if you will. The man whose tomb he was seeking, the famous Matthias, is a particularly important man, legendary even in Teleme.
What is he to these people?
It is said that it was he who taught them of the enlightened, the god they worship. He also taught them magic, if the stories are to be believed. If I'm not mistaken, Teleme's religion is not my speciality. He then left the continent on a ship. He is said to have gone with a disciple and, guided by his god, to have reached an island whose inhabitants he converted. At least, that's what his disciple reported. This archaeologist thought that the island in question could be Tirfridi, and he was looking for his tomb.
I thought that your people were enemies of Teleme. Why were they seeking signs of this man?
We are scholars. All knowledge is worthy of study. And, if I understand correctly, he was trying to demystify the legend. And it seems he could have achieved his goal, had it not been for the Llewellans. He says that he has made an extraordinary discovery, which confirms Matthias's arrival here, but calls into question the myth. Alas, he doesn't say much more. Is there anything else?
Interesting.
Goodbye.
See you.
Beautiful. So, Buck, there are talents in this game. Usually they would be called skills in other games, but you have things like diplomacy, which allows you to pass skill checks, for speech checks, and dialogue. You could use alchemy to create like potions and grenades. You could use craftsmanship to craft equipment. Survival checks are in the game to help you track footprints, or basically it works like perception to see things in the environment that you can use in order to solve quests. And then there's mechanisms, which allows you to pick up traps along with picked locked doors and chests. So yeah, there are skill checks that you could take advantage of in the game for sure. Is there a hide hat option? That's an excellent question. Let's see. It doesn't look like there's one here. What's the advanced display? Nope. Doesn't do that there. So it doesn't look like we have that option from here. But let's see. If we go to options and then game interface. I know it's not on the profile. Advanced video. Yeah, it doesn't look like it gives you a hide helmet option, unfortunately. Oh, Dark Heresy is getting a beta this year. But no, there's no confirmation that we're going to get the full game this year. We are also supposed to get the beta for The Expanse. Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous were alpha beta for a year before release. If I remember correctly, Road Trader 2, I hope it holds. So actually, Wrath of the Righteous went into beta in February, and then the full game came out in August. So usually if they stay by that timeline, basically the game stays in beta for like 6 or 7 months and then it comes out. My hope is that we're going to get the Dark Heresy beta around like May or June, and then get Dark Heresy around Christmas time. That's what I'm shooting for and hoping for, but we'll see how that works out. No dress stores, or does the group look like Ravies the whole time? You get a wide variety of different gear and options in this game. So there's no like, actually, there might be stores specifically for armor, but you can switch up your look quite a bit. And there's a lot of different factions in this game, and they all have their own look. So you could definitely change that up. I don't have an issue with this game as far as you having a variety of different looks for your armor. My problem is it's very difficult to maintain a consistent look, because you might say, okay, I want to look like a Theleme agent, right? And you might have a Theleme related hat that's level 24, but then the only Theleme related boots are level 4. You know, it's very difficult to say, this is the look that I want, and then get level appropriate gear across your entire body that makes sense for that level. I feel like the game could definitely stand to be more organized in that fashion. Give me a second. I'm going to get something to drink, and then I'm actually going to heat myself up something to eat real quick. Betas don't come to PS5. This is true. So sorry. So sad. You know? PC Master Race. But so sorry. So sorry. Man, soon. Soon you'll get your game. Soon you'll get your game. Thanks, Leth. I hope you enjoy the game when you get your hands on it, dude. Watch your entire 19-hour stream because you're waiting for the beta. Nice. Crazy endurance to stream that long. It was amazing. Hey, thanks, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed doing that game. 1 second. I'm not sure how about it, for Christ's sake. Oh, man. I thoroughly enjoyed that stream. Had a great time. I'll never do it again because I didn't know. Apparently, YouTube only keeps the VOD for up to like 12 hours. So that 20-hour stream, there's nowhere you can get it now, which is very, well, I had to re-upload it as a regular video, actually, is what I ended up having to do. So very frustrating for me, to be honest with you. So wouldn't do that again, but was happy to do it once. All right. We'll let her know that we found the hunters. Yep, found them. They were held, but they're going to heal and come back. She's very happy and thinks that I'll make a great sage. All right, now. Go Bannon. We found your stuff. There you go. Excellent. Give this to the chief. The problem with PC gaming is that high-end PCs are expensive. This is true. I want to update my PC so that I'm able to stream and record in 4K, and that's going to require a big increase in storage and some other things. So yeah, I agree. I agree. So wait, give him the gift. You know why? Gift arrived. Yeah, lie about it. Okay. So I did not. So I gave him. I think I gave him the gift, but didn't give him the book, right? What was the gift again? Hold on. I want to make sure I do this differently this time. The Leme. Okay. Yeah, I screwed this up. I screwed that up. I'm going to have to... Damn. All right. I'm going to have to let that go. Because last time I gave him the gift and some interesting things happened that I didn't really like. I'm very, very curious to find out if I don't give him the gift, will things end differently? Back to go Bannon. You're here. Yeah, you got the scales. Okay. And then we got to give the scales to what's his name, our mall. But first, we're going to go to you.
Adrek.
Nasien.
Kai.
Kasiduer. Tegedundawam.
Eskai. Excluem sien.
Stolen. All right. See? But that's considered to be a failed quest. Nah, I don't like that. A failed quest? Oh, but Theleme likes it. All right, you know what? I'm going to let that rock. I'm going to let that rock because I really want to know if it makes a difference in the ending of my playthrough. So we're going to go with it, but I don't like that. Why wouldn't they consider that to be a legitimate ending of the quest? I find that confusing. I did everything that I needed to uncover it, and then I purposefully made a decision not to give it to him, which is an ending in and of itself. It shouldn't be a failure. All right, and now he's good. He's got his stuff back. Oh, he gives me a new bow for that, huh? Very nice, very, very nice. I like that. And now, let's talk to the healers. And then I'm gonna need to come back to the merchant. That up. And bam. Master. Here you go. Must stop eating food. Quicksilver is poison all of you. All right, and now let's check our journal. Oh, mysterious statuette. You should find. Oh. We need to talk to Mev so that she can help us understand what's the deal with the statuette. No problem. The real question: are we coming back in May to play the single DLC quest? Yes, I will. I will. Had to stream in the background. What happens if you give him the gift? Send me a message on Discord and I'll respond. I don't want to give any spoilers here. All right. Speak to her about the dead man and the idols. She said statuette. There are symbols on it. Shows that he indeed was here. Painting. Pass will serve as a guide. It must not swallow us up. Indeed. I'm ready to do the ritual. Alright, if I ever play this game again, I gotta remember, don't kill any of the lower limbs. What's up, Johnny? Huh. Still at it indeed.
Adlochedar, Adiernahach.
All right. Now, let's look through our inventory. That's a clear upgrade. And what about this? This actually isn't really an upgrade for me. So I'm gonna let that go. And then you, is the other bow an upgrade for you? Nope, it's not. Actually, let's look at that. This is a new hat. And a little less magic deflection, but way more armor. Is it way more armor for you? It's not. I can already tell. So, yeah. Sure. Oh, wait. It's a little more weight, too, though. Let's see. Can I wear that and still... Okay, I'm still fast for now. Let's see about the gauntlets. Plus 43 armor. Yeah, what does she have right now? She's got 61, so this is actually a couple more points. Oh, it is heavy. That is considered to be heavy. Okay, we're gonna let that go then. Let me check on these for her. Yeah, she'll take that. That's fine. And then for armor, is there any really good new heavy armor for her? Doesn't look like it. So what about you? Do you like any of this armor? That's a little bit extra armor, but you lose deflection. Same there, same there. I would say it's not worth it. What about you though? Yeah, same. You're at 45, so it's not worth it for you either. And then finally, let's look at these boots. That's a significant... Actually, no, it's not that big of a deal for her. But it's a big change for me. Yeah, but that's heavy armor again. Light. That's medium, and we're good on that. Okay. Can't hear Rush without thinking of battle droids. Yeah, I hope we get some more information about Zero Company soon, Travis. So far, we haven't even heard a peep. We are at level 9. For now, I'll get this. But when I respec and get guns, I'm going to get a Thirst for Blood instead. What's going on, Safiro? Yeah, it's still the tutorial map. What's up, Harold? How's the run going? Did you finish it already? Yeah, I've done a run of this game before already. What's up, Owen? After that 19-hour Dark Heresy stream, 6 hours doesn't seem that long. Yeah, man. What can I say? I'm a gamer. I cannot help it. A gamer through and through. Power, fatal blow. Oh, yep, I definitely want that. And then for you, you'll need some things here too. Applies power when life falls below 25%. That's interesting. And immune to weakness. Huh. Yeah, I don't want Warriors Leap. We'll do that. And then this. Yeah, sure. What equipment has she not? Oh, that's right. I got some two-handed maces. Okay. Yeah, none of that's needed. Cool. Oh, this could actually do something. But a whole lot less crit damage, but she gets plenty of crit damage anyway. It's so weird to me that a regular common pickaxe does more damage than a rare Great Steel Morning Star, right? But this one requires level 4, and I guess this one is considered level 0, maybe? But I'm going to stick with this anyway. I like that extra crit damage.
Huh, a drink then.
What do you mean, what do you, the situation with the guns end up being? No, I'm a gamer in general, Travis. I play a lot of different games, not just CRPGs. But I do love CRPGs the most, though. Should I play Greedfall 1 first? You don't have to. I played Greedfall, but I honestly don't remember anything about Greedfall whatsoever. And I still was able to jump into this no problem. Yeah, still nothing changed over here. Okay, cool. So coming in here. Don't sell rope or shovels. I guess I could sell this gift for the High King, even though it only costs 4 coins, which is kind of wild. You would think it would cost a little bit more, but I'll hold off on that for now. I'll wait until I leave and then sell it someplace far, far away where I can be sure it will not impact my clan. Steel hunting knives, we'll let that go. That. Dual lures, rapier, no. Salome rings, nope, to that as well. Skyfire hammer, nope. And there we go. Beautiful. Hoping that Crimson Desert will be good. I'm a little worried that I'm going to be super overwhelmed. Exploration would be great, but I'm worried about the quality of the main and side quest. Yeah, I'm worried about the quality of the overall storyline as well, which is why I'm not quite hyped about it the way some other people are. But I'm still hoping at the end of the day that it'll do well. Did we talk to Fukar? I don't think we remember to do so. Hold on. SimC will be able to spec into guns on the continent. Yep.
Hello, Fork.
But could...
Here we go.
I'm thinking about what you told us about this statuette and what it means to the people of your continent. I think you should keep it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such an extraordinary discovery. Of course, Thélème will surely deny it, or find a way to explain its existence. But the truth will be restored. And who knows? Maybe it will also allow your people to be better understood by those ecclesiastics. Oh, and tell me, what happened to the poor archaeologist's body?
We left him in the forest. We didn't know what to do with him. He wasn't one of our people.
I'll make sure that he's buried with dignity. And I'll pass around a portrait at the fort. Maybe someone will recognize him, and we can warn his family.
The body is in the woods overlooking the fort to the northwest.
Thank you. Thank you for him. Is there anything else?
I don't know what the price of Solasta 2 is going to be, Quintet.
See you later.
I don't think that information has been released, but I might have just missed it. Why is there a blue mark on inventory? Everything should be so... Oh, it's because of all the other stuff. That's what it is. Okay, fine. No problem. Thanks, Let. After I get done with the stream, I'll respond to you.
Ja, sercha harlamad. Fared quies maisan farshedi.
Where are they taking me? Oh, right. I got to go to my house so I can rest. Wouldn't the diary have been eaten by wildlife? Maybe they don't find books tasty.
Samslan. Delex vasem everole yam flede sadio.
Lagayu de lochsen suis prortidan. Cum froin gamer embargem.
Oh, adregdes. Is Ankanan the Reichwester?
Sameles dugem radid redone quad. Avev adnue de dierna har. Dau torten dani daneis oglendi.
Fravindu em forvashed tada ledach Reichwes. Sagna Fravindu embud.
Esenta dugi quasi in de sit. Akad when I dachtam.
Ariag des de quintet.
Ja. Sag oil.
He tells her about his day.
Ag eragded.
Remden
And she lets him know that she's proud.
Es adva. Es vel.
Qua oilem.
Qua.
Oh, they did say body. Yeah, the body wasn't completely devoured. It was just bitten on. It's me almost a Where Winds Meet vibes. Exploration will only can be played for so long until you get bored. I found the story to be engaging, but different people will feel different ways about it. I'll be curious to see other folks' thoughts for sure. Slept well. Let's go and handle the ritual.
Qua cantabet saridenga. Began in the dag. Questuirat dat man namen en on mil frichtimen faret dat avinundan kaherenaixa.
Diwed anilain. Kon amduget samelsin estoyel nas donegat. Anon dagam. Ma medend mevat hoflan emes arulam e. Es Amsterdam da degedachten.
Se quasadeluan. Es allen ent. Vregender are donegada de frag. Dare now es enogesose corei.
Essa velma banedaiga neis corei. Con confrangde feshem mar. Kolden ditsin yabud neis hadiran anes vatiran.
What's up, Noam Toe? How are you?
Everiden de degwithout.
I'll be getting Chrism Desert, so the refining voice on Cookcast will let you know what you think. Looking forward to your perspective, Travis.
Oglendaiga. Skyli dis enelon de Suis meonu a anger dis Suis gred dahetir. Egluni dis esa. Aenon mil frichtimen, clos deis a andervash tarenta, men and dad. Men and dad. Men and dad. Exrek dis as sonigada shantamellag. Men mer como leno eni gadachtam de henon mil frichtimen. Essi ad rodam agat sosantam varhatir. Es comom casi nadach de doleg.
God, cantabede.
Yori. Ol andeuchtau cassin. Contabeit ecrimoderem. Age puesom yarement varnes hualam.
Samelma at sienad magred. Kahenole henesam de hamster.
Sina maene tusem suis largi. Astonaigada. Boloen membo mi casienza Amsterdam sisamel. Sages radeem tegade. Adoflein tegade. Tocatao glendaiga. Siens poed balk.
Esme ed. Bo bledenem emana kaiden shantan lag donigada. Bird tier to oleg, amev.
Ad locheda da buid kani. Qua awelam seg.
Qua awelam seg. Adierna.
Es dogem toretsui. Es an farsche dia deadman. Es velem adregem quahe vigem.
And there you have it. Tutorial Island finished. Actually, I just saved before this. They, Nomto, what's going on? They created a language specifically for the Tier for D tribe. And they speak it pretty much constantly while you're on this island. Getting Assassin's Creed vibes. Mm-hmm. How long did it take to finish the game? Probably around 40 or 50 hours if you want to do everything. And did it drag towards the end? I didn't feel like it dragged towards the end. I did have an issue where, for whatever reason, load times became significantly longer, in the last 3 or 4 hours of my playthrough out of nowhere. Like, it wasn't like Unity games where they slowly became longer. I don't know what the reason for that was. So I sent my save game along with my diagnostics to the dev spiders, and they'll take a look at it. I don't know if you all will have a similar issue when you get your hands on the game, because they're updating it right now. So the version I have does not have all the bells and whistles that the version you all get will. 40, 50 hours feels a bit short. Yeah, it's not a 100-hour game like an Outcat game or anything like that. And there are people out there. And you like using guns, so you're going to stay in the back, and you give me some extra things to work with, please. You deal with these wolves for me, please. In fact, forget that. Here, let's get some projection going. Can you, how long? Yeah, it's gonna be a while before you can do taunt. So instead, knock all these people down for me, please. There we go. Now do that. And then do that. And then do that. And you, what you got going on? You're gonna give him some of that too. You do that, and then that. And then I still got stuff working on stuff, no problem. I still got power. There we go. And what do you taunt, mark, and poison? Okay, so you've already been poisoned, you've already been marked. So the problem is those. There we go. Now you, did you use taunt again? Who did you taunt though? Why? How did you use taunt again, but you only taunted this person? Or did you use taunt on this guy all the way in the back? Huh? That might have been what happened. Oh well. All right. Now you're done. Let's deal with you back here. Why aren't you healing yourself? Oh, because you can't. You are just healed somebody else. So yeah, let me help you out some. All right, that's not gonna happen fast enough. Use a potion, no problem. And let me go ahead and give myself some power since you're doing that. And then there you go. She's taunting, no problem. Beautiful. Okay, now, what are you doing? Going over there? No, don't go over there. Stick with them. You can take out some of his armor. You can help out her, and let's keep that going. When you strip away his armor, yeah, only thing you're gonna be able to do is attack after that. Okay, go ahead, attack, attack, attack. Beautiful. Look at her club the holy hell out of that guy. You attack. You, yeah, I guess you do have to heal her. There's not much point or not much way around that. But you can, what do you have available? I thought, no, shockwave does require to here. Let's go ahead and do that then. We got to again. I thought I stripped off all your shields. Your shields aren't stripped yet? There you go, homie. We got you. We got you. There you go. Now we're cooking with grease. And damn, she needs a heal again. All right, fine. Here, there we go. Knock you down. Make things a little bit easier with you. Let's give myself some power as well. And now let's go ahead and deal with you. You got no shields. Excellent. There we go. Now, you over here, take your shields out for sure. There we go. And then the rest is cake. Beautiful. Think it's a pretty good length for this game. I think I'm fine with the length. I didn't feel like it needed to be longer. And now everything changes. And that's a familiar face.
Give me that, imbecile. The orders were blatantly clear. You were to take them alive.
Not at the price of the lives of my men.
This combat scene really does feel a lot like Dragon Age Origins. Yep, absolutely. This game isn't really pure open world. It's more like open hub. I enjoyed my time with it, Nate, for sure. What's up, Dominic? Want to try the magic skill tree, but it feels like it is mainly for buff debuff. Is the Theleme ring skill tree good for damage? It's great for damage, but the thing is, you kind of have to run in and out. So you have to be comfortable living dangerously if you're going to use Theleme magic. The companion that you get has multiple abilities that are specifically designed around reducing her threat. And so consequently, she's really, really good with the skill tree, because if things go bad, she's got ways to deal with it, whereas you don't have access to those same mechanics from your trees. So personally, I don't feel like Theleme is good for the main character. And as you mentioned, Tear for D feels more for support and healing, and so I don't think you should focus on that. But to each his own. Excelsior open hub, meaning you can fast travel to different enclosed areas that can then get to another area with a load screen, as opposed to a game like Skyrim where you can walk from one end to the other straight, no load screen, not having to go through any doors. Yep, no problem, Dominic.
Es Yuri, Saben. Nas Samel en Oilan.
Nas munigin armanse. Anadrenaikse. Ja fargest ni.
Es fulad. Saka eksteb. Udbig negan aber litor tauhus ninen olei chamem. Ente venteam. Faber de sa dead mad. Jer amber dent danida gwe.
Na fravint. Na fravint nem. Quiesem kaidende de renaiksa donegada. Sagnaim virt hadem. Agesovun varem embert neudam dagdani.
Like Final Fantasy 15, exactly, Excelsior. So open world games can absolutely feel empty. I definitely feel like this game benefits from being open hub, because there's not a whole lot going on in those open areas. It doesn't feel like a Kingdom Come Deliverance or some of those other games. So it benefits from, it gives you these enclosed areas to walk around in, and then these enclosed cities, and then lets that be that.
Please, please! Our friend is ill! Come quickly, please! Sheda! Sheda! No.
And so we have lost one party member. Now I'll tell you all, at the end of my game, Neelan died. I don't know why. I don't understand what I messed up that caused him to die. So I'm hoping we do better in this playthrough, and that she's the only companion who doesn't make it, but we'll see. Someone get that lady a cough drop. I've never played Starfield in recast, so I can't comment.
sent, say hangom da doigi.
Land ahoy! I see a lemur!
Someone dropped the piano on him. Yeah, Baltrick, she dies no matter what. I believe, Nate, there's supposed to be a way to keep all of your companions alive. Basically, Namto, Greedfall the Dying World has like a 10-hour prologue. That's an introduction to the real game.
Avoni sonoiga. Nasni lugan neu kon. Quidis tegedachtani. You scum! Bastards!
We stand upon the precipice of change.
He knows English curse words. Tia Valik, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch.
Eskleuem na vorkenender da vuye gadamen.
Now there's a language I don't speak, but I recognize that accent.
Who are you?
You're from Tir Fredi, are you not?
Of course. And you? Who are you? Why are you here?
My name is Fausta. I was born in Teleme, and they've locked me up in here because I saw things I wasn't supposed to see. Are the stories true? That there are creatures as big as houses on your faraway island?
Oh, that's the first thing you pick up when you learn a new language? Interesting. See, I'm doing the things the boring way. I'm trying to learn Spanish right now, so I've been doing the Duolingo 15 minutes every day. I feel like I'm learning more how to read it, but I don't know if I'm learning more how to speak it. We'll see, though.
Creatures? We call them Nadai. They do exist, but they are rare and sacred.
Koi radit sindas. Es renoixe. Nasnes runandas.
What have you done to find yourself so far
I think that's
from home?
fair. That negative one. He's like, we in chains and you still trust it? What's wrong with you?
Who killed our master before our eyes. They locked us up in the belly of a ship, the likes of which I had never seen. The voyage lasted an eternity. They barely fed us, and without the help of a woman, we would have died of thirst. Our friend Shada didn't make it. She fell sick and was coughing horribly. Her face grew hideous, covered in spots. She died very suddenly.
I am truly sorry for your friend, and also for your master. The Bridge Alliance can be extremely cruel.
At one point, a man with a bird mask came and put us through a strange ritual. He cut us. Then he cleaned the wound. Came to observe us from time to time. Scribbling things.
That is strange indeed. And you felt no particular effect following...
Quiet!
sorry to interrupt your little chat, but I thought that you would be more comfortable outside.
Who are you? Why have you let us out of this cage?
She is the one we were romanced on this time. I think her
and
introduction is quite
explanations will
awesome.
come later. For now, we must run.
I would also prefer to continue this discussion outside.
Why should I help a criminal?
Supposing that I were one, then perhaps to confound your pursuers.
Fine. While you look great in those outfits, I suggest you look in that trunk. Your things should be in there.
Be quiet. We don't want to be overheard.
You sold me on buying this game today. I was going to wait word about post-launch support. Love your content downloading on Xbox now. Hey, I hope it works out, man. I hope you enjoy the game. To learn to speak, you need to actually practice speaking with people who know the language. Not much way around that. So my wife actually speaks Spanish pretty well. And so I was just having a conversation where I told her, I think we're going to make a rule where we start speaking Spanish around the house to help me pick it up for that exact reason.
There was a whole group of islanders on the register before we arrived.
Oh, you're in a deep raft run?
Been captured and brought back here.
What mythic path?
All right then. Onward to freedom.
Okay. So I gotta get my stuff back. Yep, that's still there. That's still there. Oh, I could wear the things that old girl was wearing, but nope. Good on that. We're gonna go with medium here. Still got the same metal apparently. Yep, sure. I'll take mechanisms for now. And then this is what I was wearing. That's heavy. I don't need that. We'll put on the light one just automatically. And that works. And yep. That works too. Trickster, nice. You're doing an unfair last as Lancy run. Ooh. The one you, oh yeah, I did raid you some time ago. That's awesome. That's awesome. So the run's still going well? Did you see Amelia Taylor is doing a voice in Cole's game? I did see that, and I thought it was fascinating because they had a really interesting interaction on one of his streams, not one of his streams, he did an interview with her for some game, and he asked her about, I forgot what, AI and voice acting or something like that, and she made it clear she's strongly against it, she doesn't approve of it, blah, blah, blah. And then he continued playing the Raiders game, whatever that game is, where they have like AI voices everywhere, and it caused like a lot of negative like comments on content he did for a couple of weeks, where people are like, you know, she made it clear how she felt about that. You're just ignoring her, and this just shows you don't really care, and blah, 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 blah. And so I found it very interesting to see like, hey, they're working together and it's all just fine. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What am I looking at? What is... I thought that was really kind of cool, you know, that you could have a difference of opinion and then decide, you know, like, hey, we still can do good things together, still can work together and all that good stuff. This game's getting a little more interesting, a bit of a slow start. Yeah, Enriquez, again, that's the prologue before you get into the real game. Now in the real game, and I feel like the premise is really, really freaking cool. That you're a part of this other tribe, these other people, and this imperialist nation comes and decides to start basically kidnapping and enslaving tons of people off of the island. And then now You're transported to a completely different place. You have no way to get back to where you were. So you have to figure out how to adapt and what you're going to do in this new land and this new situation. I think that's a strong premise that frankly you don't see all the time in games. How many games have I played where that actually dealt with like slavery and imperialism and being a refugee in a strange land? Like sometimes you'll have a quest that deals with that, but a game where that is the like main focus, I'm having trouble thinking of a game that provided that type of experience. And frankly, let's just be honest, in today's times, in today's cultures, this is incredibly timely. Now, I think there's some issues with how it's executed, but I think the premise is very interesting and quite strong. You're in the middle of Act 5. Oh, nice! And now in the Dance of Mask event, mostly get past the side quest done too. That's awesome. Yeah, I hope you're able to get through it, dude. That's amazing. Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry. Yeah, did they ever actually come up with that? They were going to do a game, an Assassin's Creed game that was centered around slavery, but I think they decided to cancel it. Oh, you were playing rap just a short while ago, Victor? Nice. Yeah, it was awkward, Quintek. It was super, super awkward. And they get bit with Coldplay Arc Rate. He gets paid to play the games. He plays, exactly. He is actually making a game. He is getting people to do the voiceover work. He puts his money where his mouth is. I agree, Johnny. I agree. Okay, now we can finally get into tier 2 abilities. So you might notice that the abilities are kind of broken up into different tiers. So in order to get to tier 2, we had to be at least level 10, and you have to have at least 3 points in the first tier. We have that. So now we could go ahead. I always choose to reduce the cost of the action points. The more action points you have, the more you could use other abilities. So to me, that is the strongest option. Perception, and then, you know what? Let's go ahead and go with that. And then we have another talent. Once again, I'm going to go with diplomacy. But now we have Sibyl in the party. She is giving us a +1 bonus to diplomacy. Very, very nice. All right. What's your deal? Skills. You can also go tier 2. And you know what? I think that's what. Oh, we did not spend 3 points here. We didn't? Oh, that's right. This was only 1, and that's 1. Wow. You know what? I'll go ahead and give you this. Why not? And then you got 9 here. Let's bump this up a little bit. I could use a little love. And then we have Foster. Somebody asked about Theleme rings. Foster is the one who specializes in Theleme magic. You need to be up to 9 at least. What you got 5 in perception for? That's doing literally nothing for you, ma'am. And then skills. So she already took this. She already took this. She got that. She got that. Inflicts projection. I like that. And then, yeah, reduce that cost. Don't touch that dial. And then you've got the double blades. Double blades. You've got the taunt as well. What is it that I like for you? I actually don't like you having most of this stuff. But she'll take that, and then she'll take that, and we'll have to respec you at a certain point so that you have stuff that I actually want you to have. Yeah, look at your points all spread out and whatnot. Ugh. I'm gonna have to adjust this, but it's fine. It's fine for now. Now the AC game came out. It was a stat. Oh, I remember that standalone expansion. Yeah, was it any good? That I don't remember, though. That I don't remember. All right, you all. It has been 6.5 hours. We have finished the prologue of the game and got to the good stuff. I think this is a good place to stop. I do definitely plan to continue with my Greedfall live stream, but it's going to be a couple of days before we get back into this. Tomorrow, we are going to be live streaming Solasta 2 Early Access. So I'm very excited about that. I'm going to start on that bright and early. I think the embargo is at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So whenever that comes down, I'll definitely be all over it. And then the day after that, Starfinder Afterlife is we can finally start playing the closed beta, but in fact, it's going to be a public beta. We just got an announcement for that. So I'll probably be live streaming that on the 12th. So most likely we won't get back into Greedfall until the 13th. But once we do, I do plan to go ahead and do a full playthrough of the game, barring anything else coming out that all of a sudden diverts us off course. So if that interests you all, make sure you go ahead and subscribe or follow me if you're on Twitch. I hope all of you enjoyed this stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Nomto, appreciate you following me, dude. Looking forward to checking one of your streams again, man. Is Solasta 2 a day earlier for streamers? I think so. Yeah, because it's supposed to come out on the 12th, right? So yeah, I think streamers can start putting out content and stuff for it a day earlier. Thanks, Victor. I'm excited for it as well, man. Thanks, Master At. Take care, Namto. Appreciate seeing you all. Have a good one.
Have your
Thanks, Quintek. You have a good night, dude.